And we are live. Okay. So, the first playoff game, first playoff game I get to stream for the 2025 season. So, let's see how this goes. Okay, here we go. WoW, I did a stream yesterday of NFL players shuffled into a Fortnite match. If I got them, they would lose until I took them to a win. Based upon that, my Fortnite predicted that the winners this weekend is Texans, Ravens, Commanders, Eagles, Bills, Rams. I think he probably could. Let's see. Okay, so I did not pick the Texans to win. I don't know if I think Luke got it up. I got the episode up on the Gridiron Gurus. Both of us picked the Chargers, and that was completely wrong. Ravens, I think the Ravens, Commanders, absolutely. Eagles, Bills is close. Rams is gonna be the one that I'm thinking. I picked the Rams. Luke picked the Vikings. I think that one could go either way. So I think also the Commanders Buccaneers can go either way, but you could legitimately be right on that one. Outside of the Texans, I picked the Commanders to win, and I picked the Rams to win. They're saying the prayer. I don't like the fact that they said 7 at first because I was like rushing to get set up because I had to come from work, but and then we ended up you know not starting until 7:10. So who is this? Samantha. She's a Broadway singer. Samantha Polino. Who is she on Broadway? Say what she was in. Come on. She Sweeney Todd. Okay. Also in. Okay, see here. Yeah, so Sweeney Todd she was in, and also in Hamilton. Interesting. Wait, did that just say she was in Lazy Town? No way. Hold up a second. Lazy Town? No way. Is that that? There's no way that that is the girl from Lazy Town. Oh my gosh, that's the girl from Lazy Town. The girl with pink hair. No way. Dude, that's a throwback too. Lazy Town? I did not think about that. I just saw, oh, Broadway musical. That's crazy. But yeah, the game's about to start. In case you haven't seen the Gridiron Gurus video, I predicted the Ravens to win 31-20. I do think this will be a close game, and then like a late score to kind of like extend the lead. Um, but like I said, the season split. Obviously, the Steelers are kind of coming in kind of slow into the playoffs, but so were the Texans, and they absolutely. Okay, I'll say this: the score makes it look a lot worse than it was in that beginning. The offense still had problems. Obviously, if it wasn't going to Nico, it was looking pretty bad. Like Nico went off in the Texans game. Um, so anything can really happen when it comes to the playoffs, but I'm really, really concerned about the Steelers and if they're not able to get the run game going, and George Pickens continues to have a he's had a good little slump since he's come back from his injury. I'm very concerned about that offense. I still think they have potential, and then obviously for the Ravens, not having Zay Flowers, is going to be a huge hit. And so that's the reason why ultimately I was thinking, like, I'm going to still feel like the Braves can move the ball against the Steelers, but I don't know if it's going to be as explosive. So, but I do think the Ravens should win this game. And so far, even though I didn't pick the Texans to win, I'm still happy the Texans did win. One for Luke, um, though his texts were back and forth, just like, "What are we doing? Oh my gosh, like our defense is so good. Please let Bobby Slovic be gone. Oh my gosh, your defense is so good." So that was kind of funny. Like I said, I was at work all day from 7 to 6, so I just got I just got back home. So. Mm. Also, in case you don't know, I am also streaming the Commanders Buccaneers game Sunday night. Um, I thought I might do the Packers game, but I'm gonna spend instead of streaming that game, even though I kind of want to. I'm gonna focus um, on editing. I am like I'm so I say I'm so close to being done, but it's more so just editing is just taking up a lot of time. If for context, the normal time of allotted for doing a weekly penthouse basement video that I haven't done in a while because I've been kind of procrastinating is around 2 to 3 hours for uh, videoing that's changing out outfits and and recording and all that kind of stuff. Um, it depends on how long it takes to actually write out the thing. It can be kind of quick if things are hitting up pretty quickly, or it could be like a very long time. And then for editing takes the longest time, and that's what's really holding me up a little bit. So I'm hoping to finally get it out. I'm putting a limit on myself by at least, no, at the very most, Friday, and then I'm gonna combine the wild card and divisional into a road to the championship as just to make it a little bit easier on myself to as far as editing while also doing other stuff. So we first down 10 from the 30-yard line, actually the 20-yard line because it dropped the drop pass by Fryermuth because it dropped in the landing zone and it went out in the back of the end zone, so that is at the 20-yard line. Still kind of a weird uh, still kind of like a weird rule within the new rules. So I'm still kind of getting used to that. If it bounces in, then bounces out of the back, bounces out of the end zone. It's 20, but second down 10 from the 20-yard line after that drop by Fryermuth. Russell Wilson drops back a pass, throws across the middle. That's going to be to Washington, who is going to get very close, and they're going to mark about a yard short of the first down. Third down and 1. I got Warren in there now instead of Najee, and also got Justin Fields. So that was something that was being talked about. Justin Fields might get a little bit of looks here to give a little spark. So third and inches, Justin Field in the shotgun. Warren to his left, going to send Fryermuth in motion over to the right. And going to be a handoff to Warren, who's going to get the first down up to about the 33, 34-yard line. First down and 10 for the Steelers. Also, like I said, I picked the Ravens to win, but I'm not going to be upset if the Steelers win because then my sister will be happy. So at least there's that too. All right, first down 10 from the 33-yard line. Russell Wilson in shotgun formation with Najee Harris to his right. Play clock's at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Get a snap off. Drops back to pass. Has got time. Got plenty of time. Throws, and unfortunately, it is out of the reach of Mike Evans. Not Mike Evans. Mike Williams. Goodness gracious. Definitely not Mike Evans. Second down 10. 13:30 left to go in the first quarter. Like I said, Steelers need to start off at least getting like some points in the board, get a little bit of pressure. At least they're not coming out flat. So second down 10 from the 33-yard line. Russell Wilson under center with Najee Harris in the backfield. Going to be a handoff to him. He's going to try the right side and is going to get. He's pushing forward. I think they're going to give him about 4 or 5 yards there. Depends on the spot. It's third down and about 5. They're going to give him 4. Third down 6. 13:05 would go in the first quarter. Third and 6. Russell Wilson. And empty set. See here. Pickens to his right. Now going to bring Warren over to his right. Shotgun formation. Play clock's at 7, 6, 5. Gets snap off. Drops back a pass. It keeps on climbing the pocket. Gets up. Tries to run for the first down. Is going to get tackled by Kyle Van Noy, who's had an amazing season this year. And that is going to be fourth down for the Steelers. 12:30 left to go in the first quarter, and they have to punt the ball away. What's up, Dobie? How you doing? Yeah, like I said, I was responding to your comments you said earlier. I think there's a really good shot that you could. Obviously, Texans won. Ravens have a really good a chance of winning. I think the hardest one you're going to have is the Commanders and the Rams. Both those are kind of toss-ups for me. And both Luke and I differed on who we picked in both those games. Punt is away, and oh my gosh, it's a great punt. It's muffed at the 5-yard line, picked up by Tyler Warren. And that might be a no, it's not Tyler Warren. That's Sims. I'm surprised that wasn't a face mask, but he got returned to the 5-yard line. That was disastrous for the Ravens. Why? Okay. Look, I have never returned punts. You can take a look at me and know I've never returned punts. However, you got to have some kind of spatial awareness and understand if at one point you're going to try to catch right here, just let it go. Just let it go. Don't try to catch up here. If you're not catching it like this, don't try to catch it like here. That could have been disastrous. But it is going to be first down 10 for the first down 10 for the Ravens at about the 5-yard line. Crazy though. I'm out of the bar, but I want to stop and say hello. Okay, good. How are you? Those are, but the computer, Fortnite might know more than me. I'm doing pretty good. Like I said, I start an internship this upcoming week, so I'm super excited for that. And I'm super excited to. I'm so close to finally getting out the long video as far as trying to get back on track with the basement penthouse videos. I really am really proud of the script. I think people are really going to like it. I just wish that I was better on timing. That's one thing I need to get better on. But I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing really good, Dobie. So thank you for asking. And I hope you have fun at the bar. I looked at that Downy commercial. I had no idea what was going on. I've actually never played Fortnite. I was thinking about it. I was reading your thing. I've never played Fortnite. My friends have, but that's I was still technically part of the years where Fortnite first kind of started, but I just never got into it. Baja Blast. See a Baja Blast commercial. Just something about Baja Blast just tastes so good. It's definitely sugar, but I say that while I'm drinking a Sunkist. I don't know which I like better, Sunkist or Fanta. It depends on the mood. If I am having, if I'm just like a chill kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they were going to call it a face mask on Scarani, but they didn't call it. So I'm surprised by that. But it's been first down 10 for the 5-yard line. Lamar Jackson and Pitts are going to be handoff Derrick Henry. He's going to try right side, and he's going to get up to about the 9-yard line. So nice gain of 4 yards there. Second down and 6 from the 9. 11:46 left to go in the first quarter. First player with 4,000 passing yards and 900 rushing yards. That's kind of crazy. Plus, also that 41-4 interception touchdown ratio. That's like I'll talk about that in a little bit. Second down 6. False start there, unfortunately, for the Ravens. Also, I hate when they do that. I hate when like the coverage, what the like NFL coverage cuts to it like while the play's happening. But it was a false start anyways. So on Stanley, 11:25 to go the first quarter. It's going to be second down and what's it? Second down and 11. No, it's half distance. So 10. Basically, yeah, second down 10 and a half, pretty much. All right, they're in pistol once. Oh, no, sorry. Lamar Jackson under center, strong to the right. Now strong to the left. Going to be a handoff. No, actually, a play action pass. And Lamar's going to dump it off to Isaiah Likely up to the 10, up to the, I think they're going to give him about the 13-yard line. So it's going to be a nice gain of 8 yards. Third down and 2 for the Ravens. What's up, Manuel? Beautiful day to watch the MVP Lamar Jackson and some vintage chargering. Absolutely. Like I said, I was able to watch the Chargers game at my work because it was so dead. And that was kind of funny to watch. But it's really between Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, and you can have an argument for each one. I'm sure we'll talk about it a little bit into this game. Third down 2, Lamar Jackson, a shotgun formation, trips to the right with, looks like Hill to the left. Lamar's going to keep it, going to make a man miss. Oh, make another man miss. Great job. And down at about the 17-yard line for a first down. Like I said, Lamar should win it, but because of who's voting for the MVP, they're probably going to vote for Josh Allen, which I'm fine with because I picked Josh Allen at the beginning of the year. He's had an amazing year, but based on numbers, based on, the other criteria that we've usually used MVPs on, based on, not putting the ball in harm's way, all this other kind of stuff, Lamar should win it. But, yeah. Lamar drops back a pass, and is going to run, and he's going to, this technically not a sack. This is a 1-yard gain. So it'll be second down and 9 for the Ravens. Nice job there by Queen and also Benton. Glad to see the pent-up energy of choking escaped through the Chargers. Yeah, I wanted to believe. I wanted to believe the Chargers because the Texans, they were going into this game really, really harsh. Not really harsh. That's not the word I'm looking for. They were going into kind of sloppy, and the defense just showed up. The defense pretty much got the offense in check. Second down 9, going to be a keeper by Lamar. He's going to get to the 25, down by the 26-yard line. So it'll be third down and 1 for the Ravens. Nice job of Lamar there. And 9:05 to go in the first quarter. Third down and 1. Lamar Jackson quickly at the line. And that's going to be another keeper by Lamar Jackson on the right side up to the 30. Down about the 31-yard line. That's another first down for the Ravens. Lamar's right now is having a pretty good game. He's got himself 1 completion, Isaiah Likely, and a couple of good runs. But yeah, I really wanted the Chargers not to charger it, but yeah, some of it's on Herbert, some of it's like that one day through to Will Dissly, that one's not really on him, but I mean, they're going to need another wide receiver. I feel pretty confident they'll take one in the first round, or take one in the second round. I think Higgins from Iowa State is a really good second-round wide receiver, so who knows. Lamar keeps it again, tries off the right side, and is going to get up to about the 35-yard line, so nice gain of about, I would say about 4 yards there. A couple of flags, there's a little pushing and shoving going on, but they're not showing it. Actually, there's no flag. There was a lot of pushing and shoving going on. So second down and about 6. Yeah, it's not a late hit, so it's fine. Halfway through the game, I switched from not believing in the Texans to full hate watching the Chargers. Herbert turned into Kirk Cousins during the Chargers game, ironically. I don't know about Kirk Cousins, but it definitely wasn't pretty for sure. Second down and 6 from the 35-yard line. Lamar Jackson, shotgun formation, drops back a pass. Quick throws out to Mark Andrews, and that's going to be good enough for a first down from the 41-yard line. Ravens are rolling right now. uh, orange box things around my name. I did not know. Um, how do you do the orange box things around my name? I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea. Um, Chargers, Ravens, Bucks, Eagles, Bills, Vikings picked in ESPN. Oh, so you actually switched from what you did with the Fortnite thing. Okay, okay, I got you. First down, 10 for the 41-yard line. 7 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Lamar Jackson shotgun formation with Derrick Henry to his right. Hand off to Derrick Henry. He's going to try the middle. Get up to the 50. Up to about the 45-yard line. And that's going to be another first down for the Ravens. 6:50 left to go in the first quarter. Like I said, the Ravens are just dragging this clock down. They were started at the 5-yard line. Really good drive so far. And, I mean, Tyler Linderbaum just absolutely, like, blew up, or basically, like, allowed for that hole to happen. I love Linderbaum coming out, Iowa. I mean, he was going to be a stud. And, what was that, 2? No. Yes, 2 years ago, because Kyle Hamilton was 3 years ago. Shotgun formation for the 45-yard line. And that's going to be Derrick Henry. He's going to try the left side up to the 40, up to 35, 30, 25, 20. Oh my gosh, just stiff arms his former teammate. And that's going to be up to about the 12 or 13-yard line. Derrick Henry just stiff armed the mess out of Mika Fitzpatrick. First down 10 for the Ravens. My word. It was a wildcat formation. And Derrick Henry goes off to the left side. I mean, just like great job by him getting down there all the way down to the 13-yard line, just like absolutely just obliterates Mika Fitzpatrick. It's kind of funny to watch. All right, Lamar Jackson under center from the 13-yard line, drops back to pass. Has got plenty of time. Now is going to run out of time. He's going to throw it away, and that's going to be his first incompletion of the night. Second down 10. Orange box, yeah, I made my picks on Thursday, the same night I made the power rankings of the wildcard teams. Okay, gotcha. Whenever you said hello to me, my name is highlighted in orange Adobe. Oh, I did not know that. That's interesting. The day after I made my picks. Okay. Now I'm seeing it a little bit. That makes sense. I was like I said, I was confused. I've never seen the orange things. I have no idea about that. Second down 10 from the 12-yard line. Lamar Jackson shotgun formation, going to be a handoff Justice Hill, who's going to try to get outside and actually going to lose about 2 yards there. Back to the 14-yard line, third down and 12. 5:20 left to go in the first quarter, and third and 12 for the Ravens. Has had a really good drive so far, but it might stall out in the red zone, which would be, on brand for AFC North. All right, shotgun formation with Justice Hill to his left. Lamar Jackson drops back to pass. He's got plenty of time. Throws for the end zone, and it's going to be a touchdown for Rashad Bateman. That's 6-0 for the Ravens. 4:45 to go in the first quarter. I said it in the prediction. If Rashad Bateman can step up, then I feel really good about the Ravens' chances. Right there, finds a way to get open, as a touchdown for the Ravens. I rank the Texans as 12th this weekend. Oh, I wouldn't put them at. Yeah, I wouldn't have put them at 12th. That's yeah. Well, I wouldn't have put him that high. I wouldn't put him as. I would probably put him at 10th. I probably would have put them at 10th though, legitimately. Kick is up and extra point is good by Justin Tucker. That's 7-0 for the Ravens. I mean, okay. Let's see. I'm gonna do a quick power ranking. I don't usually do power rankings because like they can change on a dime, and then you'll say it one week and they'll be like, "Oh, look what you said this week," and I don't like doing power rankings. But if I would do power rankings for the wild card teams before the playoffs, I would put. I'm gonna go ahead and put the Texans at 10, and as far as like the other 4 teams behind them, I'll put Broncos, just based off like I guess you could do matchup and also based off talent. Steelers at 14 because they're coming in really bad. Broncos at 13. I would put Uh, I probably put the Packers at 12. I believe in the Packers, but they have a really tough matchup. Um, and then 11, I probably nah 11. I probably put the Texans, and then I put the Chargers at 10 because I did have the Chargers winning. So you're not that far off. You're not that far off. I mean, like, do I think that the Texans will have a run? No, because like I said, their offense just still was not doing very well. It definitely benefited from their defense stepping up. So if everything goes well for the remaining home AFC teams, is there a shot that the Texans could, like, make it very rough for the Chiefs? Absolutely. But I still wouldn't. I still wouldn't pick them. I think it'll be a close game because I think the defense can like definitely keep them in any game that they play. But that offense is just it's still concerning. Like what I was saying earlier, Luke was texting me throughout the game because, like I said, I was at work, and he was like, it was all like praising the defense. What is going on with our offense? Thank the Lord that we have Nico Collins. I love Derek Shingley so much. That was pretty much like how it was. Pretty much the whole entire time I was at work. I wonder if it's just when you type someone's full username, is it highlighted if I say Dobie46? Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know about the highlight. I never experienced that. That is interesting. Hmm. All right. So Justin Tucker on the boost ball away. Let's see if the Steelers can do a little better on their next drive. Like I said, at least they didn't go three now, so there's a positive. But still, if the Steelers have any shot, they have to get something on offense. All right, first down 10 from the 30-yard line. 4:45 to go in the first quarter. I do want to go to Baltimore, man. I want to go to the Baltimore Ravens game. That seems so much fun. All right, Russell Wilson in our center with Warren in the backfield. Going to be a handoff to Warren. Actually, a flea flicker, and Russell Wilson fakes the throw and is going to get sacked for a 4-yard loss. And that is Michael Pierce, the big man from Sanford. Dude, so the little side tangent. Um, Thinking back to like the Panthers video, like I've also had like that script come together. The 2015, what was it? 2015, yeah, 2015 Sanford defense with James Bradbury and Michael Pierce is something to really think about. Like yeah, the humongous man of Michael Pierce, and also when James Bradbury was really good before he got kind of washed. That's an amazing defense. Second down and 13. Russell Wilson steps up in the pocket, throws to not Tyler Warren, to Warren up to about the 33-yard line. So it'll be third down and about 7. I wonder if the Chargers chargering means that they sacrifices themselves and the rest of the games will just be chalk. Who knows? I don't know. Okay, I wouldn't say the Rams Vikings is chalk, and I wouldn't say the uh, Bucks Commanders are chalk. But I think the other ones could be. The other ones could be, but wild card, anything can happen. Third down 7. Russell Wilson in shotgun formation with Warren to his left. Drops back to pass. And he's going to pressure, throws, and it's going to be caught, and it's going to be short, though. Fryermuth. And that's going to be fourth and about 2. Nice shot by Marlon Humphrey and also Washington. Oh, no, actually, sorry, Nate Wiggins, number 2, out of Clemson. And that's going to be a 3 and out for the Steelers. 2:57 left to go in the first quarter. It's still 7-0, and the Steelers have to punt once again. That's... Don't like that. A little bit of high snap. Still gets it away. and gonna be a nice bounce back for the Ravens. Oh, well, actually, no, technically it's still good for the Steelers, but almost right out of the back of the end zone, like almost hit at the 5 yard line, bounce back. So it'll be first down, temper about the 15. Commies beating the Bucks is the only acceptable outcome of that game. I refuse to see any other outcome. Commies by a million. Yeah. Okay. I'm with you on that, Emmanuel. I don't want the Bucks to win, and I did kind of say that in the episode. It's a little bit of a hater in me now because I'm starting to hate the Bucks. I used to not hate the Bucks because I was like, you know what, they've been bad for a very long time, most of the time of my fandom. So I was okay with them being good. Now them winning the division 4 times in a row, I'm like, no. I was like, okay, now I can't just be, you know, happy with you just winning all the time. Even though I like Mike Evans, I like Baker Mayfield, I love Bucky Irving. I can't be happy with your success in my division. So yeah, but also I think the Commanders have a really good shot, and also the Commanders' last win was in 2005 against the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers with Cadillac Williams as the rookie running back, Auburn legend. Um, and the cope is messing with me. Absolutely, I feel the same as everybody. It's like, well, with you it's a little bit harder because you actually had a shot at the division. It would have been a surprise if we had to win the division. So, uh, but I think I think the injuries are going to be a very big concern for the Bucks Commies game. I think it's going to be a shootout. I think that I said it like I said in the video. I think Frankie Louva versus Bucky Irvin is going to be a very very important matchup. Because if Bucky Irvin can get rolling, they'll make Baker Mayfield more comfortable. They'll make Mike Evans and his matchup against Marcus Lattimore. That's gonna be a huge ordeal as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the game plays out. I'm excited to stream it because that's the game I'll be streaming tomorrow night. So I'm hoping it's gonna be a really good game. My name isn't in gray box. Interesting. Like I said, for me, it just shows up as gray. Like you're just grayed out of gray box. No defense would play in Tampa. Absolutely. Oh, illegal touching. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So that helps out the Ravens a little bit. So 2:34 left to go in the first quarter. First down 10 for the Ravens. At the was it? Is this going to be the 20 yard line? Yeah, I think it's at the 20. See, I love most players in the Bucks. I just wish they played not around me or my division. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh, the second longest touchdown drive in playoff history. That's kind of cool. That 95-yard touchdown for the Ravens, the second longest. All right, first down 10. It's gonna be handoffs to Derrick Henry. He gets tied up by his shoelaces, and that's gonna be Roberts with a stop for a 1 yard gain. Second down and 9 from the 21-yard line to 22 left to go in the first quarter. Yeah, like I said, I've said it multiple times. For the most part, they have not been good in my lifetime, but not my lifetime, but my NFL fandom. Now they have kind of been consistently good. I'm gonna be a little bit of a hater. Not gonna be as much as a hater as I am with the Saints and Falcons, but still a little bit. Second down and 9. Lamar Jackson drops by the pass, gonna be caught, and that's gonna be to number 6, up to about the 26-yard line, and that's gonna be Miller. Is that Anthony Miller? No, that can't be Anthony Miller. It is Anthony Miller. Oh my gosh. Uh, Memphis legend. Third down and 4 from the 26-yard line. 135 left on the first quarter. Derrick Henry's in there with Lamar Jackson in the backfield. To his right. Drops back to pass. He's got time. Floats it, and it's going to be caught by Isaiah Likely up to the 50, down to the 49-yard line. First down for the Ravens. Isaiah Likely, go off. Dude, I love Isaiah Likely, dude. Coastal Carolina. When he got picked in the third round, I felt pretty good about him last year. Picked him up late. Worked out for me then. Picked him in fantasy this year too. It worked out really well for me as well because nobody was talking about him. Dude, I mean, if Mark Andrews get hurt or like something happens, like he is going to be another great tight end for them. and Todd Monken's system, I mean, that's amazing. First down 10, a pistol formation. Lamar Jackson's going to scramble, get about 2, though. So it'll be second down and 8, 40 seconds left to go in the first. If Mike Evans or Baker Mayfield wasn't on any other team, I would love them. I just have to hate them because they bully the Falcons in the division standings. At least we swept them, but that's just code. Yeah, like I said, Mike Evans. I mean, eventually I'm going to make a video of like the top 10 players that I hated but respected. Mike Evans is absolutely on that list. Baker, I'd never really hated playing against Baker. And I still haven't gotten to that point yet. I might eventually, but I haven't gotten to that point yet. I hated playing against Mike Evans. I knew he would just go off against us. That's going to be a screen to Justice Hill, and that's not going to work out at all. We're going to lose about 3 there, so we third down and 11 when we come back from the first. That's the end of the first quarter. 7-0. Ravens are up. Obviously, Ravens had that 95-yard touchdown drive, and the Steelers have just had nothing offensively. They had 1 first down, and that was it. So hopefully the Steelers can get a stop, and they can have something on offense. And so far, it's been all Ravens. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit before I can really hate the Bucs, unless like something like really happens. But like for me, it's just mainly been Saints and Falcons because obviously where I'm from, closer to Falcons fans, they're the ones that dogged me a lot in 2015, and then I gotta say like, their downfall in 2016. And then Saints is because it's been like early years. It was us versus Saints was huge. Us versus Falcons were huge because also King was from Atlanta as well, so it was like a hometown kid. College Park still. So that is why like I have such hatred for those division rivals and not so much for the Bucs. But yeah, I did technically hate Jameis Winston for a good little bit, but that's just for Florida State reasons. So, but what was I gonna say? But yeah, so like because it was a toss up, I also went with the Commanders there, and then I feel like I don't think the Vikings are frauds. I'm not gonna. I didn't say that, but I do think that the Rams' defensive line can get to Sam Darnold, could put a little more pressure on. Obviously, the Rams' offense has not been doing well the last couple of weeks, but I'm going to have faith in Sean McVay to get it on track, and that it's going to they're actually going to win. Now I could be wrong, and the Vikings could end up winning, and then it'll be more than likely Vikings, Eagles, and then Lions and Commanders. And my scenario if the Commanders win, which would be, to be fair, that would be an amazing divisional. Having the Vikings go against the Lions, the Vikings go against the Eagles, and then the Lions going against the Commanders, where Jaden Daniels gets his first playoff win. They finally break the streak they haven't won since 2005. Like that would be fun. That would be kind of a fun divisional. Like I said, I've said this multiple times before. Like the NFC playoffs is really really fascinating because all the different records and all that kind of stuff. Like a lot of them are really good teams. AFC is still good, but AFC has been the one that's been the main one that people have focused on for a couple of years now, and then now it's kind of shifted to the NFC. So, third down 12 from the 49-yard line. Lamar Jackson in shotgun formation. Drops back to pass. Is going to throw it out to Justice Hill. Is going to get up to about the 50. Puts on the brakes, and it's going to get up to about the 45-yard line. But nice job by Deshaun Elliott. Stopping him, and it's going to be fourth down and, what was it? About 5? I think it was like fourth down and 5 from about the 45. I was a big Baker Mayfield since he was on the Rams. I remember watching Benchwarmer Brand talking about Baker in a prediction vid last year, talking about how he wasn't better than Kyle Trask. Ooh, that's bad. See, I like Benchwarmer Brand. He's pretty good, really good with like the shorts. But that's I was not assuming that down that low. Punt is away, almost gets blocked, and is going to be out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So we first down 10 for the 20 for the Steelers. I would not put I was not that low on Baker because I absolutely had no faith in Kyle Trash. I will call him Kyle Trash because he was at Florida. Um, I did not have faith in him coming out of the draft. I was surprised he was a second round pick. But that's I didn't know about that with a bench where we ran. Um, they are regular season merchants, definitely. Was it about the Steelers that makes them? Oh, what is it about the Steelers that just makes them hate everything once they reach the threshold of like 10 wins? I don't know. I like I said, I was low on them this year because I had them like lose. I haven't had them lose all in the back half of the season. I should have known that wasn't going to happen, but I did have them have on like a slide. So I was right about that. They had a losing streak going into the end of the season, but I did not have it right where they still would win 10 games. I should have known. I should have known. I did last year where I was like they're going to win 10 games, of course they are, but I don't know. First down 10 for the 20-yard line. Russell Wilson under shotgun under center, sorry, with Najee Harris in the backfield. Hands off Najee Harris, and he's going to get about 5 yards there. Nice gain. Actually, they're going to mark it 4 yards, so it'll be second down and 6 for the Steelers. 13:55 to go in the second half. No, sorry. I was going to say first half, then I said second quarter. Goodness gracious. Second and 5 is like 5.5. Russell Wilson under center with Najee Harris in the backfield. Like I said, Hayward in motion. Going to be hand off to Najee Harris, who's going to get tackled by, I think that's Washington. Yes, it is. Washington with the tackle number 96, and that's going to be only a 2-yard gain. So it'll be third down and about 3.5 yards. But yeah, I think like the Steelers have talent, and obviously I like Mike Tomlin as a head coach, but it really comes down to sometimes just their offense is just not there, and they don't get dynamic play callers. They get Arthur Smith. They had Matt Canada for forever. So third down 2. Russell Wilson throws out. It's gonna be a first down. Ooh, it depends on where he marks them. I think they're gonna mark him short. It's gonna come down to a little push and shoving going on, but I think they're going to mark Freiermuth just short of the first down. Yeah, it's going to be fourth in inches. Of course, it's going to be replayed just to make sure, but let's see here. That is actually a. It's close, but I don't think it's going to be changed. And punt is away. The third punt for the Steelers so far. And it is going to get about the 15 to 16-yard line. Down by Skoronski. So 12:05 to go second quarter. So Ravens 7-0. And they will start off with the ball. First down 10 for the 15-yard line. Great job by Washington. That's Washington out of TCU, number 29. I liked him coming out. He's developed really well in the Ravens scheme. See here, Mike Thomas' deal with the devil expires after getting above 500. Everything before 500 is devil magic. Everyone after Thomas trying his hardest. That sounds about right. That I wouldn't be surprised. I'm a Gators fan, but Trash should have been a 6th-round pick. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, though. I think you said it before you were a Gators fan. Yeah, Trask. Okay. Trask had weapons at Florida. Obviously, it was also 2020, but he did a number on our defense in 2020. Derek Brown, like that was the Derek Brown year where he had that fumble return. Unfortunately, got tripped up by the field, but also Bo Nix did not play well that game. I just couldn't have faith in him. And then also that what the bowl game, was it Oklahoma or was it Michigan? I feel like it was Oklahoma that they played in 2020, and it was just awful. It was so bad. It was one of the games where I was just like, okay, I really don't feel good about him now because like just his decision making was terrible. Um, what's the connection between Bears and Gators? Oh, that's for Dobie. Let me check and see which game that was. Was that? I gotta see if that was. So would that have been 2021 technically? Because that would have been the tournament. I was going to do 2020 Gators. That would show for sure. But I remember that game specifically, that bowl game specifically. Yeah, Oklahoma, 55-20. Like Kyle Trask was 16 for 28, 158, and three picks. Like no touchdowns, nothing, three picks. And then it's also kind of funny to seeing this. Emory Jones, 8 for 16, 86 yards, and Anthony Richardson was 1 for 1 for 27 yards and a touchdown. Because 2021 was that year where they were flipping back and forth, Emory Jones and Anthony Richardson. Damian Pierce is on here. I mean, let's look here. So, because they had Damian Pierce, Kyle Pitts, and Kyle Pitts didn't play that game, but it was Damian Pierce, Kyle Pitts, and was it Kadarius Toney? Is that who else I'm thinking of? I was thinking about the SEC championship game. Yep, Kadarius Toney, Kyle Pitts. Yep. That's right. When Kadarius Toney was so thought to be a good player, so I missed that play. Sorry about that. I think it's second down for Lamar Jackson. Yeah, pick up 1 yard. Second down, 9 from the 16-yard line. Shotgun formation for him. Just still to his right. Drops back to pass. Now going to be running. Gets up to the 20, up to about the 24-yard line. He's going to be about a yard short of that first down marker. Third down and 1. Sorry, Lamar, you did not get the first down. He thinks he did, but he did. I think W, you said it before, like you're from Florida. That's the Florida connection. I forgot about the Bears, what the Bear connection was. Like I said, it's been a little bit since we talked about it, but I feel like I remember that. Third and inch is going to be a tight end sneak with Mark Andrews, and he gets about 2 yards there. First down 10 for the Ravens at about the 27. Looks about the 27-yard line. All right, 10:35 that goes the second quarter. So first down 10 for the Ravens, 7-0. And it looks like the Ravens are going to bring in another offensive lineman. A little jumbo package. Lamar Jackson under center with Derrick Henry in the backfield. Going to send Ricard into motion. Going to be handoff. It's going to be a counter. Gets to the 30. Up to the 35-yard line. Down to about the 36. And it'll be second down in inches for the Ravens. I mean, they're just going at the Steelers right now. All right, second down inches for the Ravens. Well, it says second down 2. It's like second down 1. Lamar Jackson in shotgun formation going to be handoff to. They're actually going to be keeping it, and he is going to. He got almost the first down. It's going to be third and inches. Peyton Wilson tried to rip that ball away. I love Gators. Dobie, I love Gators. There's something about a Gator. If you see a Gator up close and personal, I ain't messing with it. I'm not messing with a Gator. There was Gators in Eufaula where I have some family. Mm-mm. Lamar Jackson going to be handed to Derrick Henry. He's going to get the first down up to about the 39-yard line. That's another first down for the Ravens. Alex Brown was my favorite player that played for both the Gators and the Bears. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Alex Brown was... Was Alex Brown before my time? Well, not I'll say. I don't want to age you. Sorry, Dobie. Alex Brown, I don't recognize the name. But I keep on thinking of Mike Brown, and that's not the correct Brown for the Bears defense. But I didn't technically get into the NFL until 2011. But I still know some of the other NFL. Going to be handoff to Derrick Henry, who's going to get about 2 yards there. Second down and 8. Second is Shane Matthews. I don't mind a Major Wright, so he's third. Major Wright, that's the name. Yeah, Major Wright was the safety. He got a little shout out in the Swamp Kings because he got that huge hit in the national title game. Algebra played with Mike Brown. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Like I said, I just know Mike Brown for the but he had two. He had two picks, four touchdowns in back-to-back games as a false start for Ronnie Stanley. So it's gonna be second down and 13 for the Ravens. Gators are pretty cool. Kyle Pitts. Yeah, no, he has not been what the Falcons were hoping for. But who knows? Hopefully, him and Michael Penix can form a connection over the offseason. All right, second down and 13 for the 36-yard line. Lamar Jackson drops back to pass. He's got plenty of time and is going to evade the pressure. Going to get up to about the 40, up to the 45, up to the 50, up to the 45-yard line, down to about the 46-yard line. However, there's a penalty flag. What's the penalty on? And Lamar's kind of getting up a little bit slow. That's not good. I think he's okay, though. I think he's okay. Holding on the defense, so it's going to be declined. Oh, out of the end of the run. So, oh, crap. So, it was at the 40, about 45-yard line. So, out at the end, it was Joey Porter Jr. with the defensive holding on Tylan Wallace. Oh, he absolutely was. Absolutely. Goodness gracious. Come on, Joey Porter. Yes, back-to-back games against Sanford and Cleveland. Exactly. Like I said, I remember a little bit because of just doing my research on the Browns defense. But yeah. All right, so we first down 10 from about the 39.5-yard line. Lamar Jackson shotgun formation, drops back to pass, and rolls out to his right, and is going to get up to about the 36, 37-yard line. All right, so let me check and see, because if it reminds me, let's see, Alex Brown, because I don't know why I remember that name. 79, he would have been at Florida during. Okay, no, it's 2002. Okay, never mind. He would have been there when Rex Grossman was there. That's another Florida quarterback, another Florida player. Now that I think about it, there's been a couple of Florida, especially those early Florida teams going to the Bears. That makes sense. Lamar Jackson keeps it on second down and 7 and is going to get the first down up to about the 26, 27-yard line. First down 10, 6:05. Let it go in the second quarter. Still 7-0, but the Ravens are in field goal range. Yeah, so Rex Grossman was from, let's see, 2000. No. That might have been Rex Grossman. Because Rex Grossman was all the way to 2000 and I think 3 or 4. Going to be handoff Derrick Henry. He's going to get up to about the 26, 25-yard line. Nice gain of about 3 yards there. We second down 7. Mike Brown missed 4 games in his first 4 years. In his last 4 years for Chicago, he was only able to play in 4 games. Oh, that stinks. Like I said, Mike, I just remember that was a crucial part, talking about the Bears defense, kind of leading them, because Rex Grossman was the quarterback. I just remember there are certain things that I remember not watching personally, but Auburn versus Florida games. From the 25-yard line, can be tossed out to Derrick Henry. He's going to try the left side. Gets up to the 20, up to the 15, up to the 10, down to the 9-yard line. And that's going to be first and goal for the Ravens. 4:44 left to go in the second quarter. This is just not good for the Steelers. I mean, Steelers defense has got to be tired. I mean, they've been on the field for most of this game. Let me actually look up and see their time of possession. It's got to be crazy because, the Steelers have been punting, and the Ravens have had a 95-yard touchdown drive, and then now this. So let's see here. What is that time of possession? Good Lord. Okay. Derrick Henry gets the handoff and is going to get in the end zone for a touchdown. His first touchdown for the Ravens in the playoffs, and that's going to be 13-0. The time of possession right now is 17:09 for the Ravens, 7:15 for the Steelers. And there's a good shot. Oh, it just updated. So 17:51. It just updated. So legitimately, if the Steelers don't get anything on this next drive, like the Ravens could potentially get close to 20 minutes in the first half alone. That's crazy. All right, just Tucker on to kick this extra point, and it is going to be up and good. So we'll be 14-0, 4:09. Let's go in the second quarter. All right, that actually kind of reminds me. I got to look it up. I'm going to do Auburn versus Florida games because I vaguely feel like we won in 2001 against the Gators. Either that or it was 2000, but I can't remember exactly. I just remember watching the highlights of the game. Obviously, I remember more of 2006 and 2007 Auburn versus Florida. Let's see here. Yes, 2001 Auburn beat number 1 Florida 23-20, and then you beat us in 2002. So 2000 you won in the SEC championship game and in the regular season, and then we upset number 1 Florida. That's what I remember. And then obviously they showed 2006, 2007, 2011. I remember that game. That was a crappy game in 2011. But yeah. U-Tree is turning into the Yinzer Mobile right now. Oh, gosh. Turning in the Yinzer Mobile. Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. As far as, like, the major sports YouTubers, like, I watch Urinaturing a lot. I love his, like, Haters Guide. He does a really good job. And, like, his videos. I watch Scooter sometimes, but I couldn't consistently watch Scooter because sometimes like you can only handle so much delusion. And obviously like Tom Grossi and Brandon Perna, but like it is very true with the Yinzer thing of just like feeling like oh my gosh this is gonna be our year, and I'm just like but it's not as bad as the Dallas Cowboys, but it can still be kind of serious, but. The fact they were 10-3, man. They were 10-3. You end the regular season 10-7, and then you had to go against the Ravens, and it's just been rough. That's man. I kind of feel bad also for my sister. She like I said, she's a Steelers fan, but I don't necessarily remember when she became a Steelers fan. So there's a good shot that she has never seen the Steelers win a playoff game. So the last time they won was 2016. And I don't think she was a fan back then. I have a feeling she's been a fan since 2018. I might be wrong because I haven't actually asked her when she became a fan. I just know that she was like one of the days I asked her I was like, are you a fan of any NFL team? She's like, yeah, I'm a fan of the Steelers. She's like, I have been. And I was like, oh, okay, but yeah, returned about the 3-yard line, up to the 10 to the 15, 20, and Patterson's going to get up to 25, down to about the 29-yard line. So nice return. First down 10 for the Steelers. Steelers are the AFC Cowboys, yeah. Like I said, I want to kind of put the Steelers and the Saints in a kind of same category as far as like not changing. They kind of stick with their ways, but no, it's still a little bit different. But yeah, Steelers and the Cowboys as far as like always expecting to be in Super Bowl talks, even though your team might not even be close to that. Russell Wilson fires it out to George Pickens, his first catch of the day, up to about the 36, 37-yard line. So, nice gain of about 7 yards. They're going to be second down and 3 from the 36, 37-yard line. I think it's 36. 3:45 to go in the second quarter. Actually, they gave him 8 yards. Okay. Second down two. Shotgun formation for Russell Wilson and with Warren to his left. Trips to the right. Drops back to pass. And he's going to dump it off to Warren, who's going to get the first down up to about the 42-yard line. First down 10 for the Steelers. 3:26 left to go in the second quarter. Yeah, it's bad. Like I said, the Steelers have talent. They just gotta get they gotta get the quarterback situation under control. Justin Fields in to give a little bit of a spark. Sorry about that. Third down 10, and shotgun formation with Warren to his right. Justin Fields actually going to try to throw and throws it away. Almost got sacked. Was able to throw it away. Good for him. Third down and 1. Second down and 10. Yeah. Okay. Come on, Steelers. Do something. I don't expect you to win. That's fine, but just make it competitive. All right, second down 10. Russell Wilson in shotgun formation with looks like Warren to his right. 3:01 on the clock. Going to be handoff to Warren, who is going to get. I got a little bit. Fought for about a yard too, so it'll be third down and about 9. 2:48 remaining in the second quarter. Third down 8, shotgun formation. Russell Wilson's got Warren to his right. And there is a timeout that is called by the Ravens. I mean, legitimately, the Ravens can get this ball back after if they stop him here. With 2 timeouts, the 2-minute warning. Well, probably no, they'll let it go for a little bit. But I don't know, dude. I legitimately thought this year's would come out with a little more fight, but no. But who knows? Third down 8. Let's see what happens. That stadium looks so cool, dude. I want to go to the Ravens. I do want to go to the Ravens Stadium. I said it before. I want to go to Baltimore. I want to go to Detroit. That sounds fun. Third down 8 from the 44-yard line. Shotgun formation with Warren to his left. Bunch to the right. Russell Wilson drops back to pass. And is going to take a moon ball. And is going to try to go for Pickens. That's a push off. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Pickens, you pushed off. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. He pushed off on Kyle Hamilton. Offense, yep. Let's see. Did he actually have to push off? Because there's a shot he could have had. He could have, actually had to push off. No, he pushed off on Orlando Humphrey. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see here. I don't necessarily think that he had to be able to catch the ball, but it definitely didn't help. All right, so third down 18 instead of a first down. Shotgun formation with Warren to his left. If they do a screen here. Oh my gosh, they do a screen here. Russell Wilson in shotgun formation. Draws back to pass. And it's going to check it down to Freiermuth up to the 40 and down to the 43-yard line. Going to the 2-minute warning, and the fourth down will be for the Steelers. Man, dude, 4-0. Ravens versus Steelers. And the Ravens will have 2 timeouts and basically a 2-minute drive. I mean, Steelers are going outside if this is going to continue within this game. That's disappointing. That's very disappointing. If the Ravens finish out the rest of the fourth quarter, they will have a little shy under 2 minutes. A shy under 20 minutes in this game. That's time possession. That's how badly they have dominated this game. This is bad. finally showing life. Steelers aren't showing life. The Ravens are showing life. The Steelers are on, you know, right now they're compression. They're trying to get pushed back to life. Like okay, I said it before. You gotta get George Pickens involved, and you gotta be able to run the ball. And so far, they try to get George Pickens involved. There's a nice catch for 8 yards, and then a nice moon ball. How he pushed off, because of course he did. But like the Steelers' offense just has been so abysmal the last couple of games that if they aren't able to run the ball, George Pickens is not involved, then that's the reason why it's been looking so bad. And it's just the same exact thing. It's just, like I truly thought that the Steelers had a shot because of everything that was there. Everything of the fact of like um you have Zay Flowers is out, so your defense that has been good this year has the upper hand. I said if Rashad Bateman can can come through, then that's going to help out this Ravens offense. But who knows? And I was hopeful for the offense, just at least being competent, not even having to be you know world beaters, but you haven't even passed midfield. You haven't even gotten 10 minutes, or basically got close to about 10 minutes in the game. Your defense has been on the field for most of the first half, and it's going to continue into the second half because guess what? The Ravens start off with the ball. The Steelers had one first down in their first drive. They start off with the ball. If the Ravens score here, they will also start off in the second half on a roll. Like that's my thing. Like if I'm the Steelers, you have to get a turnover here. You have to have something happening, something positive. Getting a 3-and-out, getting the offense back on the field. Hopefully something happens, but it hasn't happened. And your defense is going to be like absolutely gassed by the end of the game if that continues to happen. The only reason why I'm frustrated is because I want this to be a good game. I want this to be a really good game, but the Steelers have not hold up their end of the bargain. 14-0. Shotgun formation from Lamar from the 10-yard line with Derrick Henry to his left. Going to be a handoff to Derrick Henry. He's going to try the left side. Going to get up to about the 12, maybe the 13-yard line. Nice gain of 3 yards. Second down and 7. 1:43 remaining in the second quarter. I can see it just as overrated as the Cowboys, yep. Speaking of overrated, I can't believe Notre Dame is in the national championship game. I can't believe it either. But there are some talks, I won't name who, that is saying that Notre Dame does not deserve where they're at. I'm not going so far as to say that yet, but I can also see their point. Second down 7. Lamar Jackson going to be another handoff to Derrick Henry. He's going to try the left side and gets up to about the 17-yard line. Nice gain there. It's going to be second down and 3. 1:08 remaining in the second quarter, and the Steelers call their first timeout. 1:08 left to go in the first half. Okay. Here is my thought on the Notre Dame versus Ohio State game. Obviously, storyline kind of fun. Marcus Freeman, who's the head coach for Notre Dame, was at Ohio State from 2004 to 2008. In his time at Ohio State did not win the national championship. However, they went twice. Lost twice to Florida and then also LSU. So he couldn't win the big game at Ohio State. His first coaching gig, Ohio State graduate assistant, 2010, has a shot. Like a lot of people are like clamoring for him when he's doing really well at Cincinnati. Doesn't get the job. That's technically a storyline that happens. Then gets a job at Notre Dame as a DC. Becomes the head coaching job. Gets the head coaching job because Brian Kelly leaves for LSU. Obviously, this year, them losing to Northern Illinois is like, oh my gosh, the same thing that happened. the previous year where they lost previous not previous year but the year before that where they lost to Marshall and like all this kind of stuff, and they're able to come back. Yes, they don't play in a conference, which is still wild to me. They're still allowed to do that, whatever. Um, and they have to go against. They have a pretty easier path going in forward as far as going against Penn State, as far as going against Georgia, compared to going against like a Texas or whatnot. Do I think that they're frauds? No. I think there's some really stinking good players on that Notre Dame team, especially in the secondary, that I'm eager to see how they match up well against Ohio State's wide receivers. Ohio State is a very, very good team, and obviously you can see that in the path they've taken there. They absolutely mollywopped Oregon. They beat Texas, even though Texas had a little bit of a shot near the end. And they was it? Yeah. So, and also, of course, they absolutely destroyed Tennessee. So they had a hard path. They deserve to be in. I'm not going to say that Notre Dame doesn't deserve to be in. Obviously, the seeding and all that kind of stuff, it is what it is. But I ultimately believe that Ohio State is going to win. I hope that they don't, but it's okay if they do. I don't really care either way. But I'm just hopeful it's going to be a good game. And Rashad Bateman with a heck of a catch up to the 25-yard line, first down 10 for the Ravens. Like I said, if Rashad Bateman can pull through, he's got a touchdown already and a very crucial first down. Lamar Jackson drops back a pass, rolls out to his right, and is going to throw across his body, and that's going to be up to Nelson Aguilar, up to about the 47-yard line of the Steelers. 42 seconds remaining, and that's a timeout, the second one for the Ravens. They have one timeout remaining, 42 seconds left to go in the second quarter, up 14-0, and on the 47-yard line of the Steelers. That's pretty good. Pretty good by Lamar there. Like I said, very risky to kind of throw across your body, but I mean when he's wide stinging open, they're showing it right now. Yeah, pretty much, I mean just wide stinging open with blockers around too. But like I said, I don't. Notre Dame is well, I'm gonna say was one of the top 12 teams, deserve to be in. However, are they, in my opinion, they'll be near the bottom as far as national championship contender actually making it to the national title. Like as far as like overall teams that's played in the national championship, they're probably a little bit lower in my list, but they still technically have a shot. I don't think it's gonna be a blowout. Hopefully, Lamar Jackson throws and it's gonna be caught, and that's gonna be inbounds, and that is Miller. And Joey Porter Jr. is going. That's a flag. How is that not a flag? Okay, hold on a second. He is holding him down. That should be a flag. The Ravens had called their last timeout with 36 seconds remaining. Okay, hold on a second. Ref. If he is holding onto the ball to keep the wide receiver down, that should be a delayed game penalty on the defense. Just saying. That seemed a little bit like you probably should have. You started intervening and then you were like, "Oh, I'm not gonna throw a flag." You more likely should have thrown a flag there. But it is what it is. Ravens call a timeout. But yeah, like I said, but yes, I do think that some people are overrating the Notre Dame team as like a team of destiny, that kind of thing. I don't think it's gonna be like that. I think that Ohio State just is absolutely the more talented team, and ultimately they're probably going to win. But I would absolutely love it if they just once again don't come through in the championship game. But who knows? Because I could finally get Ryan Day, like that monkey off his back, of finally winning one. Second down 6 from the 44-yard line. Lamar, deep drop. Step in the pocket, throws to Mark Angel at the 35, or the 30, to the 25, and out of bounds to about 24-yard line with 28 seconds remaining in the second quarter. And it's going to be first down 10 for the Ravens. What a catch! Am I behind? Am I behind? I might be behind. It's a good catch by Mark Andrews. A good catch and run. All right, first down and 10. 28 seconds remain. Sorry about that. 24-yard line. Lamar Jackson in shotgun formation. Going to send Isaiah Likely into motion. And Jackson throws as we call Isaiah Likely. Oh my gosh! An amazing stiff arm up to the 4-yard line. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. And it's going to be spiked at the 11 seconds left to go in the second quarter. Isaiah Likely is a dog. I mean, absolutely just obliterated number 20. My word. Dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's funny to see. That is so funny to see, dude. Oh man. Oh my gosh. They're showing the yardage right now. 17 plays for Pittsburgh, 60 yards. 40 plays for the Ravens, 304 yards. From the 5-yard line, I think I call a timeout for the Steelers. Yeah. They got to put back at 11 seconds on the clock. Don't know why it's at 3. What the heck's... Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. Okay, whatever. So timeout by the Steelers. Dude. They gotta replay that. Show that play again. Man, that was an amazing stiff arm by Isaiah Likely. My word. Showing it right now. Henry, 13 rushes, 100 yards and a touchdown. Lamar, 12-14, 139 and a touchdown. Dude. Like, so Mark Andrews was part of the 2018 draft class. He wasn't as old as Hayden Hurst, but he was, I think, is Mark Andrews 28 or 29? For some reason, I feel like he was 22 when it came out. So I feel like he's either 28 or 29. So, like, technically, you're basically mentoring as a likely to be your replacement. Shotgun formation, going to send Rashad Bateman into motion over to the right. Lamar drops back a pass, is getting pressure. Tries to avoid the sack. You got to throw Lamar. Dumps it off to Justice Hill, and that's going to be a touchdown. Justice Hill, Lamar Jackson's second touchdown of the first quarter. 2 seconds remain, and that's going to be 20-0 Ravens. Lamar kind of concerned me there a little bit. I was like, hey, don't take a sack. But able to score, and that's the second 90-plus yard drive. They started at the 10-yard line, and once again, a great drive by Lamar and the Ravens. I mean, like, if it goes to Josh Allen, I'm not going to be mad, but it should be Lamar's. They're shouting MVP right now. I mean, it's got to be. And Lamar has already gone to the locker room. I mean, it's like 2 seconds, just fine. Dude. Oh, man. I will say this just as a caveat. I've talked about it before how technically my second and third teams was the Ravens and Lions because when I was deciding who I wanted to become a fan of, ended up going with the Panthers because of Cam, but it could have been the Lions because of Nick Fairley or Josh Bynes because or the Ravens for Josh Bynes. Kick us up is good, obviously. 21-0, and Hayward's kind of walking gingerly to the locker room. That's not good. But if it's the Ravens versus Lions, I don't know who I'm going to be choosing to win. That's going to be rough. Trying to pick Lamar or the Lions. Oh, dude. That would be rough. I would rather it be Bills versus Lions. I'd rather be Bills versus Lions because even though I like the Bills, I could easily go for the Lions. But dude, I mean, Steelers are not showing up, but the Ravens are absolutely just a gauntlet right now. I really hope that the Bills don't mess it up and they beat the Broncos because like Ravens Bills divisional game is going to be amazing, and I think that like the Chiefs Texans could be a good divisional game because of the Texans defense and the Chiefs defense. So it's gonna be like a defensive battle versus an offensive battle against the two top MVP candidates. Yeah, Al Michaels is talking about 60 yards for the Steelers offense is abysmal, absolutely abysmal. And it's going to be out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So 2 seconds left. Steelers are probably going to kneel this one away. This is rough. They're running away with it. Thomas' future is uncertain, but it shouldn't be uncertain. Yeah, like I said, here's the thing. I believe that there's not enough nuance in a lot of sports takes. And it's one of the things that like kind of got me into wanting to do this channel because like I've liked nuanced arguments, and I feel like everybody has a right to a side. I can fully understand why there are Steelers fans that are upset with Mike Tomlin because they feel like they're trapped in this futile, just like we're gonna be just good enough to make the playoffs, but we can't win. They haven't won since 2016 against the Ryan Tannehill Dolphins. So I can understand full-heartedly why some Steelers fans want to get rid of Mike Tomlin and just like I would much rather just try something new. I would rather just be bad and be looking for another good head coach than to have a good head coach but can't move you past the first round. My only problem is you say that now, but do you know how hard it is to find a good head coach? Just because the Lions can find their Dan Campbell, just because the Vikings can find Kevin O'Connell, who I think is a good head coach, regardless of what you think, like he's a good head coach. Like, what in the world is this Red Bull commercial? What? What? Okay, I was in the middle of talking, but this Red Bull commercial just had a zebra wrestle with the alligator and then get an alligator purse. Uh, okay, whatever happened there. But still, back to the back to what I was saying. Um, it's totally understandable why other fans are just like you don't know how good you have it, and how there's so many people that would be begging to get a head coach like Mike Tomlin because they haven't been in the playoffs. They haven't even won a playoff game in forever. Like, if you're the Jets and you can somehow get Mike Tomlin, you absolutely would get Mike Tomlin. Like, if we did not work out with Dave Canales, I can 100% tell you that David Tepper would want to get Mike Tomlin because he was from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, I know it's tradition for the Pittsburgh Steelers that they don't fire coaches, they retire, but I do think that there's a shot that there can be a change. Eventually, there will be like new leadership, like obviously the room's get a little bit older, the younger room is going to take over, but you have to have a good spot. You have to have a good um, you have a good candidate in place. Do I think that the Pittsburgh Steelers have a guy in mind if they do try to go away with Mike Tomlin? Maybe, but there's no guarantee that it's going to work out. That's my only thing. I would move on. I would hope that you can eventually get your quarterback, and then when you actually get a quarterback, then you can be like, okay, fine. Because I'll talk about that in a little bit. KFC is a great coach, absolutely. Um, we made jokes about hitting the wall once they reach 10 wins, but that's a hell of a run to never have a losing season. Exactly, and I doubt it. I really did. I was like, they have a really tough schedule. It's finally going to come up with them. They're going to have a losing season, and he still did it. It's still amazing that still happened. But my thing is, and obviously, like my prediction isn't going to come true. In the offseason, I thought that the Steelers were going to be able to try to allure Dak Prescott over to them because legitimately, with the pieces that the Steelers have gotten, if they get another really good wide receiver on offense, of course, keep that core together, they have the cap space to go after a quarterback if one hits the market. If Sam Darnold hits the market, who who knows what's going to happen there? I think that could be a good spot if they have a good offensive coordinator. Don't have Arthur Smith. And I get it. I get it. He has really good run schemes. That's what's been working out. But as far as being a dynamic offensive coordinator, it's not going to get better. When's the last time that the Steelers had a really good offense consistently? Was when Arians was there. Like Arians was there, and then you had like the disciples after that, but also had Big Ben at his prime. Since 2016, you had 2017 where the Steelers unfortunately lost to the Jaguars. You had 2018, the Steelers once again lost, but those are really good seasons. But then you're starting to see a little bit of the decline, where you have the decline of Le'Veon Bell. Then you have James Conner that comes into play. Then you have Antonio Brown and that whole situation that's starting to come to fold. Obviously, you can see that 2018 Steelers with the days of our Steelers with urinary tree. Speaking of urinary tree, but it's so baffling. It's so baffling. Of That's another one I could probably do a deep dive on, maybe next year or the year after. But Steelers refusing to give it all up, but they're not in the situation the Saints are. The Saints were refusing to give up, but they desperately need to because of cap space. The Steelers were never in that situation. They just couldn't get the quarterback, and they held on to Big Ben because they wanted him to be a lifer, which is fine. But for a while there, he just could not be the same guy that they were hoping for. He couldn't be the absolute game changer. He was more of a liability. And you knew that going into that, especially that 2020 season, and then going into especially 2021. And then obviously you get Kenny Pickett, and that's not good. Everyone knew they were taking Kenny Pickett, but Kenny Pickett should not have been a first round quarterback. I think that the Steelers can turn it around. So that's the reason why I don't want them to get rid of Mike Tomlin. But it's really going to be on the quarterback. That's truly going to what it's going to be. And it's very hard for you to find a quarterback when you're consistently getting winning seasons. Sometimes you have to take a risk and hope that it works out. So, yeah, I don't know if the Steelers can. I don't know if the Steelers will, but there's a chance they can turn it around. But it's just abysmal right now in this game, and it's highlighting all the problems with the Steelers right now. When it comes to big games in the playoffs, they don't show up. Their offense has been abysmal the last couple of weeks, especially with Russell Wilson and George Pickens' connection. It's just it's sad to see. This is not sad to see if you're an AFC North fan and you just hate Steelers, but it's sad to see if you're like kind of hopeful for good football. Because honestly, like if it was the Bengals instead of the Steelers, like that could actually be. Oh, you know what? That could actually happen. Like that could actually, um, be a good game because of the Bengals offense. But it's just bad. Let me look at the Steelers' potential schedule next year. Because obviously, like I mean, we're probably going to still feel like the Steelers are gonna, they're gonna win 9 to 10 games next year. But let's just check and see. So in 2025, obviously they have their division. So Ravens, Bengals, Browns, home and away. But then they have the AFC East. So they have uh, Bills, Dolphins, Patriots, Jets. Who knows how that's really going to go? And then they have the NFC North. Oh my gosh! So they have Detroit and the Browns away, but then they have the Packers and the Vikings at home. They have the Colts and but then they have the Seahawks. Seahawks I think will be better, and they have the Chargers. They're really going to have to win, having a winning record in their division because like I could easily see the Lions winning. I could see the Packers winning. I could see the Bills winning. I could kind of see the Seahawks winning. It depends on like what the Seahawks add. Um, but it is a home game for the Steelers, so I'm gonna take that one away. But I could see I could see the Chargers winning. So that's four losses right there, not to count the usual losses that the Steelers will have where it makes no sense why they lost. So like you need to have a winning record in your division because that's a pretty tough schedule. It's still early, like we don't really know like how these teams are going to match up, but there are some there you feel like there's going to be some like holdover from this year to next year as far as like the Vikings should still be good depending on what happens at the quarterback position, but we still feel confident that the defense will still be good if Brian Flores is still there. I don't think he's going to get a head coaching job. He could, but I don't think he will. Um, and I think, like I said, like W also said, I think KSC is a good head coach. So it'll be interesting to see if McCarthy with a year under his belt, as far as like learning the offense, if he comes, maybe they let Sam Darnold walk because they feel pretty confident with JJ McCarthy. I don't know, but there's still a shot the Vikings can still be good. Um, and then who also knows like what the Steelers are going to do as far as the quarterback position because both quarterbacks are technically free agents. So I don't know. I would still feel they could be 9-8, but I would feel very very cautious about the Steelers season next year. I think they've had a really two really back to back good drafts, but I mean Omar Khan's been doing an amazing job as far as like getting good players, but they just haven't been able to get a quarterback. It's as easy as that. Still got a little bit before we start the second half. Actually, they're showing tomorrow's games. Buccaneers Commanders. I'm very excited about that one. That's gonna be on Peacock as well. Hopefully, Peacock does not screw me over like they did the last time they streamed on Peacock, where I was just like, "What's going on?" Um, I need to be a little more hype. I'm feeling like I'm getting a little bit down, but it's just because of the series is just not. They just not been playing well, and like I want to be happy. I want to be happy, sitting back, watch some football, talking about it. But it's just depressing seeing this offense right now. And now let's see if the defense hopefully can have a turnover, have a stop of some kind, because it's 21-0, and the Steelers are kicking the ball off to the Ravens. Goodness gracious, 164 most in the first half. This is when like basically the 49ers just ran all over the Packers. That's crazy. That is oh my gosh. 2018 divisional. That what was it? What would that have been for the? Was that no? That's not Steelers. Who did they play in 2018? Was that Chargers? That might have been Chargers because the Chargers beat the Ravens in 2018 because that was Lamar's rookie year. Maybe. Unrelated, but the Falcons fired Jimmy Lake. Oh yeah, I saw about that. I'm glad I don't have to watch defensive Arthur Smith. Yeah, yeah. Jimmy Lake was an interesting hire. I was like, could maybe, but yeah, no, your defense just been was so bad. Um, Also, I can't remember if Raheem had a long history with Jimmy Lake. So, do you know who you're going to promote? I don't have to see Judon in coverage anymore. My prayers have been answered. Yeah, no, it is so wild to me. Like certain defensive coordinators will just try certain things, and you'll just look at it and be like, "What are you doing?" Like I still remember in 2020. Now, granted, it's COVID, some jumble up brains, whatever. But our defensive coordinator, who shall not be named, had Don Terry Poe in coverage. Now, I want to remind you, Don Terry Poe was a nose tackle who was over 330. Why in the world was a nose tackle above 330 dropping the coverage? Back to the actual game. First down 10 for the 30-yard line. Lamar Jackson hands the ball off to Derrick Henry, who's going to get us about the 33-yard line. Nice gain of 3 yards. Second down and 7 for the Ravens. But yeah, I'm fine. I'm glad that y'all got rid of Jamie Lake for your sake. Lake for your sake. But I am interested to see who you end up hiring to replace him. Because we know you're going to go edge rusher in the first round. Cause you're not going to make the same mistake twice, right? We know that. You're going to go edge rusher, really talented edge rusher class. Yeah. Pistol formation for the Ravens with with Derrick Henry behind Lamar Jackson. We hand to Derrick Henry. He's going to try the right side up to the 35, up to the 40, down to the 41-yard line for a first down. And I was going to say before, if you could tell, I was burping a little bit. The reason being is because today I made some bacon wrap jalapeno poppers. I usually try to, like, on a Saturday from my work, I make a little tailgate. And so that's the reason why I'm burping, because I had a good bit of jalapeno poppers. They were pretty stinking good. They were not as good as the one I made before, but they're still pretty good. From the 41-yard line, I formation, going to be another handoff to Justice Hill. Gets us about the 45. So nice gain of 4 yards there. Second down and 6. 13-28. And they're checking on TJ Watt, his left arm. That's just brutal. That's just brutal, man. It's already down. Cameron Hayward's now coming out of the locker room. That's good. He was walking off like he was hurt at the end of the first half. Second down 7, a toss out to Justice Hill off to the right side, and a nice jump cut and nice spin move gets up to about the 50-yard line. That's going to be third down and about 1 or 2, depending on where they spot him, by the 49 to 50-yard line. I want Robert Saleh. He's too good for us, but I can dream. Yeah, he's not going to Atlanta. Sorry, bud. Sorry, Emmanuel. Yeah, also, you don't have the defense for him. He's more of a 4-3 guy. I would be surprised if y'all got him. I formation going to be handoff to Derrick Henry, who is going to be stopped just short of the first down. So look there, got to stop at the 49-yard line, and that's going to force a punt. So Ravens up 21-0, 12-17 left to go in the third quarter. Oh, for a second I thought they weren't going to punt. I was like, really? I was like, okay. So fourth down and 2. Let's see. Ray Morris from the Rams. Well, I had the Falcons before. I'm trying to think of anybody that I can think of off the top of my head. But I can't. I don't know. Hopefully he's good, whoever it is. Punt is about to be away, and I'll just try and take away as much time as possible. Kick is away, and is going to be returned. Oh, great job by Stout. Oh, man. It, died right at the 1, stopped about the 2 or 3 yard line. Great job by Tylan Wallace, too, getting down there. Amazing job by the special teams of the Rams. Yeah, there was a lot of talk about the Panthers getting Robert Saleh because Robert Saleh has a good relationship with Dan Morgan and also Dave Canales from the time when both of them were at, all three of them were at the Seahawks. But I didn't really feel like that was going to happen, mainly because I wanted Ejiro Evero to get a fair shot because regardless, like I said, I don't think we're going to make any kind of playoff run next year. I want to see improvement, but that defense has a long way to go. So I want to get some more players for Ejiro Evero to see if he can make it, if he can work it out. And if he can't next year, then you can fire him because you don't have to fire him because you just let him go because it'd be a 3-year contract that you had for him. So that's fine. But you don't just kind of pamper him by taking away some of his players and then you're just like, it was a bad defense, so we're just going to fire you. Even though, yes, gave him most points in history, totally understandable. We had a lot of injuries, had a lot of bad players to begin with. So I want to see if, with what we're going to be putting into our defense, if Ejiro Evero can make it work. If he can't, too bad. Bad. But, yeah. Robert Saleh is getting head coaching interviews, so there's a possibility he could actually become a head coach. I don't know. More than likely, though, he's going to be defensive coordinator. But where he goes, I don't know. But more likely be a 4-3 defense instead of a 3-4 that both you and I are in. Well, Falcons and Panthers. Let's see. There could be a promotion, maybe. I don't know, like a defensive coordinator off the top of my head that you could possibly get. But I do hope that you can finally get a good pass rusher in this upcoming draft class. You need one. Like, you have not legitimately had a good pass rusher, I want to say since Vic Beasley, but then that feels really bad saying that because that's like been almost 10 years. Well, it's been 8 years, but that's still kind of bad that it's been since Vic Beasley had one good year. Because who else would it have been since 2016? Who else would it be like a legitimate good pass rusher outside of like Grady Jarrett? So from the 2-yard line, Russell Wilson under center, Najee Harris in the backfield. Going to be handoff to Najee Harris, who's going to get met in the backfield, and he might he gets back to the line of scrimmage. They're going to put it basically by the line of scrimmage. So it'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 2-yard line. I wasn't scared for a while, but I was like, he's going to lose a yard and make it even more difficult. 11:05 to go in third quarter, 2nd down and 9. 21-0 for the Ravens. Russell Wilson in shotgun formation with Najee Harris to his right. Actually gave him a yard. That's surprising. Draws back to pass. Throws a little too low, but incomplete. Try to get Darnell Washington. I mean, I was way too daggum low. Russell Wilson hopped. Dude, 3rd down 9. You had 60 yards of total offense in the first half alone. You can't go 3 and out here, bud. You can't. 3rd down 9. 10:49 goes third quarter. Russell Wilson empty set. Dude. Play clock's at 4, 3, 2, 1. Barely gets snap off. Draws back a pass. Throws, and it's going to be caught. Oh my gosh, got hit. But that's going to be Calvin Austin, with a great catch there. And gets first down. So there we go. Hey, you got a first down. And technically, with one pass, you got a third of your yards from the first half. That's what's crazy. All the way up to about the 27-yard line. First down and 10 for the Steelers, dude. Thankfully, they're finally getting out of their own end zone, though. So actually, from the 28-yard line, Russell Wilson in shotgun formation with Warren to his left. Draws back to pass. And going to check it down to Warren, off to the left side, up to the 30, up to the 33-yard line. Nice gain of about 5 yards. 2nd down and 5. I'm hoping for James Pierce Jr. or either the Georgia big names. Then I want one of the OSU pass rushers in the second because you will not understand how bad the pass rushers were early in the season. Oh, I fully understood how bad your pass rusher was there, Emmanuel. Second down and 5, play action pass. Russell Wilson's going to try to scramble by chased by Mabaduke, and he might have got like a yard, but third down and 4, 9:30 left to go in the third quarter. I wouldn't be upset about it, but I still think you could get a good pass rusher in the third round with how deep this edge class is, especially like let's see who in the third round. Who could you get? Um, Here's my thing. I think that if you go edge rusher with your first round pick, you go something else in your second round pick, third round pick, you can get into your defensive line. You also need help with as far as having a good rotation. Third down and 5. Russell Wilson drops back to pass, throws a moon ball as caught Mike Williams 40, 35, 30. Down to the 29-yard line is Mike Williams, and the Steelers are actually having something go right. Thankfully, 8:45 to go in the third quarter. First down and 10 at the 29-yard line. Thank you. Pass rush is so about to celebrate every cycle it was a touchdown. Falcons don't have a third or a fifth. They don't have a third or a fifth? Oh, that's right. Matthew Judon. Ooh. Okay. That's interesting to know. I forgot about that. First down 10. Russell Wilson, our center, going to be a play action pass. Goodness. He's going to throw it away. Zach Harrison was covering Freiermuth, and that was supposed to be the dump off pass, so nothing there. Second down 10, 8:17 left to go in the third quarter. I forgot that was a third and a fifth. Oh, gosh. I still don't know if you go back-to-back pass rushers, though. Because you have a lot of other needs, too. I could see you I could see you going Ohio State pass rusher if it's like JT to put him at a 3-4 potentially, but I don't know. Russell Wilson rolls out and he's going to throw it away. Nothing's open. So it's going to be third down and 10 for the Steelers. Well, I was just praising that you got a good field position. There's back-to-back incomplete passes. We have first, second, fourth, and 2 sevens. Oh, you don't have a sixth either? Goodness gracious. Matthew Judon was fun for like 3 plays all year. I wish we never trade for him because of how deep this pass rush class is. Exactly. Like I said, that's the reason why I could be fine with us not taking a pass rusher with our first pick because we could get a Malachi Starks, we could get a Will Johnson, we could get something else that could improve our secondary while also having plenty of picks to get a quality pass rusher. Moonball. That's going to be a touchdown to Van Jefferson. Touchdown for the Steelers. Let's freaking go. Okay, now we have a game. Come on. Please. Please, Steelers, get another stop on defense so we can have a semblance of a game. That's a 98-yard touchdown drive. 8:05 to go in the third quarter. 6-21. I am just happy about anything right now because nothing was happening. Thankfully, I mean, they've been targeting Stevens. Oh, with Stevens? Oh, come on. Yeah. I mean, Kurt Herbert should just talk about it. He's been attacked a lot this season because, I mean, Brandon Stevens is not, no. Edge points up and good, so it is 7-21, thankfully. But yeah, I was hopeful when the Falcons traded for Matthew Judon, but it just was not. Mm. But yeah, I forgot it was. They're playing black and yellow, dude. Black and yellow. Oh my gosh! Now when that hit, after that was like my so. Was black and yellow my fifth? I thought that was my 5th grade year, dude. Black and yellow. That was played a lot, in 5th grade. Now sorry, I was thinking about that because I was being played. Steelers do something level impossible. I think okay. So the Falcons are picking. Ooh, I forgot. Where are y'all picking? Is it 15 or 16? Tankathon, where you at? Tankathon, you were picking 15th. Okay. So, there. I think. I have a feeling that Jalen Walker is going to go a lot higher because he's going to impress at the NFL Combine. People are going to see his upside. Mikael Williams is also another potential of a person that could rise up. Uh, I did not do that intentionally, and then as soon as I said that, I was like, wow, it literally says rise up. Um, and then who was the one you were talking about? You talked about James Pierce Jr. Okay, here's my thing about James Pierce Jr. A little tidbit talking about it initially. I had such high hopes for him because he had the bend, he had the speed, but man, he needs to bulk up just a little bit more, and he's got to get himself some counters. Like his hand movement is not very good. His power is not necessarily the best either. So if you're looking for a speed rusher that has really good bend, like a Brian Burns type, but maybe not as good just yet, sure. But I have a lot of concerns about James Pierce Jr. that I was hoping he would fix, and it hasn't happened. That's very unfortunate. But I think he could still be good. I don't know. Part of me is so done with the GM and the pass rush. I want to see them trade everything for Abdul Carter. LOL. He is an absolute beast, and I want him to end the A so badly. Rise up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, hey, I okay. Funny scenario. Would you commit a Julio? Would you trade up everything like you did for Julio just to get him? I don't think you would. You could, but I don't think you would. Also, I wouldn't trade up that much for Abdul Carter. I don't want to give up too much about my rankings and whatnot. Um, I still like Abdul Carter. I'm just not putting him as all pro automatically like a lot of people are. There's a lot of people out there that are saying he is a Micah Parsons clone, and I don't like doing that to players. Especially when just because it works once does not mean it's going to work a second time. Lamar Jackson's getting pressure and he's going to get sacked back at the 20-yard line for a 10-yard loss. Steelers, second down 20. Let's see. Okay, hold a second now. 7:45, let's go in the third quarter. It'll be second down and 20. Let's see here. It was supposed to be a play action pass. Nobody was kind of open, and also Alex Highsmith was pretty much right in the face of Lamar. I remember in the preseason when James Pierce Jr. was the projected first overall pick to the Pats. That's what I'm saying. Because he had a lot of potential, but he didn't grow into his frame as much as he needed to, and he didn't have any counters. He was just like a very good speed pass rusher. Lamar Jackson throws as we caught by Ty Walsh up to the 35, down to the 40-yard line. Steelers. It was second down and 20. 21-7. First down and 10 from about the 41-yard line. I mean, come on. First down 10 for the 41-yard line. Lamar Jackson under center. Derrick Henry in the backfield. Going to be a handoff, and that's going to be 18 Sims up to it's 50 down to the 45, 44-yard line. Second down and 20. 6:20 left to go in the third quarter. First down 10 for the Ravens at about the 44-yard line. Dude. Okay. All right. First down 10 for the 44-yard line. Lamar is going to be a handoff to Derrick Henry. He's going to get up to the 40, up to the 35-30, 25-20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Derrick Henry, his second of the day, 27-7. Emmanuel, first, second, and 2/7 to move from 15 to like 6 is not crazy by itself, only having 2 picks in the draft total. 6 overall, and the fourth is career unalive for our GM if Carter's a bust. Absolutely. But if it works out, it works out. But like I said, I would still probably stick and pick. If you're 15, you don't really have that much capital to move up. Kick is up in good, so it's 28-7, 5:49. Let's go in the third quarter. Um, let's see here. I think that you could potentially trade down. Hear me out. Hear me out. You could trade down. You're at 15. There will be really good players that you might not necessarily uh, have to pick up, and you could trade down a couple of spots and pick up an additional third. There's still potential, like who's going to get compensatory picks and whatnot, but you could pick up an additional third while still having a first round pick and get a really good pass rusher because there's so many good pass rushers. So if I'm the Falcons, I would do that because I forgot that you don't have a third anymore. And with you having a late pick and being, you're not, you still have talent on the team. I'm not trying to say that, but you have a lot of positions of need that you don't necessarily have a lot of resources to be able to fix. I would rather trade down, have more options to be able to fill some of those holes, especially with a very talented draft class like we have now, where you don't have to take quarterback because it's not a very talented quarterback draft, but you can potentially get a really good backup swing tackle. I said you still need good depth in the offensive line. I feel like there's going to be at least. Well, it depends on where you falls. I'm not gonna give up everything. There's going to be a good offensive lineman in the fourth and fifth round. I feel pretty confident. Kind of like how it was in this draft. I mean, Rosengarten is showing right now. Rosengarten has been really stinging good. Out of Washington, the right tackle for Washington, right tackle for Baltimore Ravens, doing a really good job filling in. Of course, I also like Mason McCormick. Uh, there, there's obviously like really good defensive line. There's a really sneaky good running back class that's also going to push down some of these players. Like you don't have to get running back, so that's going to help you out a lot too. And even though this wide receiver draft class is not as talented as what's been in the past, I think that there are certain role wide receivers you can get in the fifth round that can help out the Falcons wide receiver room. That is, it's it's solid, but it needs better depth. At least we didn't go 7-10 and get eighth overall pick for the fourth year in a row. Yeah, that would have been abysmal. That would have been kind of crappy. You know what's funny though that I was thinking about is so in 2022, the Panthers went 7-10. I think, like I said, the Falcons went 7-10, and the Saints also went 7-10. And we got a higher pick than the Saints, but we were higher ranked in the division than the Saints. Same as I think happened this year, where we're higher ranked in the division than the Saints, but the Saints had a better record than we did. No, but we had a better pick than they did. Sorry. Same exact record. We have a better pick than they did, um, but we also were higher in the division than they were. So that's what I feel is kind of funny. Like same thing that happened. Um, Back to the game. Sorry. 5:25 to go in the third quarter after that 9-yard gain. Justin Fields is in the game now with Najee Harris to his right in shotgun formation. And a timeout is called by the Ravens. What happened? So no one called timeout. They just those what? Okay, whatever. I don't know why they stopped the clock, but okay. I figured it was a timeout, but they're saying like a I don't know what's going on. Why do they stop it? Oh well, second down and one anyways. 5:14 left to go in the third quarter. Russell Wilson's back in there. What are we waiting on? Legitimately, what are we waiting on? They're just like holding off on the game, and now they're going to commercial break. What? I guess something was going on with the clock because the play clock was stuck at 8, but I don't know why they just stopped the game. Oh well, I guess they're trying to get it fixed, but goodness gracious. I think I hit everything. Yeah. And then I'll talk about the fact that the same thing happened from 2022 and 2024 is just we're ranked higher than the Saints in the division, but we have a better pick than they do, which I think just is funny. It's amusing to me. Um, but oops, sorry about that. I haven't decided yet when I want to do like mock drafts. Well, I mean, Luke and I usually do one. Um, I think we usually do one after free agency is kind of over with, so you kind of get an idea. But we can do like we can probably do one relatively soon within the next month or so. Once like everyone's placement has been, we understand where everybody's being placed. But I don't understand why people do like mock drafts like during the season. Well, okay, you can do mock drafts during the season, especially when like there's a halfway mark and whatnot. But doing several mock drafts within a week, and then you have a lot of changes can be made depending on who you get in free agency, who you lose in free agency, or who comes in clutch in the rest of the year. Like, if you had told a lot of Panthers fans, a lot of people who did not believe in Bryce Young, I almost got there, at like week 6, a lot of Panthers fans would be like, we need to take Cam Ward. We need to make sure that Shadur likes Charlotte. Like, and then we don't care about that anymore because Bryce Young has taken the steps. So there's a lot that can change. So that's why I understand why there's been like there's so many mock drafts like throughout the season. But change it over because the commercial break's done. Second down and one. Hand off to Najee Harris, who's going to get the first down. Nice get about 3 yards there. And that's going to be first down 10 for the Steelers. At about the 41, 1.5 yard line. There's some jawing going on. I mean, you're down by 21, so probably should stop until you actually show that you can do something before you actually start talking trash. First down 10 for the 42-yard line. Russell Wilson under center. Going to be a play action pass, actually a screen to Najee Harris. He's going to get up to the 50, up to the 45, up to the 40. Cuts back down to about the 38, 37-yard line. First down 10 for the Steelers. Now you may talk. 4:30 left to go in the third quarter, still down by 21, but the Steelers are at least moving the ball. Going to be, looks like under center. Najee Harris in the backfield from the 37. Going to be a handoff from Najee Harris, who's going to get basically up to the line of scrimmage, and that's going to be it. Was there a fumble? No way. Okay. If it was a fumble, Steelers at least pick up the ball. Najee Harris is kind of getting up a little bit slow, though. Forward progress was stopped. Okay. But yeah, ball did come out for sure. But it would have been recovered by Steelers anyway, so it'll be fine. All right, second down 10. And Najee Harris is on the sideline. Shotgun formation, Russell Wilson with Warren to his left. Drops back to pass. And throws a moon ball. And it's going to be caught by George Pickens. That's a touchdown for the Steelers. 13-8. Sorry, 13-28. Still got the whole entire fourth quarter. Still got a little bit left in the third. Please, make this into a game. Wait, I picked 31-20 was my score prediction. Still could happen. It could still happen. Oh, okay. Ravens kick a field goal. Steelers only kick a only. No, they wouldn't kick 2 field goals. They score a touchdown, try to go for 2, and then don't get it. I can still get a perfect score. Yeah, so 3:24 left to go in the third quarter, 28-14. So there's still a chance. Anything can happen. Johnny Cool. I like Bonnie M. That's what it is. What is it? I don't know what that is. Johnny Cool. I think that's what it's called by Bonnie M. They're the ones who sing the Rasputin song that I used to kill in Just Dance 2. Dude, Just Dance. Yeah, like me and my sister used to play that all the time on the Wii. We had, let's see, Just Dance 1, 2, 3, 4, Summer Party, and was it 2015? There was like a 2015 one that was still technically on the old Wii. You could still technically get that we also got. But Just Dance 1's okay, but Just Dance 2 and 3 were played a lot by me and my sister. Okay, we're at commercial break. It's a 14-point game. 3:24 left to go in the third quarter. So, like I said before, students have a shot, but they have to get a turnover. They have to get some kind of stop to at least get the Steelers a legitimate shot. Because right now it's just not been it. Goodness gracious, 155 yards for Derrick Henry. I mean, he did have that like 40-yarder, so that makes sense. All right, Steelers, do something. Boswell on to boot this ball away. Going to be a touchback for the Ravens, first down 10 from the 30-yard line. Oh, okay. So there was a drone. A drone that came in to the stadium. That's where I stopped play. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I was just like, why were they stopping? I was like, that makes no sense. All right, first down and 10 for the Ravens. Lamar is going to be in shotgun formation with just still to his right. Now it's going to be empty set. Lamar, well, there's a flag. I guess illegal formation? No false start. That's going to be a Rosengarten. All right, so first down 15. Let's see here. Yep. Yep. It was a false start. All right, first down 15 from the 25-yard line. Lamar in shotgun formation with Derrick Henry to his left. We send Nelson Aguilar in motion, drops back a pass. Has got time, throws across the middle, and it's going to be incomplete. Try to get a Mark Andrews, but that's going to be Deshaun Elliott with the breakup. Second down to 15, 3:19 remaining in the third quarter. That's pretty good coverage by Deshaun Elliott. All right, second down 15 from the 25-yard line. Lamar in shotgun formation. Just still to his right, going to be a keeper by Lamar, and gets up to about the 30, 31-yard line. Now it's getting about 6 yards, and it's going to be third down and 9. 3:11 left to go in the third quarter. Ashley going to give 5 yards, so third down and 10. 2:55 remaining in the third quarter, still a 14-point game. Steelers, you have to get a stop here. Lamar, empty set, now gets the shotgun formation with just those to his left. Drops back to pass. He's getting a little pressure. Throws, and it's going to be incomplete. Try to get Isaiah Likely, but way too short of a pass. And it's going to be fourth down and 10. So, 2:34 in the third. Steelers, they can get something on offense. Let's see. I'm trying to get all the scores. Drew picked 28-20. I picked 31 to 20. Let's see who else picked what. That'll be a fair caught about the 25-yard line. Luke picked 27 to 19. Grant picked 28 to 17. That could still technically happen. And Alex picked 27 to 16. So as long as it's like a higher scoring game than everybody else, I'm going to get those points. So let's let that happen. Now let's see here. It's not. Okay, so they just declined the penalty. All right, it was running against the kicker, not roughing. I didn't think it was going to be roughing. And so instead of doing a re-kick, they just keep it as is. $2:27 third quarter. Steelers. Like I said, you're not out of it, but you need to have you need to have another drive like you had the last drive. All right, see you, Russell Wilson. What you gonna do? Second half alone, Russell Wilson 7 for 10, 163, and 2 touchdowns. Russell Wilson a shotgun formation from the 25-yard line with Najee Harris to his right. Gonna send Van Jefferson in motion over to the left. And a false start by the left guard, 1st and 15 from the 20-yard line. Oh boy. All right, Steelers. 1st down 15 from the 20-yard line. I'm going to say it's a run to the right. Najee Harris to the left of Russell Wilson. No play action pass. Dumps it off to Najee Harris up to the 25, down to the... Oh, wow. Actually, powers through up to the 31-yard line. Would have been down about the 27. Gets up to the 31. So nice gain of, what was that, 12? So about 2nd down 3. The 2nd down 4. From the 31-yard line, shotgun formation, Russell Wilson with Najee Harris to his right. Draws back a pass, and is going to basically float it out of bounds. Also of note, Dan Moore needs to get a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage. He is pushing it as far as like his head being on the center's butt, like that line to make sure that he's not in the backfield. It's a little. He needs to get closer to the line because he got pretty close on that one. All right, so 3rd down and 4, 1:49 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Russell Wilson empty set. Now going to be a shotgun formation with Warren to his right. Trips to the left. Play clock at 7, 6, 5, 4, and drops back to pass. Russell Wilson throws across middle. Let's be caught. George Pickens up to the 42-yard line. That is a 1st down for the Steelers. Marlon Humphrey on the coverage. Okay, come on, Steelers. 1:37 left to go in the 3rd quarter. I keep on saying that. Come on, Steelers. Like I said, I just want it to be a closer game. I want it to feel better than just a 14-point game. Because right now it's like, you don't even know anything can happen. But it's like, please. Shotgun formation with Russell Wilson's got 2 tight ends to the left, Warren to the left. 1:13, drops back a pass, and tipped up the line, incomplete. That's going to be a Mabadike with the tip pass. 2nd down and 10. 1:09 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Mabadike, who got paid last season with the pass breakup. He gets his big old mitts up there. All right, 2nd down 10. Russell Wilson in a shotgun formation with Warren to his left. Drops back to pass. Getting a little pressure. And just going to check it down to Warren, who is going to get about a yard, and that's going to be about it. So it'll be 3rd down, and I'll give about 8. So might gain about a yard and a half. 55 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. Still a 14-point game. And Marlon Humphrey is down. That's not good. But now he rushes to the sidelines. Okay. Oh, something happened with his thumb. That's not good. All right, 3rd down and 8. 49 seconds left. They're showing the difference as far as like total yards. Like the fact that there were 60 yards in the first half and you have like almost like 200 in the 3rd alone is kind of crazy. 45 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. 3rd down and 8. Russell Wilson going to be in shotgun formation with Warren to his right. Trips to the left. Looks like they're bringing everybody at the line. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Barely gets snap off. Russell Wilson rolls out to his left and is going to get sacked by Mabadike at the 35-yard line, and that is going to bring about a punt. It's going to be the end of the 3rd quarter, going into the 4th, and it's a 14-point game. Great job there. I mean, really job on pass protection. I don't like. First of all, maybe I might be wrong, and they wanted to have a double team on Mabedike, and then just have their running back pick up Kyle Van Noy, which not is not the best bet, but like Dan Moore did not really pick up anybody on that play at all. Like he basically avoided Kyle Van Noy, focused on Mabedike, barely got a hand on him, and then Mabedike just basically, got to Russell Wilson there. So still entire fourth quarter left, but yeah. What's up, Zoe? How you doing? It is 28-14 into the third quarter, going into fourth. Steelers have had a really good third quarter. They were down 21 to nothing, but man, they need to get something on that last drive. But it's okay. I want the Ravens to kick a field goal on this next drive. That's what I want. Ooh. Zoe, how confident are you feeling going into tomorrow? Uh, Bills versus Broncos. Because, like I said, I think you make a close game. I said 23-17. Buffalo wins, but I think that I think it'll be a good game. I do like the Uber Eats commercials, like the ones like they're not trying to sell for food. Kind of good. Uh, they're showing the Mufasa one. I haven't seen the movie. I've heard some people like it, some people don't. I just don't have any. Like I've said it multiple times before. I just don't have the money to go to the movies, especially for stuff I can just watch on streaming. Mm. Um, what was I saying before? I was gonna bring up something too that I forgot I was gonna say. Shoot. Uh, um, I do not remember at all what I was gonna say. Anyways, so punt is away for the Steelers. Going to be returned at fair caught about the about 18-yard line by Sims. First down 10 from about the 18-yard line for the Steelers. Um, sorry, no, for the Ravens. Sorry about that. Doom. All right, Lamar, what you got? Like I said, I'm good with you. I'm good with any result. I'm good with any result. Obviously, I feel like the Ravens are going to win. I'm up by 14. Uh, but I do want it to be a little bit of a game. Pitch formation going to be handoffs. Derrick Henry's going to try the middle, up to the 20, up to the 25, down to the 26-yard line, and that's going to be second down and one. After that, again, 9 yards by Derrick Henry. 14:37 left to go in the fourth quarter. I hate the bar going home to watch the rest of the game at home. You hate the bar? I guess it just wasn't that fun. That sucks. I'm not much of a bar scene kind of guy. I just am not. A lot of times it's a little bit too loud. That's just not my vibe. But the handoff to Derrick Henry is going to be met in the backfield and is going to be actually losing about 2 yards. And it's going to be third down and 3 for the Ravens. Nice job there by Cameron Hayward. And third down and 3 for the Ravens. 13:55 left to go in the fourth quarter. Third and 3. 28-14. Ravens are leading. But the Steelers still have a shot if they can get a stop right here. Russell Wilson trying to hype up Freiermuth. Add a little bit of a quiet game. Lamar Jackson in shotgun formation with Justice Hill to his left. And going to drop back to pass. He's got plenty of time. And checks it down to Justice Hill up to the 30, down to the 31-yard line. First down 10. Don't throw a flag right there. First down 10 from the 31-yard line for the Ravens. 13:24 remaining in the fourth. Lamar had all day to throw, so. All right, from about the 31-yard line, Lamar Jackson shotgun formation, going to send Derrick Henry to the right. Going to be hands to Derrick Henry, who's going to get up to about the 33-yard line. So nice gain about 2, second down 8. 12:45 to go in the fourth quarter, still a 14-point game. Let's see if the Ravens can try to drain this clock to where it's almost impossible for the Steelers to win. Lamar in the center, going to send Sims in motion to the left. Derrick Henry in the backfield. Going to be a handoff to Derrick Henry. He's going to cut up, and he's going to get about, I would say about 4 yards. Third down, about 4. How many more points do the Ravens need to score before we can say that they have the win secured? I would say if they get the first down or right here on 3rd and 4, they can take it to about 10:30. So if you're up by 2 scores with 10:30 left against a Ravens offense that is not a quick score kind of offense, then I feel like you kind of secured the win, but it's still technically a possibility. 3rd down 4, Lamar Jackson throws for the first down, and he's going to be short. And that's going to be short by a yard, 4th and 1 for the Ravens. 11:25 to go in the fourth quarter. So there is still technically a shot. They have not yet secured the win. So there you go, Manuel. Oh, they're going for it. Okay, I like it. 4th and 1. 11:07 to go in the fourth quarter. If the Ravens can get a first down right here, I feel pretty confident. It's going to be a tight end sneak, and he is going to get it. First down 10 for the 41-yard line. 10:50 left to go in the fourth. So I feel pretty confident. that the Ravens are going to win. But I need more time to come off the clock, because there's still technically a possibility that if the Steelers get a stop, they can win. But you never know. I'm pretty sure he got the first down. They're talking about it, but I'm pretty sure he got the first down. There is a flag down. What's happening? Yeah, too many men on the field. They're trying to get Myth on, so anyway, it's going to be a first down. Doesn't really matter. So first down 10 for the Ravens. 10:33 remaining in the fourth quarter. From the 40, see where that 42, 43. Also, extra offensive lineman in for the Ravens. Basically, goal line formation right here. I mean, you got every single big body in there. 2 tight ends, and an extra offensive lineman. Lamar under center from the 45-yard line, going to be hand off to Derrick Henry, who is going to get basically a yard, and that's going to be it. So from the 46-yard line, second down 9. My room is looking at my phone and thought you were shirtless. Oh, roommate. Oh, this it's it's technically okay. Okay. I think it's technically supposed to be like a red with like some white in there, but I guess that okay. Sorry about that. Second down at nine. 9:47 left to go in the fourth quarter. Lamar under center with Justice Hill in the backfield. Going to send Patrick Carter in motion. Going to be hands Justice Hill, who is going to get met in the backfield for about a 2-yard loss. Third down 11. 9:31 left to go in the fourth quarter. I'm excited and a little nervous, but I agree with you that it will be a close game. I think the Broncos have a real chance to win, though it's more likely the Bills will, but the Broncos do have a shot. Exactly. Like I said, I think that it's going to be a good game. I'm excited to watch it. I'm excited to see if Bo Nix can play well. Obviously, as a former Auburn quarterback, I know technically he had 2 years at Oregon where he did improve a lot on his passing, but I still consider him also part Auburn. I know some Auburn fans wanted him gone. I didn't want him gone. Third down 10, throw, and that's going to be incomplete. Try to get a Tylan Wallace. Incomplete pass, and it's going to be fourth and 10, 8:50 left going fourth. So, okay, that's what I'm saying, Emmanuel, is like 8:50 left to go. So you say you could technically have two drives of about 2 minutes. I think there's a possibility the Steelers can have that to try to make it where they don't secure the Ravens haven't officially secured the game yet. Unrelated, but Justin Herbert threw more interceptions this game than he threw all season. Yeah, no, I saw that. Punt is away, and it's going to be returned to the 10. Going to be up to the 15. Going backwards. Up to the 20. Up to the 25. Down to the 25-yard line. Tackled by, is that? No, it's 27, not 21. Nice job at number 27 there by limiting a very good return by, was it 19? Was that? That's not Austin. But up to about the 25-yard line. First down 10, 8:36 remaining in the fourth. The Chargers vs. Texans game was wild. Yeah, I know. I watched that at work because there was nothing going on at work at all. It was very boring. But yeah, that was absolutely crazy. Because Justin Herbert has had a really good job as far as um, keeping the ball out of harm's way. I will say one of the picks not on him, but yeah, he did not have a good game. Texas defense has been really good this year, and it showed up in the playoff game when they needed it most because the offense was sputtering to begin the game. So it came at a good time. But yeah, I did not even think about how this shirt kind of looks. I guess from the looks of it, I guess kind of blends in, maybe kind of a little bit. I don't know. Didn't even think about that. Yes, I would. For future reference, I would never stream without a shirt on. One, very inappropriate. But two, you no, mm-mm, mm-mm, no, absolutely not. Also, that would be weird for my future students to see that for sure. That would be really weird. So definitely not. But that is kind of that is kind of funny. It's like a double take. Like what? So okay, goodness. And we're at commercial breaks, and you're not really missing anything. Like I said, when we come back, it'll be first down 10 for the 25-yard line. 8:36 left to go in the fourth quarter. Steelers has still have all three timeouts. If they can get a score, obviously need a touchdown. But if they can get a touchdown on this next drive, anything can happen. My bad. No, you good? You good? You good? Ray Lewis, dude. That was another reason why it was so easy to kind of root for the Ravens too, because I was a big Ray Lewis fan when I was very very young, like kind of getting into the NFL. Dude, I still remember his intro for Madden. I would just leave it on and just listen to his motivational speech at the beginning of Madden. I think that was like Madden 11. Rolls out to his right, going to get up to the 30-yard line is Russell Wilson, make it about a 2nd down and 5 from the 30-yard line. 8:31, 8:30 clock is still running, but it's not going to be at the it's not at the utmost of points right now, but it's still not on the Steelers side. Russell Wilson a shotgun formation with Najee Harris to his right, throws out to George Pickens. George Pickens, why are you not getting out of bounds? It's still 1st down, but still. 1st down, 10 about the 35-yard line. George Pickens do not do anything stupid. $7:55 would go in the 4th quarter. Still a 14-point game. Russell Wilson in shotgun formation with Najee Harris to his left. Trips to the right, drops back to pass, and a moon ball. Going to be a catch by George Pickens, and that is going to be a 1st down. No flags for offensive pass interference. 7:35 would go in the 4th quarter. Going to be on the Ravens side of the field. I think that was at the, of course, is Brandon Stevens getting absolutely Stevens just been really bad this year. From the 38-yard line, Russell Wilson's getting a little pressure, throws, and it's going to be out of bounds. 2nd down, 10, 7:19, left to go the 4th. Yeah, Stevens has been burnt a lot this year. So, okay, no, it actually wasn't a push. It was kind of just like underthrown ball. From the 38-yard line, Russell Wilson a shotgun formation. Najee Harris to his right, trips right. That should be a false start, and it is. 2nd down and 15 from the 42-yard line. No, 43. That's going to be Najee Harris with a false start. 7:19 left to go in the 4th quarter. 2nd down and 15 from the 43-yard line. Russell Wilson in shotgun formation. Najee Harris to his left. Drops back to pass. And Russell Wilson is going to get sacked at midfield. Away with the sack. The Browns beat the Steelers a few years ago in the playoffs. The Ravens hold on. Only the Bengals are left for the Steelers to have any bragging rights on the head-to-head in the playoffs. Yep. And there's one in particular there where it talks about, and that's going to be the Vontaze Burfict one. I mean, there's also the Carson Palmer one that gets that gets referenced a lot too. But especially the AB hit that Vontaze Burfict had gets referenced a lot as far as like the Steelers versus Bengals in the playoffs, especially in modern history. Well, I guess modern football. 6:30 left to go in the 4th quarter. 4th and 15. Russell Wilson in an empty set. From the 43-yard line. Russell Wilson drops back to pass. He's got time. Throws a moon ball, and that's going to be almost picked off in the end zone. But that's okay. You dropped it. Don't catch a pick when you could have just, basically going to be at the 43-yard line. So with 6:06 remaining in the 4th, Emmanuel, I'm pretty sure you can say that they're going to win. What's up, Juan? Same LOL. Ray Lewis is one of the reasons I started watching football. I mean, I made the joke, obviously, about the white dress in the video I made about when you're watching football with your friends. But I still really, really like Ray Lewis, and especially at my school, he was big motivation. There were some Steelers fans that even respected him, and they were Steelers fans. But absolutely amazing player. Love seeing him win his Super Bowl as I don't know if the word is quasi fan, but I was still a fan of the Ravens and the Lions because I was looking into them possibly being my team, and instead I went with the Panthers. I always remember that Carson Palmer game in the playoffs. Exactly that. That's the one where like basically ruins his time in Cincinnati. I love Urlacher, but Ray Lewis was the best of all time. I think it. Oh, okay. I kind of want to do a video of like what I would rank as my best all time. So I'm probably gonna save a little bit like what I would say as far as like who would be first, second string, that kind of thing. But Urlacher is definitely up there. But Ray Lewis, I mean, like same exact team the whole entire year. I think that does have like some as far as like how good you are that you stuck with the team for like the whole entire time. He was like, I can't remember if he was the first pick or it was Ogden that was the first pick of the Ravens. You win 2 Super Bowls. You're a leader of like one of the best defenses of all times in the 2000 Ravens. Um, and like you have that storybook ending where you're able to win a Super Bowl in your last game. That only happens for a couple of legends. That's just like Jerome Bettis, it's Peyton Manning, Ray Lewis, that kind of stuff. Like it doesn't happen a lot, um, which also like I said, well also helps. Um, but man, that does make me think about like the other. I've had a couple other videos ideas like in the off season, and that's one of them is just like kind of like doing like ranking videos. I haven't done those yet. Um, I do like having those kind of conversations, and I would love also to see what people say in the comment sections of those videos. So from the 43-yard line, pistol formation will be handed to Derrick Henry, who is going to get up to about the 44, about a 1 yard gain, second down 9, 6 minutes left to go in the fourth. John Elway left on top of, that's right, back-to-back Super Bowls. That's right. I was thinking of like 2000s on, but yeah, John Elway was another one on those stacked Broncos teams, winning back-to-back against the Packers and then the Falcons. Not to rub it in, Emmanuel, but yes, Falcons have lost 2 Super Bowls just like the Panthers. So kind of a self-burn in that too. From 5:30 left to go in the fourth quarter, second down 8. Lamar Jackson in shotgun formation, going to be a keeper of Lamar. He's got Isaiah Likely on a block and down about the 49-yard line, 48. So it'll be third down and 1 for the Ravens. 5:15 left to go in the fourth. And if I'm the Ravens, I'm going for this. I'm going for this. Even if you don't get it right here in the third down, I'm going for it. Unless it's like a hold or something like that. So it's like 4th and 11. And MVP chants are raining down, and Lamar is like, y'all better shut up. I mean, the game's still going. What are y'all doing? Third and 1, Wildcat formation. Lamar runs. He's going to get the first down up to about the 42-yard line. All right, so 4:32 left to go in the fourth. .602 career postseason rushing yards, most by a quarterback in postseason history, and Lamar is kind of filling it a little bit. So if anything, it'd probably be just a handoff to Derrick Henry. 4:10 left to go in the fourth. Going to be hands to Derrick Henry. He's going to get up to about the 40-yard line. Nice gain, about 3 yards. That's going to be it, though. Second down and 7. 3:50 remaining in the fourth quarter. Okay. Let me think here. Let me think. Okay. If the Ravens don't get a first down here, they could try to kick a field goal, get 31, and then the Steelers could have a shot of getting the touchdown. So I could get close to my score. I'm just trying to think of like if I can get my score prediction right, but probably not. Second down 7, I formation. Lamar's going to be a play action pass and is going to throw for Mark Andrews, who slides down and gets up to about the 34-yard line. It'll be third down and 1, 3:05. It'll go in the fourth quarter. However, there is a flag. Holding defense on Joey Porter Jr. It's a first down. 3:03 left to go in the fourth quarter. Well, actually 3:10. They just announced they're going to add some more time on the clock. Like I said, Emmanuel, you were right. I think you can say that the Ravens are going to win this game. 28-14, 3:10. Lamar under center. Strong formation. Oh, sorry, from the 35-yard line. Going to be a toss out to Derrick Henry off to the right side. Going to get up to the 30, up to the 26-yard line. It's going to be second down and 1. 3 minutes left to go in the fourth. The Ravens team has been missing a big-time running back like King Henry. Hopefully, it's what puts them over the top on the Chiefs. Well, pending what happens tomorrow, they will have to go against the Bills. Now, obviously, in the regular season, they absolutely blew the brakes off of the Bills. But anything can happen. It's the playoffs. And both these teams are very different from the time that they both played. Lamar under center from the second down 2. Going to be handed off to Justice Hill, who's going to get the first down. And that, well, it's a 2-minute warning, so technically that's not the game. But it's pretty much going to be the game. $2:14. It'll go to the 2-minute warning. 28-14. Okay. If nothing else happens, let's see who is going to win this one. Let's see here. 28-14 is the closest. That's Grant is going to win. No, hold a second. That's 43. Technically, Alex would get it because he had 27-16, which is the closest out of the 28 to. Yeah. Alex is gonna get it. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Definitely hate that it will be the Ravens and Bills playing each other. Chiefs got lucky with the seeding of other teams. Exactly. Like I said, they they won the games in front of them. Obviously, like there's especially early in the year, they got away with a lot of stuff. Later on in the season, I think they're starting to come together. Obviously, Steelers are the Steelers, but they only lost one game. Granted, it was against the really good Bills team. I think that they're going to beat the Texans, and the battle of the potential MVP quarterbacks is going to determine who I really want them to make. Like, I don't want it to be the Chiefs. I know there's a good shot they're going to make the Super Bowl again, but I don't want it to be them. I want something new. I want the Buffalo Bills to get a shot. I want the Ravens to get a shot because I want both Lamar and Josh Allen to have that shot of like, hey, we are finally able to show if we can win the Super Bowl. You can stop with just like Mahomes is the absolute guy, and he is like Mahomes. His peak has now rivaled Aaron Rodgers' peak from 2010 to 2016. I would say that's Aaron Rodgers' peak. Mahomes' peak last year, well, from when he started to last year, rivals what Aaron Rodgers did during his time, but he also had more success. I think with the year that Mahomes has had, obviously there's going to be some doubters, but I don't think you can doubt too much because of what he's shown in previous years. They had a lot of injuries. There's a lot of stuff that happened. So there's some excuses for the Chiefs, but when it comes to the playoffs, they usually show up. But let's see if it continues in this playoffs because it's a very different team. And in each playoffs, things are a little bit sorry. Went a little Porky Pig there. Will be a little bit different. So you never quite know if the Chiefs are going to continue to be the Chiefs. First down 10 from the 23-yard line. Lamar hands the ball off to Justice Hill, who's going to get up to about the 20 to the 18-yard line Nice gain of 5 yards there. Second down to 5, and the Steelers call a timeout. Let's see. If the Chiefs lose their one-score games, they would have been 5-12. Aaron Rodgers overrated, maybe Tom Brady. I mean, I get that, Dobie, as being a Bear fan. Um, Here's the thing. I don't know if you can say like, well, if the Chiefs lose all their one-score games, they're this, because like there's always one-score games for every single like good team. Like it's almost as if like well, okay, I'm trying to put this in the best way. There are certain one score games they had where you can poke at like oh, if Isaiah Likely had just had his foot down, the Ravens would have won. Well, they still would have either had to go for two or go into overtime, and who knows what would have happened. Obviously, talk about the pass interference. Well, the field goal still had to happen, and there's a shot that the Bengals missed that field goal because like they would have been set up. And well, no, sorry, no, that was wrong. That was wrong because the Chiefs got the pass interference, they were able to win the game. My bad. That one you can talk about. Talk about certain other games. The Panthers, we could have won against them, but obviously our defense, as being as bad as it is, led Mahomes a lead, us game-winning score. Like there are certain times where you can look at those one-score games as being fluky, but other times you can see okay, when the things aren't going right, and they weren't going right for the Chiefs in the Panthers game, they found a way to win. I think it's a little cliche sometimes, where it's like, the team just found a way to win. They have that winning mentality. But in other circumstances, like you can see where like they've been there before, they know what they have the calm and cool collective of knowing like as long as we listen to our coach, as long as we do the game plan, things are going to work out, and it shows. So I am interested to see if the Chiefs can ride the momentum of the regular season into the playoffs, or will they be like other teams that have been 15-1 or 16-1 and falter? Because there's a possibility they could be like well, technically they weren't 16-1. They were but like they could be like the '98 Minnesota Vikings and falter in the championship game. Who knows? Second down and 5 from the 18-yard line. Lamar Jackson under center. Going to be handoff to Derrick Henry, who is going to get, he's just short of the first down marker. Third and inches. Let's see here. Aaron Rodgers is like overrated. Not even that, but after 2010, Rodgers habitually choked every time after 2000, except 2020 when he played Tom in the NFC Championship game. I'll talk about Aaron Rodgers in a little bit once this game kind of gets over. He had to win a game to make it to that NFC Championship game in 2020. They did find ways to win for sure, yeah. Not even one-score games. A YouTuber named Isaac Punch checked how many inches the Chiefs are from losing their close games. Inches. Like I said, some of it's been fluky, but I don't want to discredit the Chiefs because it's. I'm trying to think the best way to put it. After this probably potential first down, and Mark Andrews gets first down, that's going to be the end of the game. 28-14, and the Ravens would just kneel the clock out. I don't want to take away from the Chiefs because, like, even though there are certain flukes, like fluky plays, that kind of happens every single year. Where like there are teams that like like not as much as what's happened with the Chiefs, but there's still like times where like you got to have a lot of luck. You got to sometimes it is the refs. Sometimes it is like the Cowboys versus the Lions, where like the Lions win that game against the Cowboys, they don't get the third seed. They don't go against the opponents they go against, and the Packers do not play the Cowboys in the first round. Like there are certain things that have like a butterfly effect because they happened as far as matchups, as far as like seedings go. So that's the reason why I'm not trying to totally take it away, but also acknowledging that they need to step up in the playoffs. But by prior example, they usually do. The Chiefs usually show up in the playoffs. So until they show that there are like that they're not going to be a good team in the playoffs, I can't doubt them just yet. But they very well could have lost. Who knows? As far as the Aaron Rodgers thing, I will. I used to have the totally defend Aaron at all costs kind of thing, but I'm not like that anymore. I kind of toned that down a little bit. But I will say that certain seasons he did not perform the way he needed to in the big game, in the very big game. So obviously 2010, he wins Super Bowl, you know, and goes into 2011, goes 15-1. They get upset by the Giants in the 2011 playoffs, and Giants end up winning Super Bowl. Now, in other years for Green Bay, their defense started to get a little bit worse, and it started to show in the playoffs. Let's take 2014. Obviously, there's a little bit of the Dez didn't catch it kind of game that happened where the Packers end up benefiting from that. Then they go to Seattle, and the defense does show up, but Aaron Rodgers doesn't do what he needs to do in order for the Packers to have a good lead. You can absolutely put that on them. However, you can't necessarily put on him the collapse in the fourth quarter by the defense, who have been playing really well, and the almost improbable, Brian Bostic, trying to recover the onside kick, lest the Seahawks get it, and that's one of the things that gets talked about. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers didn't play like that, like he should, but there are times that Tom Brady, there's times that Patrick Mahomes, it didn't play well and got bailed out in that situation, and Aaron Rodgers didn't. I know it's a little bit defending, but it's also kind of showing that's how legacies can be altered because of small little minute details. 2016 to run the table. 2016, he goes on this amazing playoff run. You beat the Miami, Giants because that's the Miami boat trip. You go into Dallas. Your defense gives up 31 points. You score 34. And then you go into the 2016 AFC Championship game, or the NFC Championship game, and you put up a good fight, but your defense is just so bad. I am not going to put everything on just bad defenses to try to save Aaron Rodgers, but as far as performance, as far as stats goes, as far as efficiency, that's a pretty good peak. That's a pretty good peak as far as winning MVPs, and it's going to be, but it is going to be. I think Patrick Mahomes has had a better peak as far as winning MVPs, as far as winning Super Bowls, which is not necessarily a quarterback stat, but I believe it's a player team stat. I'm not going to put Charles Haley is a better all-time player than Dan Marino because Charles Haley had 5 rings and Dan Marino had none. I think it's kind of a dumb argument once it's 2 different positions, but it's for people who use Super Bowls as specifically a reason why a player is better than the other, they are saying that Eli Manning is a better quarterback than a quarterback that only won 1 Super Bowl. That's the reason why I'm not going to put Super Bowls as a fully, I'll lay this card down. You can't beat this kind of thing. But some people do feel that way. I dare say if Aaron was a better teammate, maybe his team would try as hard as Tom's or Patrick's team. I don't know if that's necessarily. What do you mean by a better teammate? Because best way to put this. there are examples out there to show that Aaron Rodgers is a good teammate, especially if you talk to certain players. Now, obviously, he has his way about things where sometimes he gets in a little pissy mood, and you can see that. But to say that Tom doesn't have that is not looking at what Tom obviously shows, like where he can be in a kind of like a ticked off mood, but they had really good teams around him. I'm not trying to discredit what Tom did. I'm just stating the obvious that Bill Belichick's defenses were consistently good. I do think that if um, Aaron Rodgers had really good defenses consistently, like Tom Brady did, the records will look better. Maybe they go on a little deep playoff run. Who knows? I think there are certain things you can compare as far as like peaks, but as far as accolades, as far as stats wise, I don't necessarily think you can compare Aaron Rodgers' peak to whichever peak you want to decide for Tom Brady. Like there's there's kind of like two different peaks. Well, there's like three, but I said there's kind of like two different peaks for Tom Brady. As far as like stats wise, like accolades wise, um, but there's gotta be some kind of context. That's basically just to say. I get it. It's a team game. That's what I'm saying. There's always rumors of how he rubs teammates the wrong way, and like I said, I agree. I think like certain people that were calling him out is because like there was like recorded history of like no them not getting along, that kind of thing, or like them leaving Green Bay and kind of like a bad um in like kind of like a weird way. And obviously I think obviously that kind of rubs me the wrong way, and that obviously makes a little bit of problems within the team. But I don't think it's just the Aaron Rodgers issue. I think it's a quarterback issue that kind of happens with everybody, but on a different level. Like I'm trying to bring all my thoughts together because I thought about this a couple of times. There's always going to be egos in the football in the locker room. If you play any kind of sports, or no, not really any kind of sport. It doesn't have to be sports, but like any kind of activity, any kind of job, anything. There's always egos. There's always people that feel to get hurt. It could be a variety of reasons of why they get hurt, but depending on the person, they'll either work it out or they will let it stew until it becomes a very big problem. So there are some things that we are never going to know about how the team locker room dealt with the situation because that's what a locker room should do is keep it in house, keep everything within each other because once it leaves the locker room, there's a lot of different stories for who did what, why did this happen, and so that's why I'm not willing to only say that it's a Aaron Rodgers problem and not say it doesn't also happen with Tom Brady and Mahomes, but you might not just have heard of it because it got dealt with. And that is also an organizational problem. If there's a problem that happens in the locker room, the coaches, the players need to be like men and deal with it. In the case I will use for this year in the Panthers, there was a locker room cancer that we had that we brought in, and we knew there could possibly be a locker room cancer. And once it got to a point where we needed to get rid of him, we got rid of him. And it bettered us by getting rid of this cancer named Deontay Johnson. There was a lot of rumblings about what was going on in the locker room, but nothing got out. But we knew that something was not right. So we do not know what was said, but we do know that there was a problem, and Dan Morgan made sure to fix that problem to get him out of there. If he did not want to be there, he did not have to become a Panther, and we shipped him out, and it worked for us. So that's what I'm saying is like all those different stories. We're never gonna know we're never gonna know the whole entire truth, but I will agree that from what we know, Aaron Rodgers can be really good teammates with you. He can have your back, but he can also not. I'm not gonna say stab you in the back, but he can also be a little bit of a diva, though it can be blown out of proportions. I, I feel like he gets blamed a lot for stuff that's a little bit out of his control, that you're seeing is a little bit out of control in the Jets, that you can still put blame on him. I think there's blame to put on Aaron Rodgers for the situation in the Jets, but as how it's being as what's being revealed about the Jets right now, there are other circumstances of why that's problem, why there has been problems there the last 2 years that he's been there. I'm not trying to take it away from Aaron Rodgers. I'm not trying to say it's none of his problem. It definitely is. But at an organizational level, they also have to take some responsibility for what happened. And the Packers took responsibility. They took Jordan Love. It angered Aaron Rodgers, of course. He played really well. And then when they stuck to their guts, they were like, we're going to go for with Jordan Love. We love what you did for Aaron. We made an investment. We want to see how this kid plays. And they stuck to their guns. And it's worked out for them. That shows a good organization as far as like moving in the right direction. So I'm sure owners help too. Probably not having an owner in Green Bay might not have had the top of the chain of command. It can also be a bad thing, and that's what I'm saying with the Jets. Like owners definitely can either help or hurt a situation. With the Packers, there was a transfer of power. And you've watched Tom's talked about this a couple times. Of like, it seemed like it was an Aaron Rodgers team for a long time, and then especially with Mike McCarthy. Then when you make the transition into the new wave of Green Bay, it was hard to get that back. It was hard to get back to the team instead of just being the Aaron Rodgers show. That's on Aaron Rodgers. It's on the organization for allowing it to happen. So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like a give and take power balance ordeal that can either destroy a team or it can make it even better if you know this is the guy and he comes in and proves it every single time that we believe if we have him, anything can happen. Like a Patrick Mahomes. You feel like as long as you got Patrick Mahomes, anything is possible. We can win anything because it's being proven to be true. It's been proven that if you just buy in and you become a chief, you're gonna go to a Super Bowl, maybe even win it because that's what they've been doing. So, surprisingly, I watched a lot of Tom Grossi. Like I said, I think Tom honestly is kind of like what I would love to strive for. I'm never gonna get that high, but like he does an amazing job as far as like the videos that he puts out. He has really good editors. Johnny Barks is really good at his job as well. Like I said, has a really good system. And it's, like I said, the kind of person that you kind of want to strive for. They're shouting MVP right now for Lamar Jackson. I guess I may have talked about it a little bit earlier. And I kind of mentioned it a little bit too. Lamar numbers should make him MVP, but he's won it twice, and because a lot of media people are going to see that the Bills are the better team, and Josh Allen's had a really good year, and he doesn't have as many weapons as what Lamar has, he should win MVP. I've already said if Josh Allen wins, I'm happy because I picked Josh Allen to win to win MVP. If Lamar wins, I'm also happy because I think he deserves it. I think both of them deserve it. I'm fine with either one of them. Last year, should Lamar have won MVP? That's a little more debatable, despite what he's doing this year. Last year was not as good. This year is so freaking good that is kind of hard to ignore. Um, it's great to aim high. Oh, I want to aim high, but I also want to be realistic. Um, like I said, I I'm happy with where I'm at right now. Obviously, I'm still year and a half into it. Um, I still got to get better as far as being strict on timelines as far as trying to get videos out. But I'm still I'm still learning about new things. I didn't know anything about I still don't know a lot about technology, but I'm still learning different editing styles and what's making it a little bit easier for me to do longer form videos, but cutting down on time. So I'm still learning the ropes, and so that's why I'm okay that some of the stuff that I want to do I'm gonna push off because I want to make sure that it's really really good. But yeah. Um, I hate the my turn argument. They shouldn't pick based on the past. I think they should be the first co MVP since Peyton Manning and Steve McNair. That's a good point. I didn't even think about co MVPs. A lot of people would be upset, but we've had. I can only think of two instances. I mean, there's the Barry. There's the let's see, Barry and Brett Favre 1997, I believe. 97, and then 2003, Steve McNair, Peyton Manning. I think this only happened two times. I'm pretty sure. Um, Back before there was the merger. Uh, I wouldn't hate it, but it there would be a lot of people who would be upset for sure. 1997, yeah, 1997. Like I said, uh, and even Saquon, Saquon should be Offensive Player of the Year. I know obviously Offensive Player of the Year at this point is pretty much just you had an amazing season. We want to make sure you know that, but you're not a quarterback, so too bad for you. You can't win everything. Tyreek Hill won a couple of years ago, or was it last year? I can't remember. Tyreek Hill. No. Tyreek Hill went 2 years ago. Last year was Christian McCaffrey, and the year before that, I believe, was Justin Jefferson. I think. But yeah, unfortunately, that's just how the awards go. Um, like I said, I understand why there's these certain criteria of the AP voters and all that kind of stuff, but it seems like time. I think there needs to be a little more vetting as far as who gets a vote because I feel the same exact way with Heisman. I feel like there should be some there should be more merit than I am the journalist for said company, and I get to have a vote, even though I show my bias every single time that I vote. Because it happens. It happens also in college football rankings. Now it doesn't really matter anymore because of the college football playoff rankings. But there will be AP voters that will have their college team way higher than it should be, and they get called out for it, but nothing's going to happen. And if you know what I'm talking about Rutgers. But it would happen all the time that this one particular person, I'm not gonna say their name, but it would just show up, yeah, he's got Rutgers at 23. Rutgers at 23? What are you talking about? It's basically you want your team to look good. So I don't know. Obviously, I guess going back to this game, I've been rambling for a little bit. Talking about this game, Ravens win 28 to 14. Steelers, again, one and done. I'll see what my sister says about the game. Obviously, she's not going to be happy. But, oh, okay. I wanted to say this, so I'm going to say this now. Earlier, I think about 2 weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, I can't remember who, but someone asked how my sister was feeling about the Steelers. And I asked her, and she said, I haven't really been watching as much as I want because I've been dealing with my dog. Her dog in particular used to be my dog, but then I went to college, couldn't take care of it because I was in a living in a dorm. Has been crapping a lot, and he's had kind of disgusting. He had diarrhea, all that kind of stuff. So he's been pooping a lot. I think that is a good summation of how the Steelers have been the last couple of weeks. They had just been crapping all over it, and it's been a disgusting scene, and no one wants to deal with it, but they have to deal with the situation as far as like this needs to be fixed. And I was thinking about that while I was driving home 2 nights in a row, this night and then also the night of I think the last time that I streamed. I thought about talking about it, but I was like, I want to talk about it now because I think it's so hilarious. When I was thinking about that, I was like, that is a perfect, that is almost like a perfect scenario of just like, yeah, you know, pretty much crap in the bed. I'm not gonna say the S word. I don't like to swear, mainly because of I want to keep it like a family friendly show, because I know that eventually students are gonna be seeing this, but I think it is. I think it's so hilarious. Not the fact that uh, Charlie is his name, was having pooping problems. He's fine now, but thinking about that she has not been watching the Steelers because she's been dealing with that is very funny. Just to me, it's kind of funny. Yeah, great day. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine now. He got to play in some snow. It didn't snow all over Alabama. It's pretty much kind of like what happened, what I thought was going to happen. But he got to play in some snow, so that was good on him. But he's fine. He just, I don't, we don't know what happened, but he's over his problems. He is, oh, I see, 5? Yes, 5 or 6 years old. He's a good dog. A good dog, Charlie. I, my grandmother asked me if I was gonna get a dog because we were talking about dogs. Because growing up, she like not growing up, but like me growing up, she always had dogs, and she hasn't had a dog in a very long time. She just can't take care of one. Um, I was just saying like I want a dog. I really do. I want a pet, but in order to have a pet, I want to be able to take care of that pet. And moving around, especially what I'm going to do this spring, is not going to be good for a pet. So I'm not going to put a pet in that situation. I look out for other people before I out for myself. Um, and that's the reason why I don't put people in a bad situation. If I'm in a bad situation, I don't want to put other people in a bad situation because of me. And so that's the reason why like I'm not gonna put a pet in that situation. That's the reason why like when I've gone through certain things, I don't put other people in that situation or where like they either feel pity or like that kind of stuff. I've gotten better about it, but it's still technically something that I do because like I don't want to be the cause of someone else's pain. So kind of a weird transition that I took there, but that's what I was basically saying. Trying to think of anything else. Obviously, like I said, tomorrow I'm going to be streaming the Commanders Buccaneers game. I'm really, really excited for that one. I'm excited for the other two games, just watching them while I'm editing. Um, as like I said before, I'm putting a deadline for myself is no later than Friday. I'm going to have out from week 12 to week 18 the playoff push. And then to save myself, I'm going to combine the wildcard weekend and the divisional into a road to the championship video that'll come out probably Wednesday or Thursday of the divisional week. Just so I can kind of save myself like time, that I'm not putting too much pressure on myself, but also setting a deadline to not just continue to like let this keep on pushing and pushing and pushing back and back and back. So that is my tentative schedule that I want to be my, for sure schedule. But Lamar's coming on onto the stage. It's good on him. Like I said, he had an amazing game. Uh, like yeah, they shot an MVP. They should. Baltimore's on a 5-game win streak, and the Steelers are on a 5-game lose streak. This kind of shows the two different trajectories for both these teams to end the season. Well, to end the Steelers season, Ravens still have plenty more to go. 299 rushing yards, most in a playoff game since the San Francisco 49ers in 2013. Dang, Derrick Henry had 186 rushing yards. That's crazy. Um, Looking forward to seeing it. Thank you so much. Like I said, I am super duper proud of the script. I'm hoping that everyone else really likes it. Um, Sometimes I feel bad that I'm like hyping it up, but I want to like say like how much I appreciate everyone's like support of it, but also understanding of like me basically pushing it, pushing it, pushing it, and it's like I feel bad that I keep on pushing it, pushing it, pushing it. But I wanted to make sure that it's good. I want to make sure that it's quality enough that people can look at it and be like, I like what you did. I don't know why I said it that way. I like what you did there. But yeah, they're showing right now time possession 20 minutes for the Pittsburgh Steelers, 39 for the Baltimore Ravens. That is atrocious, absolutely atrocious. That was one of the things that happened the first half, and it continued in the second half. There you go. Lamar 16 for 21, 175 through the air, 2 touchdowns and 81 rushing yards. Oh, I guess some news. Obviously, Mike Vrabel got hired as the Patriots head coach. That's good. It's a good feeling to put a video together. Absolutely. It's like a sense. It's like a sense of accomplishment. It's just like hoping people like it, but like something that I'm giving to people to enjoy. Um, there was other NFL news. Yeah, so Patriots hiring Mike Vrabel. I mean, we kind of already knew that was going to happen, so I mean, it's not like anything out of the ordinary. Uh, McConkey's 197 receiving yards, or the most by a rookie in NFL playoff history. Good on Lad McConkey. Are they going to say? They didn't necessarily say. Wait, am I wrong? Did he not get hired? I'm pretty sure Mike Vrabel got hired as the Patriots head coach. Yeah, in negotiations. So yeah, pretty much yeah. That's what I kind of figured. Like I said, um, it was no surprise. I mean, Aaron Glenn didn't even take a uh, interview with the Patriots. So I mean, you kind of knew. You kind of knew. It was no secret. Yeah, it's like shocking. Yeah, no, like I okay. Here is because I also was thinking about this while I was driving back. I have a 45-minute drive from work back home. Um, Kind of what I was saying before. You can have a nuanced answer. Two things. One, Gerard Mayo was shafted. Anytime that a coach only coaches for 1 year, I feel like there's a lot of circumstances that can put you in a bad position. You can say that he was shafted. Two, there was an opportunity for the Patriots that was not there or was not there in any of their minds when they set up the contract that promised Mayo the job. Let's go back. The Titans had just been the #1 seed, lost to the Bengals. The next year, they were one of the top teams at the mid of the season, and then they fell off a cliff and missed the playoffs. Okay? So, wow, did that happen? Wow, did that happen? The next year, Mike Vrabel once again has plenty of injuries that impacts the season. Is a continuation. The GM gets fired because of obviously the AJ Brown situation, all that happened where you traded him away that previous offseason. You get Traylon Burks, it's not really working out, and are you getting a tattoo? Okay, sorry. Go back. Like no one is thinking that Mike Vrabel is going to get fired. On the way out, you think that you are going to, you know, you're going to send Bill Belichick away. You're going to have Mayo be the guy because he's been the one that's been trained by Belichick basically to take his job. At the same exact time, Mike Vrabel is getting fired. But you kept a promise as a Crafts. You want to do right by Mayo, so you make him the head coach. Obviously, there's rumblings about things that were going on in the building that it rubbed people the wrong way, rubbed people in the fan base the wrong way, that there wasn't a full interview process, all this other stuff to hear all the other candidates, especially when Vrabel was an option. Like those kind of things definitely rubbed people the wrong way that set up Mayo to fail. Because there's always going to be these high expectations for the guy that replaces if you still feel like Don Shula is the best head coach of all time, it's fine. But for most people, the best head coach of all time. Very hard shoes to fill. On top of that, that also screwed over Mayo was the roster that he was given. Not a talented roster after years and years and years of bad drafting, and it came to fruition in this season. But there were other things that happened during the season. Now, we don't know necessarily if they're all true, but of rumblings of what was going on behind the scenes and what you see during the press conferences with some of his answers that Mayo gave. Obviously, rubbed people the wrong way of like calling the team soft, and then he would say some things, take them back in other press conferences that for some people did not make them feel confident in Mayo as a leader. And then when you have the pressure of losing out on Mike Vrabel, that you know is a good head coach. He has shown to be a good head coach. Mayo, you're still on a limb if he is a good head coach. So the Patriots are put in a bad situation of, do I stick with the unknown and hope that it works out with a former player, or do I also get a former player that we know has been a good head coach, that wants to have the job, that we know because he has prior experience taking over a bad team and transforming them into a really good team? Do we want to let that go potentially to the Jets? No. We're going to go with Mike Vrabel. So ultimately, I feel like it can be both sides. I think the Patriots made the best choice for themselves, but they have to take those lumps and be accused of, shafting, uh, shafting John Mayo, and being another one of the examples of certain coaches not getting more than 1 year. In the case of Urban Meyer, it makes sense. In the case of Frank Reich, it makes sense because of all the backstabbing that was going on during that David Tepper caused himself and then made the decision to get rid of what was going on in the building. And also taking a step back. Because David Tepper, granted, he caused the situation as it is, but he also fixed the situation and took a step back. Kraft did what he thought was best by listening to the fans because the fans did not want Mayo. They made that abundantly clear. But like I said, he has to come to the terms of like, people are going to see that the decision against you as not, as once again, not giving a coach a fair shake of it all. See, Mayo not as good as Variable, but still was shafted exactly. Yep, it was what was best for them, even if the optics looked terrible. Exactly, and like I was saying, like it can be both. But I think that a lot of people were just like, no, it has to be one or the other. I'm like, no, it can be both, and you can be right in that stance. Like, I really believe that Mayo needs a change of scenery. He needs to become a coordinator of some kind because he wasn't even a coordinator, which is another reason why a lot of people were upset that he became automatically the head coach because he didn't have like the responsibility from beforehand of being a coordinator. So that is why I want him in a new scenery to prove that hey, they'd have made a mistake. Like if he goes to a new team and he shows out as an amazing defensive coordinator, then you could be like, hey, you know what? Patriots made a mistake. They should have just stuck with them, and they might still be okay with it having Vrabel. Who knows how that goes? But still, you can at least prove the doubters wrong. But until that happens, Patriots fans are going to be, well, for the most part, Patriots fans are going to be like, we made the right decision. We got our guy in Vrabel. He's going to lead us to another Super Bowl, and we'll be fine. So, you never know. Never know. Let's see. Exactly. It's like what we were talking about earlier about how sports conversations no longer have any nuance anymore. Exactly. Exactly. It's one way or the other, and it's very very annoying. I hate it, and it's the reason why I one of the reasons why I wanted to get in to doing this. There's like three. There's like I usually kind of look at it as like there's like three reasons why I kind of got into doing YouTube. One, I'd already had like I kind of like wanted to do it, but I never felt confident in my like my ability. Um, but there was instant when in 2022, well, summer of 2022, Victor Wembanyama had just gotten drafted a couple, like about a week or so earlier, maybe 2 weeks earlier. I don't remember how exactly long it was. But a person that I respected, and Shannon Sharp, stated that you can't treat Victor like you do other players in the past because of how the young kids want to be treated. And I hated that argument. One, because I know I'm 24, so for some people I look older, for some people I'm younger. It depends on like what stage you are in life. But I hate the notion of you gotta treat these Gen Z people differently. No, that is how you ruin young people is by treating them differently than how you were also treated. You could do it in you could do it in a different way, but you still have to guide. You still have to guide players because that's what you do as a coach is guide them. Not just like, well, you can't be as hard as like you were before. You can still be hard, but you still have to be a coach. Is basically what I was trying to say. It's just like it frustrated me that that was the angle that Shannon Sharp did because of something that I respected, but at the same time I saw it as this is a 50-year-old man who is going to see younger people in a certain light, and I was like, why not just have somebody that is their age, understands how they're feeling, maybe not as total like kind of like but as a young person understanding like no, this is the situation. We're not all like what you see online. I am from a lower middle class family that I still remember using VHSs. I still remember using like 90s technology, 90s stuff because we didn't have up to date things. Like that's the other thing too. I think there's a little disconnect. Just assume automatically that everyone in the generation is the same. I'm kind of rambling right now, but it's just one of the frustrations that I've had is just like assuming everyone from the generation is the same. And so viewing young people in that light, I think, is a discredit because you're lumping everyone's experiences into the same exact thing, which is not the case. Not every 40-year-old is having a midlife crisis right now. You know, sorry about that. I'm 39. There you go. There are reasons they call Sharp Unk. Exactly. I have a lot of Gen Z friends. I treat them like anyone my age. Exactly, and I think that's where people will respect you, is, not treating them like, some treat them with the respect that they will also treat you, is how you should be all across the board, regardless of age. Same thing with as a teacher, treating my students with respect instead of babying them, instead of doing that, is going to create a healthy environment because then they will also respect me. If I treat them the same, if I treat them with like, hey, I'm going to help you along the way, but also have to set you at a high standard, then students are going to respect that. There's going to be some students that might take a little while, but you have to have the gall to say, maybe this is what you experienced in the past, but this is how I'm going to run it. But I'm not a dictator because I'm also going to help you get there. That's a problem that we'll also have with the teaching. I'm kind of rambling a little bit now at the end of this because like I'm still a little upset about the game. I want the Steelers. I wish the Steelers had done a little bit more, but yeah. I don't know. I I'm really excited by a lot of people are saying like the new age of football. We were talking earlier about, well, W, you talked about earlier about the Notre Dame going to the national championship game. Notre Dame has not been in the championship game since getting blown out by Bama in the 2012 season. And where I said like I don't necessarily think that the Notre Dame's are frauds, but I do ultimately think that Ohio State is going to win, even though Ohio State's wide receivers against Notre Dame secondary is going to be a pretty good matchup. But I think ultimately they'll rely on the run game and be able to run against Notre Dame. In the new age of football, with the expanded college football playoff, there are problems, and there will always be problems with any new format, any new thing. Let it work out the kinks, and eventually it'll work out. When instant replay first became a thing, there were some people that didn't like it. There are some people that didn't like some of the other advancements that we started to have, and then it became a normality in football. And now it's like a second. People don't even think about it anymore. But there's always been change with sports. There's always been change within society. There's always been change like throughout time. You either get used to it, or sometimes those changes kind of tweak a little bit, and then they get back on the right track. So that's why I'm not really as concerned with certain things in new football, like the top four seeds. I'm going to college football, but top four seeds get a bye, and this year was just a crazy year that like, you had Boise State get a bye, you had Arizona State get a bye. That's not gonna be the case the whole entire time. So, I don't have kids, so probably I don't have that unk status. Well, it depends. It depends on like you can be. And the best way to put this, uh, you can still technically be one if like you're the kind of person that also like just. I don't want to. I don't. I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna stop right there. You can still. I'm just gonna say you can still technically be one. Adobe. And I think it's for the most part it's a pretty good thing. Um, I mean, heck, some people look at me and think I'm an unk, and I'm 24, so it's yeah, I don't know. I had one time. This was 3 years ago, 21 years old. I had a coworker who thought I was 42. I cannot tell you the amount of like drop in the the amount of just like drop in confidence that happens when someone thinks you're twice your age, it's like there's like maturity that's like okay, the kinda, but also this person's like my age and thinking I'm 42. That was a lot. That was a lot. Yeah, don't get offended. You can say it. Yeah, no. Um we have 5 people in here. Nice. But yeah. Yeah, no, it's been bad. I mean, part of it is just like me losing my hair. It's fine. It is what it is. Uh, but thanks, Dad. Yeah. I used to have really curly hair. I'm kind of rambling at this point. Um, but I used to have really curly hair, and I really miss that. That was nice. For you youngsters out there, enjoy your hair while you have it. Don't be bullying your parents that might be bald because eventually that's going to be you. I did that. I shouldn't have, but I did. I was like, you're bald, and he's not bald, but he has like no hair up top. He just has on the sides, and he rightfully said, all right, you're gonna get yours, and I did. I did happen in senior year. Bro, I'm straight up an uncle, and I'm only 15. I haven't reached uncle. I have reached unk status. Sorry about that, Manuel. You said I've have, and I was like, I was like, whoops. Um, uh, I like that we can just have conversations. That's what I okay. On a side tangent, that's what I want this community to be. I want people from every single fan base to feel welcome, to just talk about whatever they want to do. Like when we're watching football, obviously you can ask me about football questions. You also just, ask me other questions. There be some things I'm not going to answer just because like eventually students might find this. And right now, I'm lucky that no student has found the YouTube channel, no parent has found the YouTube channel, no anybody in Auburn has really found that YouTube channel because I don't have like any other social media outside of YouTube. Because I don't think it's a problem, but some people want to make it a problem, and that's one of my concerns that I'm gonna have is like I'm that people are gonna make me make a choice, and that's teaching versus this, because there are some people who think that teachers should not have a life outside of school. I say that as a jokingly, but like you're set at a higher standard, which is fine, but then you almost can't have a hobby outside of that, even if you do your own job, which is what I'm kind of concerned about. I don't think it's going to happen, but as being a teacher's kid, I know how awful parents can be. I know that parents can make your life a living hell if they don't like you. I'm not cussing. I'm saying like the actual place down there. And like I said, that's why I'm not gonna cuss. One, because I don't cuss. If you ever hear me cuss, it means I really mean it. That's the reason why I don't do it, because I want to make sure that people like feel like okay, that's they're legit saying it. But that's the reason why I also want to create a family friendly channel, because I want everyone to feel accepted into this community. But that's one of the things that I'm a little bit concerned about when I start my internship, because I know students are going to try to look you up. I don't have any social media outside of this, so hopefully not. That I'm not going to have like a problem, but it could become one, and I hope it doesn't. But there are countless times, as like I said, knowing the inner workings of a smaller town, which where I'm at is not as much of a small town as where I grew up, that anything can become a problem because you didn't give my child an A. So, yeah. I was an uncle when I was 15 too. It's a Spanish thing. Okay, okay. Uh, um, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of talking about it a little bit. Sorry about that. They're talking about like how the stewards are feeling, especially like since they're uh um Who was this? What was I talking about? Um, they're talking about the Steelers losing and how their feelings are. Um, 6 game losing streak in the playoffs is, I mean, like I said, they haven't won since 2016. It's just, I don't know. We talked about a little bit with the Steelers. I don't know where they go from here, but changes are going to be made. Part of me is not going to be surprised that Artemis is still there next year, but I think that there will be a swing of the fences by the Steelers this offseason. That's my bold prediction. There's a swing for the fences because they have to. I just learned to not cuss around my nieces. My youngest niece is 17, though, so kind of late. Uh, these are great talks. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Like I said, I think there's a level of personal that I can go into that I would also feel comfortable with. As a part of it, where it's just like, you know, um, not go into because of I tried to. I'm like lost in the words, but for instance, like there are certain things that I'm not going to be talking about because I want to keep it separate. Like I might reference things about like work, but I'm not going to talk about work because I want to keep those things separate. I always try to keep parts of life separate because I think it's healthy. Is not bringing your problems onto other people, that kind of thing. But they're talking about right now about the Russell Wilson and Justin Fields being on both 1 year deals. I think that's a very big. It's one of the reasons why I had kind of like a swing for the fences. I thought was going to happen in the offseason. Not going to have the way that I think is going to happen, but I think the Steelers are probably going to once again go after another quarterback. I don't know if they'll bring back one or the other or maybe both, um, because of especially how the season's gone. Obviously, if Sam Darnold is an option, I would love to see him there. I talked about that earlier in the stream. Um, but the Steelers have some good things going. Quarterback just has to be one. And there's a shot they might reach on one in this draft class because there's one that's going to be dropping. And if they take him the way that I thought that thing could happen, it's going to anger a lot of fans. It's going to anger a lot of fans. Um, I'm mainly talking about Jalen Milroe. A little tidbit. I thought Jalen Milroe would take some strides this offseason, going into the season under Kellen DeBoer, that would make him the QB1. And I was holding on to that for a while there, and Luke and I talked a lot about it because Luke is a Bama fan. He absolutely hates Jalen Milroe, and he has forbade us from when we do our mock drafts from drafting him in the first 2 rounds because that's what we're going to do mock drafts, just the first 2 rounds. And I'm fine taking that, but I do think that he is going to be at the very least a top 50 player in the draft. There is a lot to like about Joe Burrow, but there's a lot that's also going to make him drop, and that's the reason why he could be in the taking of the Steelers if they want to take a swing on a guy because he has athletic traits. However, he has not developed his eyes as much as I want him to, his pocket awareness as much as I want to, and his accuracy as much as I want to. He's got an amazing arm. He's got athletic gifts. And every now and then it will all come together and it will look amazing. But he can't be consistent enough. And that's what's got me concerned to the point where my prediction of what was going to happen in the offseason doesn't come true. But it's the reason why I'm very upset. No, I'm not going to say upset at him, but I'm saddened that it didn't come true that he wasn't able to hit his potential, and now he's still a very, very much boomer bust draft pick. And that's the reason why he's going to drop, unfortunately. We'll talk about it even more during the offseason as far as like rankings. The hardest one right now for me to rank is interior defensive line and edge rushers because I'm going through and trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to rank these two players that have different body styles that will fit different teams better and then the other. So technically, I might rate the person higher than the other person. Like those those two groups. Oh, and running back. Those three groups are going to be the hardest ones for me to grade because there's so many different skill sets in each one that you can get your guy. Like if you need an edge rusher, you can get your guy. You might not get the top guy, but you can get a guy that fits your scheme. And that doesn't happen often. Like if you want a running back in this draft class, there's potential that this running back class can be 2017. Like 2017's draft class is ridiculously good. There's a chance this could be. There's a good chance this could be even better than that. Like, um, I talked about it before, so I'll pull it up once again. So 2017 draft class, obviously, first two running backs, Christian Leonard Fournette and Christian McCaffrey. Now, Leonard Fournette had a really good rookie year. He had, a good revival year at Tampa Bay, but overall didn't have a super duper impactful career. Had a good career, a solid career, but not impactful career. So let's just do. I'm going through the running backs. Let's see here. So running backs here. There you go. Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, second round. Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon. Third round, Alvin Kamara, Kareem Hunt. Dante Foreman has settled himself into a really nice career. Also, James Conner was in the third round. Go to fourth round. Samaje Perine found a good role. Tariq Cohen, really good returner. Joe Williams, Donner Pumphrey, Jamal Williams, really good career for him. Fifth round, okay, start going down. Aaron Jones was in the fifth round. In the sixth round, not as much. In the seventh round, there was some people that kind of like met some, they were kind of like practice squad. And then you have Chris Carson in the seventh round. Like Chris Carson, if not for his knee injuries, he was really good. He was really stinking good. And this is not even counting. I'm about to go all the way down to the draft to the undrafted guys. Undrafted, you have, if I'll pull up, there you go. You got Austin Eckler, Corey Clement, and Matt Breida, all in 2017. Like that's what's crazy about 2017 is like you have so many running backs that are still good right now. So many running backs that fit certain roles. Their rookie contract that made them good players in the NFL. That can happen in this running back class. And there's others that they kind of like had a good season or two, but that's still good for a running back. They still had a good running back career because for the most part it's like maybe 3 years. So I'm really really excited for diving deep into the draft content. Like I said, that will come in later. Not focused on it right now. I'm getting certain things together. Like every now and then, I'll be like, "Oh, I'll look here, I'll look there, I'll look there." But I try not to do. I try to get some information now. Pick up a little bit more during Shrine Bowl, Senior Bowl, that kind of stuff week. once I have some like ideas of certain players, I'll also kind of see what other people are saying to see like if I'm like way off, and then if I'll like reconsider, like, am I that off? And then I'll be like, sometimes I'll stick to my guns, or I'll reevaluate like what did they see that I might not have seen, and I've changed. I've only changed like at least twice. I know of like as far as like what I saw from other people until people who were privy to more knowledge than I was like, oh, that's why other people have him ranked lower, and then that kind of changed my opinion of the potential prospect. Speaking of that, there is a player. You might have heard of it. You might have heard him yesterday. Kyron Lacey, LSU wide receiver, hit and run, killed a ex-marine, left the scene, and so he is. I mean, he's pretty screwed. He's going to go to jail, but it go like heart goes out to the family that is losing the former Marines family, who's losing him. Very tragic. And when Luke told me about that what happened, he was like that's crazy. And I was like, yeah. I was like, you almost understand in that mindset of like you're reckless driving, you're putting yourself in a bad situation, you end up harming someone else, I mean killing them. Like, you're gonna freak out, but he made the wrong decision, obviously by reckless driving, and they doubled down on making the wrong decision by fleeing the scene. You almost had to kind of like own up to your mistake, and he didn't, and that's gonna cost him even more. It cost the family for losing him. It cost him because he let what some people will do it regardless. I've heard so many people who just recklessly speed, and there's like, it's not gonna hurt anybody. But in this case, it did. It ended a life. I know I'm getting kind of sad right there, but that's something that I want to talk about. It's just like anything can happen to anybody at any given time. Um, and in this case of Kyron Lacey made a mistake, and it's going to haunt him for the rest of his life, and it's going to haunt the family that is impacted by his decision. I kind of went very very dark on that. I'm very very sorry for that, but that's something that I haven't talked about yet because it happened like I think maybe 2 days ago. I think it's when Luke texted me about it. Because we both really like Kyron Lacey as a prospect. Kind of weird talking about it, but I remember I was at the LSU game, LSU Auburn game, where Jane Daniels went off, and Kyron Lacey was the number two guy instead of Brian Thomas Jr. And that's when I started to realize about Kyron Lacey. He had a chance for most of us, as like I said, it feels very weird talking about the prospect. He's more likely not going to get drafted. But we felt like, oh, he could probably be a third round pick. But now, I mean, like it's not gonna, it's not, he's not going to be drafted. He's going to go to jail, um, and it's a very sad situation for everybody. So I'm sorry that I went on a very 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 sad moment right there, but I wanted to talk about it. I was trying to find the best time to talk about it, and then I kind of weave my way into being able to. Ripped him and his poor family. We never know when our last days are. That's why we need to treat every day like it could be last. Exactly. I think spreading positivity is a very very important aspect of life. Um, but it's not trying to be hollow, but also just like being in the present, being in the moment, and appreciating the people that you have around you, and trying to make everyone else's life better while also making sure that your life is okay. Like treating yourself, um, making sure that best way to say it is like making sure your environment is watered and healthy, by also helping out other people as well. Um, yeah. I don't know why I went on that track. I'm sorry about that. I'm kind of rambling at this point. I've said that a couple of different times. Um, Not to take away from the seriousness of the situation, but he just shot up the Raiders draft board. Sorry. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That's good. That's good, Emmanuel. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's good. I mean, hey, you know what? No, no, Emmanuel. That was old. That was old Raiders. They moved in a different direction. Now they're going the Brady Ray. So no, I'm not gonna do that. I was like, that was pretty bad. That would be really bad. I was about to make an Aaron Hernandez joke, and I was like, that's no, that's definitely gonna come back to bite me with some students. So I'm not gonna do that. No. But I that's good, Emmanuel. Like I said, there's sometimes where you can make jokes, um, in this, especially when it's like dark times. Well, not dark times, dark conversations. But that's good. That's good, Emmanuel. I like that. But yeah, like I said, hearts go out to um, the former Marines family. Also, heart go out to all the people who are dealing with the Los Angeles fires. Um, Obviously, like on Monday, the Rams versus Vikings have to play in Arizona um, because of the fires and all the people that had like their belongings are getting lost. Like it's a very tragic situation, and hopeful for aid to get there, even though a lot of times we have not been the best about getting aid to people. Only reason why I'm saying that is because on the trip that I took during winter break with my family to go up to North Carolina, and we also took aid to Asheville. Seeing the damage that was happening there, that was eye opening as well because like obviously. You knew the hurricane went through, did some devastation, but until you actually see it, it did number on like especially on North Carolina. But seeing that like they weren't getting what they needed, if we're going up there, we're going to give relief, um, and that's just it shouldn't be to that point where like people are not getting the help that they desperately need because of circumstances. No one should be in a situation where like things out of their control are not being fixed because of. I'm not gonna go into it. I'm gonna go into it. I'm gonna go into it. But yeah. California needs press exactly, exactly. Um, they desperately need help. Um, I'm gonna try to divert it. Earlier in the stream, Emmanuel, we talked about the Falcons. I talked a little bit about the Panthers. As for the Bears, Dobie, we can talk about that a little bit. It's only 11:08 where I'm at. I'm fine. I'm actually wired right now. I am super duper intrigued by what the Bears are doing in the draft. I feel really weird that I just diverted there, but I'm sorry. I'm very very intrigued what the Bears are doing in the draft. I feel like there is a legitimate shot that you could get Will Campbell, depending on how other teams see him. Another little key on like how I see Will Campbell. I was a fan of LaShawn Slater staying at tackle, but I did feel that Peter Skoronski should move into guard. I am still in between as far as how I feel on Will Campbell as far as like should he move into guard for his best position, or do I feel like he will be fine enough to play at tackle? Regardless, you just need help on the offensive line. So I think you can still get a stud at offensive line. Hope he works out at tackle. If he doesn't work out at guard. Um, so I think like that could be a possibility, or a defensive lineman. But you can also get that with our second round pick. So like the Bears in a good situation where obviously this year didn't go the way that you wanted, but with whoever you get a head coach, with a really really good draft, I think you're still in a good spot. Um, I want the Saints investigated for theft. They stole the eighth overall pick from the Falcons. Well, you don't have to be eighth all the time. Sorry, just got back from dinner with the family. Oh, you're good, Zoe. You're good. All good. Um, uh, we have talked about a lot of different things. Right now, we're talking about the Bears pick. I guess we talk about the Broncos pick as well. W, please. That Campbell, I see him mocked to the Saints, and I would hate to face him twice a year. I would hate facing him twice a year as well. That's kind of where I want the Bears to take him. Okay, and I talked about it before with the Falcons. I legitimately think there's a shot that the Panthers can trade back. And so I would not be opposed, as a Panthers fan, to deal once again with the Bears. Did you fleece us? More than likely, yes, for the previous time. But the receipts are still coming in. But we would be willing to give up our pick so that you can make sure that you secure that Will Campbell, so that the Saints can once again be in a terrible position and we can get another pick. Will we get our pick at second round? No. But we can get another pick with the many picks that we do have. We have so many picks. We don't have our second, we have the Rams second. But then we have a lot of picks we can make moves with. We're going in a very different direction where we were 5 minutes ago, but I'm fine with it. All right, so I hope the Bears get interior offensive line. They can get that with Will Campbell and also get that with tackle too. It can be 2-for-1. We need a left tackle, left guard, center, and right guard. Exactly. And Will Campbell can be both. And you could also double dip in the second round and potentially get like a Wyatt Milam that more than likely should move into I don't know. I actually really like Wyatt Milam as a tackle. But he's more so for a zone kind of guy. So it really depends on if he makes it past the Dolphins. Because if there's certain offensive linemen that go off the board and the offensive line help, Wyatt Milam is definitely the kind of guy that the Dolphins in a Mike McDaniel system would love to have. But you like I said, you also go defensive line. You got to go a lot of different ways. I'm excited to see what y'all do in free agency. And it depends on who you get as a head coach. Like I said, I've told you multiple times, I don't think you're going to get Ben Johnson. I would be very, very surprised if you got Ben Johnson. If you did, good on you, and may it work out for you. But because I have some hate a little bit for Bears because of how many times they got ragged on for the Bryce Young trade. But at the end of the day, you're just passionate fans. And also, W, you're not as bad as some of the you're not bad compared to what I've seen other Bears fans say. Mainly on Reddit posts, but still. Just draft 100% offensive line. Exactly. Just need one more interior D lineman and edge rusher. Like I said, you could probably get with your second, probably with our second round pick, you could get a good edge rusher. Probably like edge 6. Like I said, I could still see edge 6 being really good depending on who it is at that point. I think that'd be really good for y'all. It depends on what, like I said, it depends on what you go in Free agency, dude. I've already started looking at free agency as far as like Panthers. The people that I want are like coming off of injuries, but I really like them coming out, and I want them now. Like I want Levi from the Lions. I liked him coming out of Washington. He's done a really good this last year. He might just return, but I like him a lot, and he's a really good pass rusher from the interior. I also really like Malcolm Kuntz. He had a really good year last year, and I thought he was going to have a good year this year. Then he had a bad injury, missed pretty much the whole entire season, and now he's a free agent. So there's a possibility we can get him at a discount. Who knows? Um, and then I would love to have Carlton Davis, but he's not going to come to the Panthers. I would love to have Carlton Davis, but I will settle for Mike Jackson. So still like Mike Jackson. Um, Not go to the Panthers, but back to the Bears. There's a lot of different ways you can go. I think the Panthers could potentially trade down, especially if like the people that we wish would fall to us don't fall to us, and I'm okay with us trading back to get more picks. Back to okay, because obviously I believe in Javon Dexter, absolutely, dude. Javon Dexter, liked him coming out. I felt so bad for the NIL deal that he signed that screwed him over, dude. It was so messed up, and I don't know if he yet got it fixed. But that was so wrong for what they did. Bryce Young has developed good this season. He's going to be a problem for the NFC South for years. I hope so, Dobie. I'm sorry. I hope so, Emmanuel. Um, and Michael Penix is going to be fine. Don't worry. The 3 games he showed out, he's going to be the guy for sure. Hopefully not, but maybe. Let's see here. Not everyone is as mature as myself, especially in the Bears fan base. I hate a bunch of my own fans. Okay. I'm gonna say this. There are some takes that I have that would make a lot of Panthers fans not like me, and I'm perfectly fine with that. There's a lot of toxic Panthers fans, some for good reason, some for bad reason. Other reason for we're not as good as we were before, so we're gonna hold them in high standard, but then have rose-colored colored glasses to not see the problems that I will also show in the Hot Their Panthers video. That's one of the things that I'm also dreading, is because I've had a unpopular opinion about the Panthers, and it will be revealed in the How We Got Their Panthers video, and I will give examples for why I feel that way and why it's a legitimate feeling. And there will be some Panthers fans, based upon comments that I see all the time, that will not be happy with what I say, but I'm okay with it because it is true. It is not rose-colored glasses. It is seeing it for what it is, and I found it. Which I hate. Why did the NFC South, aside from the Saints, choose to be good into a good rebuild? Wait, where were we at? Oh, which I hate. Why did the NFC South, aside from the Saints, choose to be good into a good rebuild? Well, we can just all laugh at the Saints just being the Saints, so I think we're fine. Like I said, I think obviously the Bucks retooled. It's really going to come down to, can their defense pull through? What happens with Chris Godwin, who's more likely going to leave? And McMillan has been really good, so I think they'll be fine without him. But when Mike Evans leaves, you need another guy, which they can get in the draft. So I feel confident with the Bucks that Baker is going to continue to be Baker, and that McMillan, who has shown really good strides, can be kind of like a replacement for Chris Godwin, but you'll need to get a replacement sooner rather than later for Mike Evans because he is getting up there in age. So, yes, Bryce will be for sure. The Bears and Panthers got their franchise quarterbacks exactly, and everyone that is trying to count out Caleb Williams, I will remind you, if you look at upon stats, it's not that bad compared to other rookie seasons. If you look at the surrounding team, and the surrounding circumstances, it is a pretty bad situation to put Caleb in. Not to take anything away from Caleb, he is a grown. He's not grown. He is a professional football player that deserves some flack for his play. However, there is a thing called being a rookie and taking your lumps. Wait a little bit before you make your judgment on a player that has been put into a bad situation. That's how I feel as a Bears fan. I'm not saying the same dribble as those dumb Bears fans. Oh, Dobie, how was beating the Packers last week? That had to felt nice. Oh, I bet it was. I bet it was absolutely outstanding to finally break the streak since 2018. Um, I mean that's how it's got to be for like the buck. I mean, Zoe, you know exactly how that feels because like you're as a Broncos fan, took you until last year to beat the Chiefs when you were on that long streak. I mean, I'm sure you were very very happy that you finally broke the streak because that was what from 2016 on. Was that the last time? Let's see, yes, from 2016 on until was it the second game? I think it was the second game last year. The Broncos finally beat the Chiefs, and it had been like that streak. Uh, I really hope Penix is good. I hate the pick so much. I was a walking corpse the day after the draft. I remember thinking during the Titans pick, please Terry, don't mess up this easy pick. Oh, how wrong. Oh yeah, no, I can still like one of the best shorts that I've done was of the draft of during the draft when we stream it. Luke has his phone and he'll see like the pick before it happens, and then I'll be like not knowing what's happening, and you like I have it's of him like 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 almost do like double take, seeing the news, and he's like, "You're gonna be surprised by the Falcons," and like I'm like, what do you mean surprise? Like, so I just started listing out stuff, and then I think I see in there, it's not gonna be Michael Penix, is it? And he's like, but he didn't say anything, and so I just discredited it. And then when it's Michael Penix, then I made another short about it actually being Michael Penix. I mean, like, what are you doing? Um, but yeah, that one. To be fair, if it works out, it works out. Get your franchise quarterback. Who really cares? However, you did pay all that money to Kirk Cousins. Now you're taking all the hit. And at the end of the day, if Michael Penix is good, you could just say, well, Michael Penix got the expertise from Kirk Cousins, so it's okay. You can tell yourself that. But at the end of the day, you still pay the man a lot of money. And he's still getting paid a lot of money tomorrow and a lot of money next year. And then we'll play for a team like what Russell Wilson did. Um, um, for like chump change. Let's see where's that. OMG, I'm gonna have a chubby until September with that win. 2025 undefeated, baby. And to think we were a block kicked away from sweeping Green Bay. That would have been hilarious. That would have been so funny if you had actually swept Green Bay. Oh, question for Zoe. How do you feel the other AFC West horse team got blown out by the Texans? Is the Charger technically a horse? I know like there's a Thunderbolt and like in one of the logos it's like of a horse, but I would always just assume they were like bolts, like lightning bolts, but like a like a Dodge Charger. I don't know. I was your fear. I was euphoric when we broke our losing streak against the Chiefs, and the same when we broke the streak against the Raiders. That one is another one I can wholeheartedly understand, especially when like you were losing to Josh McDaniels. That had to hurt. I I haven't felt that like having like a former coach like consistently win against us. We beat Ron the first time we played them, and then he beat us the second time we played them. So, and outside of that, I mean, there's John Fox, but like I wasn't really a fan of the Panthers then, so it didn't hurt when we lost to John Fox in 20. Let's see, what was that? 2012? I think it's 2012 when Cam Newton played against Peyton Manning um, when Cam was really really young. So I didn't have that, but other people did. Now playing against foreign players, oh, dude, Steve Smith's game against the Panthers when he was a Raven, that one was bad. That one hurt a lot. Also, because I didn't understand the circumstances of why he left. I understood it now, and I understand it. By the time I didn't, I was like 12, 13. So I was like, why did Steve leave? But you understand a little bit more as time goes by, and like the conversations that other people have had of like, this is the situation, this is where he was in his career, and didn't want to be a rebuilding team, and so it perfectly understands why people left. But the Chargers are a horse team. I didn't know that. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm thinking they're like a thunderbolt, like a little charger. But like I said, I do know there's the logo of like there's like a white horse, and it's like looks like a soccer emblem, and then like bolts. But um, I was back for more than anything, Emmanuel. Oh, don't worry, Ryan. The sitting behind Kirk helped him develop is working overtime in my head to not think about us having a free agency shopping spree and probably lose some key players. Hey, I'm sure that your GM, even if he loses key free agents, is going to replenish them in the draft because we see how he's. I'm not going to go. We see how he's done in the draft so far. Michael Penix, other first round picks. Matthew Bergeron. I'll give you Matthew Bergeron. I did like Matthew Bergeron. You did take him right before us. I did that. I did want Matthew Bergeron, and if you watch, I'll go on for a little. I'll say something and I'll go off a little bit tangent. If you watch Blueprint or Camp Confidential, you'll see that we had a pick where we were either going to take Matthew Bergeron or Jonathan Mingo. So you took Matthew Bergeron. We ended up taking Mingo. We ended up getting a fourth rounder before Mingo, which is still wild to think about. I'm so thankful for the Broncos, not Broncos, for the Cowboys giving us a fourth round pick. But yeah, the reason why I'm saying this is to start off by saying the Panthers do a really good job with their social media, TV show esque kind of thing with Blueprint, Camp Confidential. They're really really good. Even if you're not a Panthers fan, I implore you to watch. It's really good. Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks is coming up, and there's four teams that qualify to be it. That's the Tennessee Titans with the number one overall pick. So it depends what happens there. The Seattle Seahawks with Mike McDonald being his second year, Geno Smith, all that kind of stuff. Atlanta Falcons and Carolina Panthers. Those are the four teams that it could possibly be. Now, a lot of people are wanting it to be the Panthers that I'm seeing because obviously people can talk about Xavier Legette and all that kind of stuff. Bryce Young's a very easy guy to root for. There's also the angle of Dave Canales is a good-looking man, so there's going to be some people who are talking like, ooh, Dave Canales, like that kind of thing. I saw that too, and I was like, I don't know if that's a major draw for Hard Knocks, but to each their own. Um, I kind of don't want it to be on Hard Knocks. I'll still watch it if it does, and I'll probably make videos about it if it does. But I'd rather it not because I don't know what it's going to do for Blueprint or Camp Confidential, and I really like what we do there. So, want to say that because there's also a possibility that it could be the Falcons, and then Emmanuel, you're going to love it. It's going to be amazing for you to go Hard Knocks because there's definitely not a Hard Knocks curse. It's perfectly fine. Where was I at? Oh, as the field goal went through, I screamed the loudest I've screamed, and I don't know how long. I think that horse logo is from when they first were in Los Angeles and when they were in the AFL. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Zoe, I remember hearing in a video that Chargers were a horse team because they were uh, grouped with the Colts and Broncos. I think Chargers are a breed type of horse. I could be wrong. It was such a weird game, and I don't really know how to feel about it. Which one? Wait. Oh, might be talking about the last time they beat the Chargers, maybe. I think so. Just Googled it. The Chargers are a horse team because Chargers are a name for war horses. I didn't know that before, but you learn something new every day. Chargers Charger today, though. Yes, they did. And like I said before, I really wanted to believe they wouldn't, but man, they just had to. They had to do it at the worst possible time. Where we're like, we feel like the worm has turned, and no, it hasn't. But to be fair, it helps the Chargers being ahead of the Texans because the Texans have a good shot taking wide receiver in the first round because Tank Dell's not gonna be there for the whole entire 2025. Who knows about what's gonna happen with Stephon Diggs? They desperately need another weapon outside of Nico Collins, and there's a possibility they could go for wide receiver. Now they can still get one, even though the Chargers might go for one. But the Chargers need some help on the wide receiver. They can go in free and see if they want to, but I feel like it's just me. They want to build the draft to young, get younger, and be able to work around the contracts that have the bad contracts that Tom Telesco has put the team in. Let's see here. They did indeed Charger. Ryan, I was referring to the Chargers Texans game. Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that was a weird game. To the first, it was like I said, I was watching it. It was like 6-0, and I was just like, it's like this is so boring day at work. I was like, this is gonna be a boring game too. I was like, all right, and then it was like, they scored 50. They scored 10 points within 58 seconds, and I was like, all right, well, that's at least something. And then it just like exploded in the second half. And like I said, Luke was texting me all throughout the time, like throughout the day, during the game, and it was just like it was back and forth about just like I love our defense. Stingley is my guy. If it wasn't for Nico, our offense would be terrible. Please, someone get rid of Slowick. And it was just like, that's pretty much how it is. Like I don't know a single Texans fan that wants Slowick back, and there are some Texans fans that feel like if Slowick comes back, their season is doomed from the start, which is kind of feels bad. I honestly like because my season is over. Like I've been looking into like what other teams could possibly do. I'm very excited to get into um, what shopping spree could potentially go down with some teams that have bukus of money. Because we're just talking about what we assume the salary cap is going to be. Salary cap could go a lot higher. Not is it going to go a lot higher as it was last year or last year and the year before that. Maybe not, probably not. Um, but it could still go up high. Herbert throwing 3 interceptions all year, just then choosing to pull a Kirk Cousins and decide to throw 4 interceptions and a pick six. Yeah. Now, like I said, one of those was to Will Disley, and his pick was more so just like a deflection off the hands. But yeah, no, like Herbert, outside of throwing to Lab McConkey, who I was so right about Lab McConkey. I was so happy about being right about that one. Yeah, no. I mean, like I said earlier, Lab McConkey had a 197, which is crazy that he had 197. But it makes sense. There was that third and was it third and 26 or third and 25? Whenever on 26, I always think of second and 26. Sorry, Emmanuel. I think of second and 26 where Tua throws to Devontae Adams for the touchdown for Bama to win a national championship. I don't know why that's always a thing about. Like there's fourth and 26. People like Eagles fans think about going against Packers, but 26 I always think about that. And the Texans with the fumbles plus interceptions of their own and all the penalties, it felt like both teams were playing hot potato with football. That's what I'm saying. Like, regardless of the scores you look at, where it's like, wow, the Texans just like blew the brakes off the Chargers. No, the Texans defense blew the brakes off of the Chargers, but not the Texans offense. They definitely benefited from it, but there's a lot of potential for the Texans offense that obviously gets hampered with the loss of Tank Dell, the loss of Stephon Diggs, and you're relying on young wide receivers outside Nico Collins, like Xavier Hutchinson, like John Mechie, that or an older veteran like Robert Woods, and it just hasn't materialized into a good enough passing game that's going to elevate when their run game does not come through. It also does not help. And there is a man in the Texans uniform that will not be there next year because if he is, Texans fans will find a way for him to be kicked off the team. That is Dalton Schultz. Just like Luke, there are a lot of Texans fans that are like, we don't want him here. So I'll be very surprised if Dalton Schultz is retained. Because he was also really bad. Wait, did Quentin Johnston pull a Kyle Pitts and basically fumble the ball in a defender's hands? No. Well, I don't think he did. That might have happened while I was driving. I didn't see what happened with another pick. I know the Will Disley pick was on him because it went off his hands. But I know that Quentin Johnston also had a good pass that he couldn't catch the first time. Then Lassiter deflected it pretty much because Lassiter, Kamari Lassiter, we both really liked last year. Both Luke and I really liked last year at Georgia. He's looked really well, really good. Goodness gracious, I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. I'm still wired, so I'm still probably gonna keep on going. Being second and 30, only to false start, end up at second and 40. Just what are you doing, dude? Like, and that's been, like I said, that's been a problem for the Texans for a very long, not for a very long time, but like for the last couple of years, it's just like dumb mistakes, and that's the reason why, like Luke, as much as he wants to pray to Larry Tunsil, I mean, he does that. He has so many times where he's just like, I'm going to false start, or like, I'm going to hold, or I'm going to do this. And it's just like, I wouldn't be able to handle it because I would just be like, I know you're better than this. But luckily, I have good enough offensive line that are not top 5 of their position, so they don't have that expectation, but they're still good enough they don't have to really worry about them. Like, obviously, we still kind of worry about Ike Mekwonu. I still have faith in Ike Mekwonu as far as best, definitely be a really good run tackle. He needs to work on his pass block, but I mean, that's when he was coming out of college. But I'm so glad that we took him instead of like falling for the Evan Neal trap. Oh, dude, I'm so happy about that. What did Dalton Schultz do? I heard of him last year. I thought he was good. He was good last year. Let me list you the reasons why Luke doesn't like him. He gives up on blocks easy. He misses crucial catches where you're paid to be able to catch that because he's a pretty good paid tight end. Um, he gives up on his routes easy, like like Luke was talking about earlier. I mean, it might be in the Gridiron Gurus video. Um, he was talking about there was a route that basically Dalton Schultz seems to be either the first or second read, and he's just walking through his route instead of trying to get open. And CJ obviously looking at him, trying to throw him the ball, but he can't because Dalton Schultz is not at his spot yet and not even looking at the ball. So there are a lot of different reasons why they don't like Dalton Schultz, but it's because of a lot of it is just because of the way his attitude seems to come across is that he got paid, he doesn't care. I'm not saying that that's the case, but that's what it seems like to a lot of Texans fans because he was good, and now that he's been paid, he is not good. And it's been almost a detriment to the offense because you're not doing your job. So that's the reason why. Because I remember him, like I said, he was really good on the Cowboys. The Texans signed him last year. He did pretty decent. But I mean, he wasn't a good blocker. We knew that, but it's been even worse. Like the pass block, the run blocking for Dalton Schultz has been even worse this year. Now he's also old too. He's also getting a little bit older too, so that also doesn't help. Um, what else was I going to say? Oh, Broncos. That's right. I'm sorry. I talked about the Bears, talked about the Panthers, talked about the Falcons, and I talked about the Broncos. So Zoe, who do you want? We've kind of talked about it a little bit. Dobie and also Emmanuel talked about like what they want. I talked about what I kind of want. What do you want for the Broncos to do? Like the first couple picks, I'm looking at Tyler Warren because he would be absolutely fit the Taysom Hill role that obviously Sean Payton had in New Orleans, and it also gives you an element that you don't necessarily have. Obviously, you have Marvin Mims, very deep threat, and can also kind of be the play the slot. You have Cortland Sutton, that's a really good wide receiver as well. Tyler Warren is a do-it-all, can play big slot, can be tight end, can be quarterback, can be anything that you need him to be, and he would fit that system really, really well. And he gives you that after the catch that you desperately need because he is that guy. So that would be my pick if you're able to get him, and if you lose, you're going to be in a better situation to get him. That'll be able to improve your offense. But I want to know. I want to know what you, Zoe, what you think that the Panthers wanted to be able, not Panthers, what the Broncos want to be able to get with like the first pick or so. Because like I said, whenever I do mock drafts or whatnot, I want to see what fans think they should get because I might be wrong about what I think the team need might be, or we feel like we'll be good with this position, but our main need really is this because we're losing that. We're more than likely gonna lose this guy or he's gonna drop off, like that kind of thing. But let's see. Okay. Right now, it's 9:44. I will go a little bit longer. I'll go a little bit longer. Like I said, I'm still wired, so I'm still good. But I do know that I still need to go to bed because I got a long day ahead of me tomorrow. Want a couple minutes. And also, I did not sleep as well as I kind of wanted to last night, but that's just my own thing. Yeah. Oh, okay. In the draft, I feel like the Broncos could use a tight end and some more linebacker, maybe cornerback depth. I will never complain about drafting D lineman O line. Exactly. Like I said, I do like y'all potentially going in the third round for a cornerback. I like McMillan, like Riley Moss, of course, Sertan. So you got your starters, but you definitely need depth. You need quality depth because you saw obviously when Riley Moss went down, you had Levi Wallace. I mean, you probably should have had Levi Wallace, but he got absolutely torched. They got torched, and basically, um, I'm not going to say that he made Jerry Jeudy a Pro Bowler, but he definitely helped make Jerry Jeudy a Pro Bowler. Um, and like I said, I think your rotation at defensive lineman could use a little more depth too. And this is really, really good defensive line class. And so I like your edge. Your edge rotation is really good, so don't really worry about that too much. But I think if I would do like a top three, I would do Tyler Warren, your first round pick, to fix that like some of your offensive issues. I would say, ooh, second round pick, maybe go linebacker, but you could also go linebacker in the third, based upon like what your scheme is. You could probably get a linebacker in the third. So I would, you know what? Let's go. So Tyler Warren in the first, second round pick. We'll go. Um, he's not going to last that long. I was thinking about Barron from Texas, but he's probably be the late first or early second. But he would really fit in. Oh my gosh, he would fit in this game. He could pretty much work anything. Ooh, you could take safety. If you took um, Emaware, I might be saying his name wrong, but the South Carolina safety, I want him so bad. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of South Carolina players that I want, but we're not going to get all of them. But I would like to have all of them. But he is so good. Oh my gosh, Emaware is so good. Um, he's safety number two. Obviously, Malachi Starks number one, but Emaware is so good. That's another thing too. Safety class is so good. And what do the Panthers need? Safeties. I would not be opposed if if some of the players that a lot of Panthers fans want are gone at 8. If Malachi Starks is there at 8, I could trade down and still get him. So that would be my scenario with the Bears. Talking about that. Um, Trading down with them so they can get Will Campbell. We can get Malachi Starks then. But yes, I would like y'all to go safety in the second round because you could probably get a second or third safety in the second round. I see a lot of fans who want more wide receivers, and I actually think our wide receiver room is solid. The players just need more time to develop. I agree. I think Valley really showed a lot second half of the season. Obviously, Marvin Mims gives you the deep threat that you desperately need, and then you have Cortland Sutton that's a very solid wide receiver. So I think you just need another element, and that's what you get with Tyler Warren. So you get two birds with one stone. You get the do-it-all player that Sean Payton would love to have. You get the tight end that you desperately need to be like a security blanket for Bo Nix as he continues to develop. And thirdly, you get a guy that has a really good yak ability that you need. And that's one thing that Brandon Perner also showed up to talk about, and it's technically true. You don't really have that kind of guy that gets a lot of a lot of yak. So you get that with Tyler Warren. So I would really like that for y'all. The Broncos have a really good history of finding gems at linebacker in later rounds, so I trust them if they pick a linebacker late in the draft. Exactly like Alex Singleton, Joseph Jewell. Thank you for Joseph Jewell. And what's the other guy's name? Oh, I'm picturing him not Alex Singleton, but the other guy. Oh shoot, what is his name? Um, oh shoot, dadgummit, I gotta look it up right now. What is his name? What is your name, Broncos? Who are you? Ooh, 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 ooh. I really want to know. There it is. There it is. There it is. Hey, pull it up. Pull it up. No, second. Make sure he was indeed drafted. Or I think read to somebody else. No, he was not drafted. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Wrong one. Now, I will say I did like Trenard. Is it Trenard or Trenard? It's Trenard. Yeah, no, Trenard. Justin Trenard, I liked him. He was coming out of Wake Forest. He is a really good pickup for y'all. Or did y'all draft him? Hold on a second. No, that's who I was thinking about. Justin Trenard. Yes, I really liked him. Both me and Drew, former roommate, really, really liked him. Drew is also a Panthers fan, which really helped as being um, roommates. Urinary Tree is very sad, and I'm kind of here for it with how much he likes to make fun of other people's teams. Yeah, yeah. Cooper or Barton? So Cooper, I liked. Oh, dude, when y'all drafted Jonathan Cooper and Nick Benito, I liked them because they were underrated, and then they even move even forward. Barton was the one initially I was thinking about, and then I realized no, I meant to say Sherrod, but Barton hasn't playing well. But Sherrod was like a background kind of guy, and then he's even developed to be a really good linebacker. Really and truthfully, and I'm kind of like spitballing here. The Colts and the Broncos have a really good track record of founding guys later in the draft, develop them into really good linebackers, and then you pay them for cheap, and they do basically everything that you need them to do. So y'all have a really good track record of doing so. Um, but uh, but yeah, Justin Shannon, I really liked him coming out. Um, there's been a couple linebackers that I wish the Panthers had taken. Dude, I loved Ivan so much, and when he became an undrafted free agent, I was like, please get him, and we didn't. He is by far the best blitzing middle linebacker that I have watched, and it has shown up time and time again in Brian Flores' system. Man, I loved him coming out of Cincinnati. Um, yes, Stradon has been so good this year. Exactly. For real, Dobie, I certain that he plays up the annoying Yinzer personality for clicks, but it gets old quick if you don't find it funny. Yeah, yeah. Because here's my thing. Um, when bad things happen to a franchise, I'll give a little critique. He'll focus on that, and sometimes he'll lose sight of some of the other stuff that's happening, and it gets very, very negative. And it's not necessarily a bad thing as far as obviously it's for clicks, it's for content. But if you lose sight of some of the positive things, people can get a wrong impression of what's all going on. Not what's really going on, because there's what's really going on is but what's all going on. We'll only see the negative aspect of it. Won't see a positive aspect of it, and assume that to be all true. That's the only problem that I have with certain. The other reason why I wouldn't want to make those kind of videos, because I want to show the whole story. If I know most people get a certain side of the story, I want to show a different side of the story, which is the reason why I did the how we got here with the Brian Burns situation, because everyone is talking about a certain thing, but aren't looking at what happened in the past and how you got there in the first place. Because you can still be true with what you say, but don't be wrong in how you're saying it. That's the best way to put it. Steelers friend of mine is going through it on Instagram right now. I bet. I haven't, like I said, I have my notifications off, so I haven't seen if my sister texting me or not. But who knows? I guess I agree that aspect of urinary tree gets old pretty fast. Yeah. he had a video recently, kind of talking about like um, how the channel is going to kind of go and all that kind of stuff. I don't know like what he's going to end up doing, but it kind of seemed like he was kind of feeling like some of the stuff was kind of getting kind of old. So it'll be interesting to see what he ends up doing. Um, yes, he has such he has oh sorry he has such a holier I saw the I as an L, sorry about that. Such a holier than thou type dance, like he knows every single team in and out. When sometimes he's describing his team more than he's describing other people's teams. Which I mean, we can all kind of do that, but I kind of see what you're talking about. I totally agree, Ryan. He can lose sight of the bigger picture for sure. Yeah, like I said, when he made the David Tepper video, a lot of it was true, but I have been, and like I said, I'll kind of mention this in the How We Got Here Pandas video. I have mentioned that some things towards David Tepper got blown out of proportion. Was he a really bad owner for a little portion and now he has moved on to be a better owner right now because he's taking 10 step back? Absolutely. However, when people were trying to say that David Tepper was the worst owner in the NFL, I did not understand that in the slightest. I was like, is he power hungry sometimes? Absolutely. He's a billionaire, of course he's going to be. But they were pretending him to be worse than Daniel Snyder, than Jimmy Haslam, and then also the they were saying we were worse than what the Houston owners were. You were talking about just before the D'Amico Ryan situation, how they kept on firing first year head coaches. David Tepper did it once. He let Matt Rule go through his 2 years, start the third year, things were working out well, fired him, but he still kind of let Matt Rule do his thing. Made a mistake with Frank Reich, where obviously things were not looking good. And there's a lot of things that were coming out about it, like all the back seven people were coming at him, and it's a situation that he created that you can call him out on, absolutely. But to say that he was like, I was just firing people off. I was like, there's a reason why he's doing it. He made a mistake, and I'm thankful that he actually realized it. But then you just completely forget that the Texans did the same exact thing, even worse, by doing it to David Culley. So yeah, in the span of 4 years, you have four different head coaches. You had Bill O'Brien, you had David Culley, you had Lovie Smith, and you had D'Amico Ryans. Now, working with D'Amico Ryans, but that's the thing that I didn't understand was just like, it's just been that happened, and then that was not referenced at all in the video. It was just like he spilled a drink on a fan. Terrible thing to do, absolutely. He took a person's hat off. Shouldn't have done that, absolutely. But comparing that to Daniel Snyder, no, not at all. No, like that's what I'm saying. Is like when people blow it out of proportion, only focus on the negative aspect. That's what I hated. That's what I hate about the video because like it was just like I see what you're trying to I see what you're trying to say. What you're saying is correct. He needs to take a step back. Thankful that he has, but like blowing stuff out of proportion, I hate that kind of video because I see it a lot, and people will take it as gospel. Um, where was I at? Oh, can I just say, Ryan, that the Panthers have one of the coolest run-out tunnels I've ever seen. The Panthers mural is so cool. Thank you so much, Zoe. I want to see, like I said, I want to go to, I want to go to pretty much every single NFL stadium, but I would say like the Panthers do a really good job. They got a lot of new renovations that's coming up as well. I love the stadium. I love you able to see the Charlotte skyline. That's really nice. But yeah, I really like the tunnel as well. Thank you so much. I wonder if he's worried about the reaction if he stopped making those types of videos. It is his job, so if he switched content style and his views drop, that hurts his wallet. I guess that's true. Like I said, um, it's kind of the same thing of like where people constantly have the what's the word I'm looking, not content forms, not what I'm talking about, like but like commentary channels. Like you almost pigeonhole yourself into a like you have to do this. If you don't talk about it, then people are wondering, well, why isn't he talking about it? Oh, it must be because he agrees with this side. He disagrees with this side because he's not talking about it. Like that happens too with your audience, where like the expectation is there. Um, like if I did any kind of skits outside of football, I might put myself in I almost pigeonhole myself. But because football is ever changing and there's so many different storylines that I can go with, then I'm not like having to do this certain thing. Like I have video ideas that I want to do eventually, like skits and all that kind of stuff. So I did it last year, and I haven't done it this year as much as I really wanted to, but I've been saving them for a little bit, so I'm gonna save them for later. Um, but I enjoy doing those, and that's like a one-off. I can just do it, fine. Some of the other videos that I had were either other skits that I had were like stuff that I thought about for a very long time, waiting for the right opportunity. The Christian Kirk video, I had that idea for a very long time because I knew that eventually he was going to leave the Vikings, and that was like I love that video, and it performed really well. The video about the Cowboys, like when they're like they lost the divisional round, and just like I had the same exact feeling about how there are certain people that when they're in an emotional wreck will video themselves crying and then post it. And I never understood that. I was like, how you get in that mindset of just like crying, and then what, I'm gonna show other people that I'm crying and then post it. I never understood it. So I was like, it's like performative. Like with Skip Bayless, like it's performative. So like I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a video, and like I did a short little video, and I love doing it. And like I have other ideas of eventually I'm gonna do those skits. Um, but I'm not pigeonholing myself because there's new stuff that happens all the time. If you pigeonhole yourself into like skits as far as like being the relatable guy kind of thing, you kind of pigeonhole yourself a little bit. And then like if you do something different, then people are like, I liked your old stuff better, because I've seen it happen with other content creators. Like it kind of sucks. Like you get like in a little bit of a funk. But yeah, like I said, that's the reason why like I like what I'm doing. I'm passionate about it. About like the sport. I'm passionate about like, wanting to make videos, even though I need to do better about getting the videos out. But I'm in a good spot where I'm not like stuck into one thing. Um. Oh, I wonder if that's why he's changed direction, because he's trying to avoid getting himself stuck in that kind of bind. That's what I was wondering, because like I said, it didn't come out of nowhere, because he had a okay, that one. The only reason why I know it's a little different video is because that one he was talking about what he was talking about. The background was like a racing NASCAR game. Other one that he was kind of talking about the future of the channel might have been even from last year, but it was the like some night game I'd never seen before. A lot of video games I don't know what it is. I just don't have enough time to play that many video games outside of if I'm hanging out with friends. Um, there's like some night video game that he was playing in the background. Um, but I get it. Um, if because like I didn't know this about urinary tree until that what's that video that came out talking about the plagiarism thing? I didn't know that urinary tree started out as a video game, like like the video talking about him being technically a copycat of like the Angry Nerd or something like that. I never watched those videos. I was like 8 when those kind of came out. So I didn't watch those, but I didn't know that he had started out doing like the video game thing until like you actually look on his channel. Like he still has like the old stuff that he did for a very long time, well for a little bit before he switched into. It was like locale was kind of like what transformed it into talking about sports because those videos worked, and I think that's the problem is that those videos worked. People started to see him as that and wanted more of those videos, and he made a profit making those videos. Kind of like with 5 point vids, where the only videos that I watch of 5 points vids are when he was triggering or roasting like NFL fan bases, and so people expect that. And then when you're not doing it, you're doing something different. Some people are going to be like, oh, I'm not going to watch this video because it's not what I signed up for, that kind of thing. And that kind of sucks. It sucks. Like if you're, people only see you as one thing. But let's see. I really like his draft reviews. I do like those. Yes, the 5 years later ones. On a funny note, he said that Evan Neal was a great draft fit for the Giants. Really? Hmm. Wait, five? That couldn't have been 5 years ago. Yeah, no, that's coming up in 2 years. Because this year be 2020, so we'll talk about Derek Brown, Joe Burrow. Oh, that one's going to be interesting too. All the different. Oh goodness, 2020 was Isaiah Wilson, wasn't it? Oh man, Isaiah Wilson for the Tennessee Titans. Goodness, I still remember that. He probably talked about like when it initially happened. It was a good fit. Okay, I will say this: the reason why I wasn't high on Evan Neal initially I was, and then the Iron Bowl happened. Preface this: this was Bryce Young's 97-yard drive to go into overtime, then the 4 overtimes, one throwing John Mechie. I could have gone to that game. However, we did not think of it at the time, or mom didn't think of it at the time, when we were deciding to go to see my aunt, and it ended up being on Thanksgiving, so I had to sell my ticket. So, technically I wasn't supposed to, but one of my friends, who is a Bama fan, wanted to go to the game, was not an Auburn student, so I'm technically not supposed to give my Auburn student ticket to the person who's not a student. But I was like, screw it. So technically, I won't say the story anyways. Technically, he used my Apple ID to get in because they did not have as much as security measures that they should have, and he's able to go in. So he's able to live out the amazing game of Bryce's game, where Bryce put Bama on his back to win that game. In that game, Evan Neal got worked by Derek Hall and Ike Leota. And in that game, I saw the weaknesses that I was like, ooh. I was like, he's got the strength, but he cannot handle the bend. Because Derek Hall has extremely long arms, very good bend, and is showing out in Seattle right now. In that game, he had 2 sacks on Evan Neal. He made him look silly, and I was like, also the defensive line I was really proud of for that game. They did a really good job as far as like working stunts, and Evan Neal could not readjust. And I was like, that is a red flag. Because at first I was like, oh, Evan Neal, absolutely top three tackle, him, Charles Cross, and Ikem Ekwonu. At first I was like, Ikem Ekwonu is the run blocking left tackle. Charles Cross is a pass blocking tackle, and then Evan Neal is he's kind of like the middleman. If you want both, but not as good as either one as the other, he's your guy. And then after that game, I reevaluated and I was like, I'm not so sure. And so far, I've been pretty right. So thankfully, that Iron Bowl happened where I kind of like was not burned by Evan Neal or believing in Evan Neal. But that did happen. But I got to go instead to a worse, well, not worse, but worse for me, worse Bama, worse Iron Bowl, and that was Gravedigger. Oh man, one of the other persons that has been here for a good long while, Baconator. He's a Browns fan and a Bama fan. When that game happened, he was very nice about it. He was like, man, that Bama game was crazy, and I was like, yes, yes it was. I was like, I'm very glad I did not do a review of that game. I was ready to storm the field. I was like, we're gonna beat Bama. I was on the other end of when it happened, and when Isaiah Bond caught that ball, oh my gosh, just like the silence that flew over the crowd. I'm there with my friends. They technically graduated a year before me. This is their last football game they'll ever attend, and we go 0-8 against our major rivals. That was devastating. That was dude. That's one of the worst losses I have been in person. Like, as much as I am a Carolina Panthers fan, there's so much more memories that I have for Auburn because of like me being able to go to games, me being a fan of Auburn for a lot longer than I've been a fan of NFL. That one was crushing. The Eddie Pinheiro missed field goal game where DJ Moore and PJ Walker have that amazing connection. I went to that game. That was a crushing defeat, but it was nowhere near ending Alabama's chances of going to the college football playoff, being able to storm the field for the first time on senior night, and that happened. That was crushing. And I'm sure y'all have had similar circumstances, or similar feelings too. I don't know if it's a college football thing, if it's an NFL thing. So like I said, there's been some crushing losses as a Carolina Panthers fan, but it's been even more crushing as an Auburn fan because the connection that I've had with Auburn. I had a connection with Carolina, of course, absolutely, but the crushing defeat that the Panthers had in Super Bowl 50 was not as bad as that game. That's how bad that game was. But I think that the reason why Super Bowl loss is not as bad to me is because of the fact of what happened the next year. Like I said multiple times, the Atlanta Falcons lost in way worse ways. I think that's the reason why it's not. It hasn't. It still hurt, but I was also not as confident going into that game. I felt a lot more confident in beating the New England Patriots than I felt about going against the Broncos because of how their defense was set up. I kind of went on a tangent about Auburn football for a second, but dude, I love both. I absolutely love both, but there's been a lot more investment, I guess personally, with Auburn. But I mean, take this how I became a Panthers fan, so I guess there's also that too. Following Cam, also in the how we got their Panthers video, there's some stuff to talk about with Cam, um, but it focuses on something that some stuff that doesn't get talked about. Um, showing respect to Cam, but also showing like it was the right decision, but there was also a bad decision as far as like the way that we dealt with Cam near the end of his career. Why am I catching a stray in the Auburn discussion? Hey, I thought we were going to. I I thought they were going to beat the Pats, bear the Pats, beat the Pats. Go Gators! Yeah. Sorry, Emmanuel. Oh, okay. So like, yeah, that's not. I mean, I was just referring to something that I've already talked about before. So it's not like me retelling it again, but it's show like how crushing that loss was. That even a Super Bowl loss was not as bad as that game. I'll probably go through. Oh, dude, that would be another. That would be a hard video to go through. Go through the top 10 worst losses of my lifetime because there'll probably more to be added to that. Because there are some amazing wins, absolutely. There's been some amazing wins, but there has been some crushing losses, absolutely crushing losses. And Dobie, as a Florida fan, I'm sure you feel the same way. There are some amazing wins that you've witnessed in your life, but there are some crushing defeats. I can only imagine that you never want to hear about 2009 SEC championship game anytime soon, and I just brought that up. Um, random, but Ryan, has Sean Payton always used multiple running backs? Because following the AFC West, I wasn't paying much attention to the Saints. For the most part, yes. So Sean Payton in 2006 took over. Obviously, he had Reggie Bush. He also had Pierre Thomas. Then eventually, he had Pierre Thomas and Mark Ingram. Then he had Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara. Then he had Alvin Kamara and an assortment of different running backs. Some of that time was Latavius Murray. Latavius Murray has a very underrated career as far as like just like bouncing around, hitting a stride in the team, and moving on to the next team. So it was Latavius Murray, Mark Ingram, as far as like with Kamara. Uh, Technically, they got Jamal Williams to be that other guy. So he usually uses two, and I feel like Estime and oh, what's his name? Oh, he's really good. He's really shifty. Shoot, not McLaughlin. No, McLaughlin. Yeah, they're a really good duo. I feel like he'll continue with that. Um, there have been people who have said that the Broncos are going to take Genty with their first round pick. I don't feel like that is something that Sean Payton would do. Mainly because of how good this running back draft class is. That I feel like Sean Payton would be like, we can get one later in the draft if we really want to get one. Just so it'll, like you said, like as good as Estime and McLaughlin have been in their very young careers, you still want to add more just in case like somebody goes down, so that you have a good running back class or running back room. So I could see y'all taking one in the fourth or fifth round. There is a running back that will go in the fourth and fifth round. Actually, no, I'll say two. There are two running backs that'll go in the fourth and fifth round for two totally different reasons, and I think they have a good shot of finding a role. That is Raheem Rocket Sanders from South Carolina, formerly at Arkansas, who's got breakaway speed, really, really big, powerful running back that sometimes plays a little bit high. That's one of his dings against him. And then I love Jarquez Hunter. Obviously, I'm an Auburn fan, so that dictates a little bit. But Jarquez Hunter is so good, but he's in a running back class that have a lot better prospects than him because he does have his deficiencies. But he is going to be a solid running back for anybody that picks him up and be like he could be a Ty Johnson. I wanted to say Ray Davis, but I feel like he's closer to Ty Johnson than he is Ray Davis. But like, I mean, I'm just talking about Bills running backs, but like, I think Jarquez Hunter could be like a third down running back or find himself in a little bit of a role that eventually he can just be like a guy that he can get you the third down, a guy that has good speed, not necessarily all that breakaway speed that Tank had, like Tank Bigsby, but really good hands as well. Tank had bricks for hands, but Jarquez has really good hands as well, and plays really low to the ground because he's like 5'9". He's really good. Let's see. Because I see a lot of Broncos fans complaining about our running back rotation, and I feel like this is more of a scheme thing than anything else, and they're complaining because it's not what they're expecting. Like I said, I think you can probably get one in the draft. Um, like I said, estimates that power back. McLaughlin is the change of pace, so you have that dynamic. Um, who would you really want to go for? Like, uh, Raheem kind of fits the estimate role, so like I said, I think it's more so just like we'll see if they go after somebody in free agency, then that can just fit the role as far as like get a vet in the room, see how the other guys develop, then we'll be fine. So if they go after a veteran, then I would feel more confident that Sean Payton feels confident in the two young running backs, but wants to have a veteran presence in that running back rotation. Um, if you guys want it for in the draft, it means that like he likes them, but he feels like he can do better. That's how I kind of see that as it goes right now. But I think there's a possibility that both of them can get a lot better. Especially like early in their careers, and your offensive line has been really good. Once you get another good weapon that can spread out the field a little bit more, like a Tyler Warren, I feel like your running backs can also have a lot better time without having feeling like you're going to be stacked up boxes against them. What would you say is a worse loss, Super Bowl 51 to me as a big Falcons fan, or that Auburn game you're talking about? Keep in mind, I don't have a college football team, so I don't have that deep connection to college football. The Falcons one is worse. Reason being, going into the game. So Auburn game that I'm talking about is more personal for me because obviously um, we had a chance of upsetting your rival. You have a chance of ending your rival season early. Then they haven't even a shot at making the college football playoff. Um, so that there's that. But the Atlanta Falcons loss was worse because you had it. Like the Auburn game, we played really, really well, but we weren't really expected to win. The Falcons, yeah, had a 50-50 shot. You're going against a dynasty, but you're still like, a really good offense. You're like one of the best offenses in the league at that time in that year, and of all time, I believe, as far as like points per game. Um, the fact that you were up 28-3, the fact that you were up 28-12 with like what was it, like 9 minutes left, and then you had the fumble by Matt Ryan that set him up easily, and then you still had another shot too where you threw it to Julio, who made that amazing catch to put you in field goal range to pretty much end the game. But then once again, you do some stupid stuff and you do some holding and you put yourself out of field goal range. Like that is worse because you were celebrating at half. Not you, but the Falcons fans were celebrating at halftime. They were winning the Super Bowl. They still believed in the third quarter that they were going to win the Super Bowl, and then they didn't. And all the bull crap that they called to Panthers fans came back to bite them because they let us have it. Now, I say like because I was with Panthers fans and near Atlanta, I heard a lot more than other Panthers fans, but you still heard as Panthers fans because you lost the Super Bowl and Cam didn't play well, that kind of stuff. But all that culminating together, you losing in the Super Bowl the way you did will forever be in Super Bowl lore. Like what we have been in the Iron Bowl will be in Iron Bowl lore because there'll be a play that people reference a lot, but it's going to be forgotten. 28-3 ain't going to be forgotten because it's not going to happen. Like that will forever be the biggest comeback in Super Bowl history because you're never going to see another 25-point lead go away. You're not going to see it. I would be surprised. I would bet $100,000 that another 25-point lead will not be giving up in the Super Bowl. I could guarantee it. Would there be another 4th and 30? What was it 4th and 32 from the goal? 4th and goal, like shot play that ends up scoring? Probably that could happen, or even a worse one like a Hail Mary. But there would never be another 28-3. So that would answer your question there, Emmanuel. Um, I have to go, but see y'all tomorrow. See you, Adobe. I think our running back room is already pretty good and fairly deep, and it's not like our running game is bad. It's just middle of the league as in a bunch of measures. But it's also like it's also young, so like it's understandable. It's like I think the best way to. It's like it's not the young one. Um, shoot. I thought I had an example at the top of my head, but I don't. But it's a young one. You'll see what happens if you add one in the draft, you're fine. If you add one in free agency, you're fine. But it's not a priority. I think that's what's important is that they've shown enough flashes that's not necessarily a priority. You don't have to take one super duper high, but if so, you fall in love with somebody in the second round, sure, absolutely. Do you take one in the first round? No. You take somebody else because that's how deep this running back draft class is. You're gonna be able to find a really either an amazing guy in the first 2 rounds or a really solid guy that can become amazing in the last couple of rounds. I should have prefaced that the Super Bowl loss is the impact on me. Oh. Sorry about that, Manuel. Um, hmm. Then I would probably say Auburn lost because you weren't a fan. It's still a part of the Falcons' legacy. Like it's still part of when people think about the Falcons, they'll still think about 28-3. But you were not a fan when it happened, so it's not going to stick with you as much. Like you'll see it, like highlights and stuff like that. But when you see highlights, it won't be like, oh, like you'll almost like flash back to when it happened. So in that case, I would say Auburn. I would say Auburn. I have no what happened in the game to the day I die. I refuse to willing watch replays of the Super Bowl 51 because I am not strong enough. I wasn't a football fan then. I chose to live in a blissful ignorance. Yeah, like I said, there are certain games. Zoe, what is the one game for Broncos fans? Well, for you, the Broncos fan, that like it's just like, it's just like you can't even um think about it. Like for me, it's that game. It's 2013 national championship. Jameis Winston throws to Kelvin Benjamin for a touchdown to end our Cinderella season. Um, that's another heartbreaking loss. Super Bowl's up there. Um, Pittsburgh Steelers Thursday Night Football 2018 because of what followed makes that game even worse. Um, that's fair. I felt absolutely gutted for Falcons fans after that Super Bowl, like it was devastating by proxy. Well, it did help that you also won a Super Bowl before. Well, you like the year before, so that helps. Um, I choose to only ever know about the game as the score. I didn't even know we scored a field goal to seal the game 28-3 are fighting words for me. That's rhymes. 28-3 are fighting words for me. Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot more good games that I have. There are even like games that are wins, but they haunt me to my core. 2012, Auburn versus Louisiana Monroe. We barely win, and it's the beginning of when I realized, oh my gosh, this is going to be the worst year that I've experienced in my life. I'll preface this, there is one reason that 2013 was so special for a lot of Auburn fans, and it was because of how bad 2012 was. It's as if for Broncos fans, if right after you had 2010, you had 2015. Magical run after the almost the worst possible. I hate seeing that season. You never want to reference it ever again. Almost is worse than that because 2012 was so hard to get through, and the only reason why I was able to get through was Darren Bates. That is why Darren Bates is up amongst my top 10 Auburn players that I've watched with my own eyes because he was the only bright spot on a terrible team. People talk about Trey Mason, freshman running back, get 1,000 yards, sure. But Darren Bates fought every single game. He was an amazing player, amazing linebacker. That's why I followed him during his NFL career. And then that's how I was able to find his podcast, Raw Room, which is a really good podcast, a very funny podcast. And now he's the assistant special teams coordinator for my team, which I love. He's an amazing influence on the team as far as being like the hype guy. Like I would love to just talk with Darren Bates because he legitimately like that was a very, very tough year for 11, 12-year-old me. It was 2012, Auburn football. We went 3-9. We went 3-9. Awful, awful year. Let me see here. I've heard that we scored a pick six in the first half. IDK, if that's true, you did. I don't want to find out. Will never watch a replay of that game unless we win a Super Bowl. Even then, probably not. Yeah, you did have a pick six, and that's when people were like, "Oh, it's over, it's over." Yeah, no, I remember because 2016. See, I'm trying to remember if that was Madonna or was Madonna 2014. The Super Bowl halftime shows confuses me which one was which. But I remember, I think Madonna was 2014 because that was the year that okay, I gotta preface this because I'm thinking in my head what I'm about to say, and then I'm like, this is not gonna make any sense. The way my brain works is like a filing cabinet. If I say a word, I'll have context clues, and I'll be finding through the files, and I'll pick up information, drop it, file through, and it looks like I'm doing random things. But it's context clue after context clue. So I feel like Madonna was 2014. The only reason why I no, it wouldn't be 2014 because I watched Super Bowl at my house, so it wasn't 2014. But I associate Madonna's Super Bowl halftime show with chocolate bacon because I never tried chocolate bacon before. It was at the Super Bowl party that we were at because we had a church Super Bowl party, and we would watch the Super Bowl halftime show. I'm prefacing this because it's at a church, watching a Super Bowl halftime show, and a lot of people were wanting to watch it because because a lot of the adults, their childhood crush was Madonna. So that was interesting too. But that might have not been 2014. I felt so bad for Matt Ryan and Julio Jones. Wished their primes for nothing. For worse than nothing, we wasted their primes for fucking. I would say that. Hmm, ooh, whose prime was wasted worse? Julio and Matt Ryan, or hmm, Julio? Well, no. See, Drew Brees won a Super Bowl, but Drew Brees was just kind of hitting his prime. Drew Brees' prime was absolutely wasted by terrible defenses. Oh my gosh. Like, I remember how many shootouts the Saints and the Panthers had because our defense was good, but man, was New Orleans' offense good. But their defense was so bad. It was so bad, man. That helped. That hurt a lot. Um, Zoe, did you enjoy watching the Seahawks lose on the 1 yard line after they beat the Broncos? Yeah, well, hold a second. Oh yeah, and back-to-back Super Bowls. That's right. That's right. Ooh, that's got to be one. I think I asked. I think I asked you Zoe earlier. What was been the worst losses as like a Broncos fan? Because that's what I'm interested to see like what like for I know for older Broncos fans, it's like the drive and the fumble, like the 1980s. No, that's Browns. Never mind. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Browns fans feel that way about the Broncos. Um, Probably some of the Super Bowl losses. They had a lot of Super Bowl losses, John Elway. Before they had Super Team in 97 and 98, a lot of they had a lot of bad Super Bowl losses. Um, well, that's a really good question. It has to either be the 2013 Super Bowl loss, the Seahawks, or lost. The Ravens 2012. Oh yeah, that's got to be bad too, because that's Joe Flacco floating up to Jacoby Jones. Chris Harris for some odd reason just backpedaling and like Jacoby Jones, that makes me feel sad. Unfortunate for him. Jacoby Jones, really good wide receiver too. Really good return, but really good wide receiver. Um, I just kind of realized like I don't know what's going on with my voice, but I feel like I'm speaking a lot deeper than I usually am. Am I doing that? Am I speaking a lot deeper than I usually am? I don't know. But yeah, that's like 20 that Super Bowl loss. I remember that game because it was also another one that we watched at the church. But like, I just remember not even watching the game because it was so bad. No, I'm not trying to bring. Sorry for that, Zoe. But I just remember it was just like no, like after a little bit, no one was just like, okay, watch halftime show, and then most people just left. Yeah, that'd be really bad, especially as like number one offense of all time, and then almost from the jump. It was like the Steelers Browns game where like almost from the jump it was just like nothing was going right. It's almost as if like you're like getting the yips. I don't know if y'all have ever experienced with like getting the yips where you're just like I don't know what's going on. That it feels awful. You feel like almost like helpless. And that's what I said, like that would feel awful. Like going through that game and then also like watching that game, just like not understanding what's going on. It's just like everything like stockpiling on one another. That's gonna be awful. Um, hmm. oh, another one of the most disappointing losses I've ever experienced is 2021 Auburn versus Mississippi State. We were at the game. We are up. I want to say 28-3. I gotta look it up and make sure. We're at halftime. We're up, and we thought about leaving because it was up. We were good, but then we decided we want to stay. And Luke. I want to preface this. Luke was there. Luke is a Bama fan. And goodness, the worst choke job of Auburn football history, where Will Rogers threw all over us, and we could not stop them in the second half. And Bo Nix got hurt, and Andros Carlson got hurt. So it was awful because then that meant that we had to start TJ Finley, and that was the year of the Iron Bowl, where if we have Bo Nix playing in that game, we would have won that game because there's no shot that if Bo Nix was a quarterback, we would have only scored 10 points in regular season or in the regulation. Um, I wish the Falcons never made the Super Bowl in 2016. We were robbed of Rodgers versus Brady. No, no, because 2016, if Rodgers had made it in, that defense would have crumpled. That defense was atrocious in 2016. Um, we could have avoided the falconing. I don't care about the 98 Super Bowl loss. That doesn't feel like the same team. Oh, though, the 49ers overtime loss 2006. That was, uh, oh, that would have been Jake Plummer, right? 2006? Yeah. I don't know about that one. I don't know from the Raiders game in 2010. That makes sense. That got McDaniels fired, or upon up there in the latest ones with a combo, it being to the Raiders and the whole McDaniels ordeal. Yeah, I I still don't understand how McDaniels got second and third opportunities. Like after what happened with the Broncos, he got a second opportunity with the Colts. Then did what he did. Then went to the Raiders, which is still wild. Like getting that opportunities. Like how many times does a team need to be told, "Hey, don't do it. Don't fall for the trap. It's not. It's not gonna work." That's gotta be yeah. Um, but yeah, no. I gotta look it up to make sure that I'm correct on this one. But I had to believe it was 28-3. For some odd reason, I feel like it was 28-3. Auburn, Mississippi State. No, it was 28-10. It was 28-10, and then we scored 6 points in the second half, and they scored 33. They won 43-34. And Bo Nix got hurt. That was his last Auburn game. And then Andros Carlson got hurt, and he was never the same after that because he kept on trying to come back from the injury. He was injured because we had done a onside kick, and he had injured his leg on the onside kick. Yeah, Emmanuel, I didn't feel very bad for the Seahawks when they lost that Super Bowl. Richard Sherman haunted like my nightmares after 2013. Oh, I could feel that. Richard Sherman for a lot of teams was like the most hated guy. Like I was surprised that Sherman went to the 49ers when he did because like what he did to the 49ers. But Panthers fans don't like him. The NFC West doesn't like him. Uh, Broncos fans don't like him because obviously like the Super Bowl loss. Like he had a lot of people hate him because he was so good. Richard Sherman's prime was so good, so good. That sucks, Zoe. Glad y'all got the Super Bowl win eventually. Exactly. Like I said, I think that's like, ooh. Here's the real question: Would the let's just go see how that goes. Would the Steelers would the Steelers have taken a 2015 esque Super Bowl? So it's like 9 years, 10 years. instead of constantly making the playoffs but not making it past the first round? What would you rather have? Be win a Super Bowl but then not go back to the playoffs until this year, or have consistently going to the playoffs, having a chance of making it to the Super Bowl, but not end up winning it? Which one would you rather have? Like relevancy or fut not futility, or just being bad and not being able to fix it? What would you rather have? I would probably take the Super Bowl because like that would be amazing. Like I could, be like, at least we have this and like hang it over people's head. Um, but then I would feel awful because you just just sitting there just be like, oh man, I can't do anything. Like waiting on the sideline to get back. I wouldn't say I enjoyed watching them lose that Super Bowl because I was also very tired of the Patriots winning at that point, and I low key wanted both to lose somehow. That makes sense. Um, I just remember 2014 because it was Seahawks versus Patriots, and both of them were, well, the Patriots technically weren't. They were in the beginning stages of their second dynasty. Um, those 2 years helped make my, I guess I would say my graduating class of guys Seahawks or Patriots fans. There's a lot of different fans that I had at my high school. I had one other friend that was a Panthers fan. That was it. Everyone else was either Falcons, Saints, because like they had family that were those fans, or the main like market teams. Like there was a Steelers fan, there was a Packers fan, and there was a bunch of Patriots and Seahawks fans because they were bandwagon fans to the core. But it is what it is. Um, I never really hated Richard Sherman. I respected and feared him mostly. That's another video that I'm doing is players that I hated but respected, because there's players that I hate that I did not respect. Um, Cameron Jordan. Um, but I'll preface this. I only hate Cameron Jordan because he talks too much and people let him get underneath their skin. I never understood it because I was just like, he's just trash talking. I just hate it because he does it when he doesn't have anything to back it up. I don't like when people trash talk if they can't back it up. Like, yeah, because it's annoying. That's what I'm saying. Suffer for a few years, then win Super Bowl. The lows make the highs just the much higher. Exactly. If your first round exits every year, you make the playoffs for nothing. I guess so, because it's like because then it'd be almost like that hope of just like, oh, I'm so close, so close. Like um, Georgia, for example, before winning back-to-back national titles, they hadn't won since 1980. And that's something that Auburn was able to hang their head over, was just like, hey, we won 2010, we came close to 2013, um, and Georgia fans keep on getting really, really close, had really good seasons, but then couldn't finish it because Mark Richt couldn't win the big game. Kirby, it began that way that you couldn't win the big game, and eventually you win back-to-back national titles, and you submit your legacy as a dynasty. Even though you didn't win that next year, you still only had one loss, so you still have that technically that dynasty. Um, uh, Better to think about if you made the playoffs than make it and do nothing. Absolutely. Though that 2015 Super Bowl was very sweet. Sorry, Ryan. I got you. Those Peyton Manning years were absolutely magical. That's another thing too. Like, I I want to do a lot of different videos of just like what could have been and like how this happened. because one of the things that's so fascinating that I like to do is I like to see there's these lists of like redrafts and all that kind of stuff, but a lot of time I'll just be looking at them and I'm like, that wouldn't have worked out the way you think it would have. Like based on who's the coach, based on the development that this person went under against that coach they end up going to. Like all this different stuff, like the redraft, like this player would have been the same exact player if they had just gone to this team. That's not the case. Like the fact that the Broncos got Wes Welker, the fact that the Broncos finally were able to have an offense with that defense that was being built um, with Von Miller, with Demarcus Ware, dude, Demarcus Ware, man. He finally had that offense, and it culminated first in 2013. You don't have 2015 if you don't have 2013, which is something that does not get talked about. Like the people on that 2015 year, a lot of them were on that 2013 Super Bowl loss that experienced it, that came in prepared because they knew about what happened in the Super Bowl. Like, that is an important part of the story that just does not get talked about enough. Like, through failure, you learn from it, you grow from it, and you don't make that mistake again. And the Broncos in 2015 made sure they did not make the mistake again. But I like I said, I'm happy for Broncos fans that they're finally be able to go back to the playoffs because, like I said, we haven't been back since 2017. Um, but yeah, dude, a lot of things would have changed if the Carolina Panthers won Super Bowl. However, I want to have that hope that it would have changed, but I will talk about in the how we got there of the mistakes, particularly with David Gettleman, that led to the downfall of what we had. You have a point there, Emmanuel. I do think also something very nice about enjoying a consistently very good team. You're absolutely, yes, absolutely, Ryan. You are 1,000% right. Well, I don't think so. Sometimes. Let's go. What I say. But yeah, like I same as the reason why I said you don't have 2013 as an Auburn fan without 2012. That's what I want to talk about. Because it's just like that turnaround. Heck, 2018 was so bad. 2019 was so much better, but 2016 was another one for Auburn. You go 6-6. Well, no, 2015 was 6-6. That was. I could go on and on about Auburn football because Auburn football has been way worse. Well, no, I won't say that. How's the best way to put this? Auburn football has had way more of ups and downs versus the Carolina Panthers. Panthers have been bad for a good bit. Since second half 2018, pretty much has been bad since then. Went on a little bit of run in 2019, went a little bit of run in 2022. Outside of that, no. Auburn's been very up and down, and so there's been some very, very good years, and then there's been bad years in between. Regular season success definitely feels good. This might just be my bitterness of being a Falcons fan showing, hoping that this stretch of being bad is for something, and hoping that this isn't for nothing. It's going to come down to draft. Like, legitimately, it comes down to getting good young stars for cheap that you can build your team around. Now, I'll push back on this because I hate this narrative. There's a narrative that you, as soon as the rookie contract of the quarterback is up, that you are just stuck and the team that you have is your Super Bowl window. No. I would tell you right now that is a myth that people are peddling that I hate. The reason why I hate it is because you're taking away the fact of you build through the draft. Sure, you might not be able to get the top 10 pick, but you can get an ascending talent if you have a good draft, if you have a good scouting department and you pick BPA instead of just drafting for need, you will get a stud. You will absolutely get a stud. The Steelers have shown, I mean, if you just get a quarterback, you can find studs pretty much everywhere. Just like we were talking about before, with the Broncos finding good linebackers in the later rounds. You can find good quality impact players later in the draft. The Lions have been absolutely outstanding with their first round picks since Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes became the general manager head coach combo. You know what else they've done? They've been drafting really well in the later rounds. They got Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th round, one of the best wide receivers in the NFL right now, in the 4th round. They also have gotten good depth pieces that might not get talked about, but they play a vital role on the team for cheap, like a Malcolm Rodriguez, like a Levi Tech was a 2nd round pick, but finding a role within the system, like those kind of things happen through the draft when you have a good scouting department. So the notion that you can't do it without being on a rookie contract is not true. It makes it harder, but it's not impossible. But that's one of the things I don't like that's being peddled, because it makes it seem like I can only have this team when you can very much improve that team, not necessarily just because you have a rookie contract. Who was the last team to win a Super Bowl with a quarterback on a rookie deal? Mahomes in 2020. Before him, Russell Wilson in 2013. Those are the only ones I can think of. 2 quarterbacks on 2 rookie deals in 12 years. And granted, from 2013 on, you had Tom Brady win a good bit. Went 2015, 2016, 2018, and also 2020. You had in 2015, you had Peyton Manning. 2017, you had Nick Foles. That technically you had Carson Wentz on a rookie deal, so that's kind of, but not really. 2019, you had Patrick Mahomes. 2020, like I said, was Tom Brady. 2021 was Patrick Mahomes. 2022 was Matthew Stafford. And those were ones that didn't have first round picks. So they just built up a really good team, had really good stars, and really good supporting staff. Well, really good supporting role players. Then Patrick Mahomes. So it's like a little bit of there's been dynasties in between. But to say that you can't win one, no. I mean, look at the Broncos defense. There's only 1 first-round pick with Pat Surtain II, and I think almost all the rest are 3rd-round guys or later in the draft, or even undrafted free agents guys. Or you picked up them in free agency, like you did with Zach Allen. Like, Zach Allen was a good player in Arizona that was ascending, that You got in free agency because you needed it, you had a need, and he fit that need and he fit that role. That's what you do with free agency. Free agency isn't the end all be all. Like he is going to change our team dramatically, but he's going to fit a role. And if they are ascending, sometimes you luck into, like, we absolutely lucked into Frankie Louvu when we got him from the Jets because he was a special team player from the Jets, wasn't doing anything on the Jets, and he comes in into our scheme, looks amazing in our scheme, and then he was able to get himself a good bag from Washington that we weren't able to give him. Like, that happens. That happens a lot. Like, where, like, you have Zach Bond did not do what he was doing at what he's doing now at the Eagles. He wasn't doing that at the Saints. But you find a good spot, people who believe in him, like that kind of thing happens. So like I think that you don't necessarily have to only have first round picks be the game changer kind of thing. Sometimes it's luck, but a lot of times it's just being a good scout. Heck, we had Rod Smith, who was incredible and arguably one of the best undrafted players ever. Exactly. Chargers. I just talked about the 2017 running back draft class. Had Austin Eckler, who was an undrafted free agent, and he put up a lot of great seasons there, but he wasn't even drafted. Like you find a lot of steals in the draft. That's how you make your money as a GM. Is not just always hitting on first round picks, but also getting depth and finding diamonds in the rough later on. That's what you're supposed to do. So, Justin Simmons, third rounder, and led the league in interceptions since 2016. Exactly. So, yeah. Oh my goodness, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. It is 1 o'clock in the morning where I'm at right now. Crap. Okay. Um. Okay. Any since I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, well, technically today. Is there anything else that we want to talk about before close it out? Usually, I just kind of go like, "All right, good to see y'all. Talk and then bye." I Goodness gracious, because all of a sudden I started to feel a little bit. I started looking in the camera. I'm like, my eyes are getting a little bit um, not smaller, but like starting to droop a little bit. And then all of a sudden I see over there it's 101. Jonathan Franklin Myers and Malcolm Roach have been a fantastic free agent signings. Thank you so much for taking Roach from the Saints. I did not want him to go back on the Saints, so thank you for that. Um, yeah, Franklin Myers from the Jets, that was a good one too. Great pickup, great pickup. And Justin Simmons, great pickup for the Falcons. Um, oof, okay. Oh, well, talked about a good deal. Had some really good talks. But I am going to have to sign out because it is it's early in the morning where I am, and I gotta get up early in the morning. Um, so, but I really enjoyed this. This was fun. We should all probably go to sleep. It's 2 a.m. in Georgia. That's what I was thinking about you, Emmanuel. I was like, I thought you were in Georgia, so I was like, oh, okay. Simmons has the most picks off Patrick Holmes too, Emmanuel. Exactly. I know Zoe. He got the last one for the Falcons. Exactly. All right. Um. All right. This was so much fun. I will see y'all. I keep saying tomorrow. I will see y'all tonight, and we will have so much fun. Recapping the other two games, and also the watching the Bucks Commanders game, which I'm sure will be so fun. Absolutely so much fun. So I'll